Chapter 231. I'd like to say that this story was completely isolated, but it had some resonance with me. The priests had come and saved the day for the people of Chom too. In fact, Abaris wouldn't have their loyalty if it hadn't been for the church stepping in and stopping the spread of the ghosts. Those same ghosts would never have spread out had Lord Carnot been mysteriously murdered. And a book revealing his darkest sins laid bare in front of Astria. Was that another example I had never even met someone from the church outside of Carmen? While she did betray me, there were crueler things she could have done. I had no particular beef with the church. In fact, I didn't know the church at all. I didn't know how big they were, who they worshipped, or really anything about them. Thus, even putting these events together, the most I could conjure emotionally was to say, that's interesting. If the church really was stirring up trouble, only to come in and be the heroes, that was really none of my business. My goal was to just keep Chom and my girls safe. I was in this world now. I had money, power, and friends. What more did I need? I didn't need some kind of vendetta against the church. That said, I had made a promise to Tara that we would finish this mechanical monster. I was also curious about this so-called brainwashing. What the Bandit King calls brainwashing, another might just call being raised in another lifestyle. If the church was good to her, Carmen wouldn't see any reason to doubt them. However, if we can free her from the dragon's control, then I was curious if she'd still be able to hold on to that rhetoric. It would be nice if Carmen could be made to see how the church used her. Assuming that the Bandit King was speaking honestly and not filling my head up with lies. If I helped destroy a dragon, I don't think the church would see it as me going against them. After all, I am petitioning to be a Lord of Auberies, and part of that I was told by the mayor to make a rather large donation to the church. In other words, if I defeated the dragon now, to them, it'd look like just an unexpected accident. They might notice my presence more, but that might not be a bad thing. I was okay playing ball. All governments are corrupt. But you still pay taxes? I have no ambitions to battle the church to the death. This particular event is a one-time occurrence because circumstances made things personal after that. I'd bow and scrap for the church just like everyone else. It was better than being a rebel or an outcast. Therefore, my mind was settled. I'd help the Bandit King for personal reasons. However, if she wished to continue this war against the church beyond that, she was on her own. Looking down the path I had seen the dragon disappear off to, I considered what the next course of action would be. If she's already heading back to the church, I don't think there is anything we can do. I realized out loud. Celicia shook her head. I already said, the dragon is controlling her mind. They aren't heading for the capital. Actually, they're heading to a nearby mountain range to create a lair. After that, they'll start pillaging the countryside to build a hoard of wealth. This is only a mechanical dragon. But the church used a real dragon's soul when making it. And what do you need from me? I asked. Your party is strong. You were able to hold the dragon off for the length of time it took for her to take control of it. I need you to do that again. But this time, I'll be severing her bond. What happens after it is severed? I only care about my sister. What the dragon does is none of my concern. The church can deal with a berserking dragon. She glanced at me and snorted. What? I am a bandit king. What do I care about stopping a dragon? If you want to, be my guest. I glanced over at Tara. It'll be in a cave? Right. Tara looked up at me, her eyes slightly fearful but growing in confidence. Then, we'll try our best to kill it, and if push comes to shove, we'll just bury it in the cave, for good this time. Tara's eyes flashed with determination. Yes, Master! Chapter 232. One of my men managed to tag the dragon with a magical beacon before they took off, Celicia explained. I am able to track him with this. She held up a magical device. It had some layout sort of like a radar. I was helpless to understand it. Can I see? I asked. I was surprised that she just handed it to me. For a bandit king, she was shockingly easygoing. Her men had put down their weapons. Only Balrak looked angry and was glaring at me while stroking his axe. I might have to deal with him later, it seemed. My girls had relaxed a bit too, but only so much. They remained close together and looked like they could pull their sword and use it at a moment's notice. As soon as I got the device, I opened up my map and was delighted to see that the dragon's location was pinged on it as a blinking icon. The point had settled at a location somewhere in the mountains. Unfortunately, it was in a completely unexplored area of my map. Furthermore, I didn't have enough experience reading distances with the map that it was clear to me how far away the dragon was. If I had to guess using how far we traveled in a day as a guideline, the trip would be about 8 hours by foot. Maybe I handed the item back to Celicia. The icon on my map stopped blinking and grayed out. As long as they didn't move, the spot would be accurate, but it was no longer being actively updated on my map, it seemed. It'd be nice if we could portal straight there, but I hadn't visited this spot before, and that was one limitation of the portal. On the other hand, since the mark was created, would it be possible to lock the portal onto the mark if we chose to do that? We'd be popping up right next to the dragon. Unfortunately, I could only make one portal a day. I could only test it one time. And if it worked, I'd be cutting off one of my ways to escape. Actually, I could still return with all of the girls. It'd only be the bandits who were left there. I know they are bandits, but abandoning them like that seemed a bit wrong too. Of course, I could rearrange my dungeon points a bit, but I didn't want to make a habit of that. If I grew too comfortable swapping out points, it'd be really easy to accidentally not set up reset. And if I forgot reset, I was Saul. There was a Dragon Slayer sword, but it took 5 points. I'd have to give up my experience bonus to free up more points. And even then, there was nothing on my list that seemed particularly useful for the situation. There were powerful spells, but I didn't know the conditions they worked unless I tested them. A one-time use spell that does slightly more damage than the spells Miki can already cast is hardly going to make a difference in a prolonged battle, requiring the might of 10 to 20 people. Furthermore, did a mechanical dragon even count as a dragon if I gave it to Lydia to use? Would it have the same power? I wasn't stupid enough to risk all of my girls' lives on a guess. So I decided it'd be best to stick with what I knew. The last time I had thought I knew what a skill meant, I had ended up dying. I wasn't going to do that again, especially unnecessarily risking the lives of these 4 girls in the process. After a bit of thinking, I finally made my decision. Celicia? I finally spoke out. I believe I can create a portal and send us right there. Pick who you want in your attack group. I recommend 3 teams of 5 along with us. That's 20 in all. Celicia nodded and agreed to it. With her group down to 15 and us being able to teleport there immediately, I felt a bit less stressed. I really didn't need another betrayal. I hoped that by not giving her the time to think of anything, and by separating her from the majority of her bandit horde, the situation would be in my favor. Chapter 233. All right. So we'll be responsible for getting the dragon distracted, I explained. Your group will be trying to break the bond with the dragon. Celicia nodded. I have 2 other groups. One will be responsible for physically restraining Carmen. The second will be long-distance attacks on the dragon. All right. So we have until you can break Carmen's bond to destroy the dragon, right? Once I have my sister free, I will leave. With or without you. Celicia shrugged. Very well. I walked over to my girls, taking them a distance from Celicia and her band. In the intervening time since we started this discussion, the bandits in the city had successfully put out the fires and were now ransacking the town. They had allowed the remainder of the residents to flee unharmed. I made no mistake that this means they were good. Most of those escaping only had the clothing on their back, and there were countless dead. Ultimately, they were thieves. Not murderers, and didn't go out of their way to pillage or rape the town. That didn't make them the good guys in any sense of the word. So, what do you girls think? I asked. We will follow Master. Whatever he wants, Lydia said. I smiled dryly. I appreciate that, but right now, I want your opinions. Lydia looked uncertain. But Miki stepped forward with a defiant expression on her face. I don't trust her. She's definitely going to do something to betray us in the upcoming fight, just like her sister did. I agree. Does that mean we should just give up on the dragon and the dungeon lore? Ah. Tara suddenly looked like she was about to cry, but she lowered her head without saying anything. She didn't need to say anything to show what she meant, though. Defeating that dragon was what she had literally been built to do. She would follow my orders now that she was my slave, but her heart wanted to pursue and finally get vengeance on the monster. The other girls seemed to pick up on this as well, and gave Tara sympathetic hugs and looks. Master. Celeste said uncertainly. When I leveled, I gained a new skill. You may be interested in seeing it. I used the skill analysis to check on her skills. I immediately noticed the new skill that was listed under Master Magician. I raised an eyebrow. Master Magicians really do have it high-powered. As a fourth-year job, Master Magician was about as high as someone could get in this world, evolving into a sylph. Celeste automatically unlocked the Master Magician ability. Although it was powerful, without having gained the appropriate levels in Adept or Apprentice, she likely had a few holes. For example, she had the haste spell, but it used a lot of mana and things like keeping it cast on everyone in the party was out of the question. At best, she could use it for a temporary speed boost when the need to use magic wasn't too vital. Her new skill was likely just as limiting. Celeste, I want you to target Carmen with this spell, I explained. Hold off on initiating it unless we need to. Why, yes, Celeste responded. But will it really make a difference? I shrugged. If Celicia and the bandits do choose to betray us, it's the least we could do in response. Chapter 234. After making our own plans, contingencies on what to do in case of certain actions from Celicia or the dragon, we finally returned to the Bandit King. At the end of the day, I still had the return ability. It was the only reason I was willing to walk into this situation. The enemy of my enemy might be my friend, but they weren't a friend I was going to bet our lives on. As long as we didn't end up in another dungeon, we should be able to escape the situation, no matter how dangerous things got. Even after telling myself that I felt a bit of anxiety, this was the first time we were going up against a stronger boss. In truth, Lydia and Miki weren't strong enough. They depended on their unique lineage specializations to protect themselves in the battle. Celeste could be strong, but in many ways, she was the most fragile girl in the group. As for Tara, I hadn't fought alongside her before, so I didn't know her strengths and weaknesses. She was an earth golem, but I didn't know what that meant. Open this portal, then. Celicia sneered. Take us to my sister. Looking across the group of 15 people she had picked, they did look like a bunch of tough people. Balrak was one of them. He seemed to be leading the team who was tasked with snatching Carmen. Balrak hadn't impressed me before. But we did get the jump on him. It was hardly a one-on-one fight to the death, let alone even one where he surrounded us and captured us. The point was, this was real life, and the situation in which I defeated him was not necessarily comparable. Simply using levels to assess how powerful someone was or who would win in a fight was an idiot's game. I pulled up the map and looked at the spot that Celicia's magical device had indicated. It had been about 30 minutes since I had updated the position. I didn't want to update it again. I asked Celicia if Carmen had moved from her starting point. It seemed like she had moved a little, possibly entering a cave. This was taking us directly to the point on the map. I didn't want the portal to open right on top of her. Rather, I was hoping she had moved since I had last checked. Perhaps we could sneak up on them even. Portal. I cast the portal while focusing on the spot on the map. I was only a little surprised when it actually connected. I didn't think it would fail, but I didn't know for certain until that moment. It would have been very embarrassing if it failed in front of the bandits. I would have lost a bunch of my credibility. Before I could say anything, the teams of bandits ran right in, apparently. The Bandit King was giving me some of her trust as well. I could have connected the portal to a prison cell for all they knew. I assumed they'd make us go first. Ladies? I gestured and my 4 girls ran just behind them. I didn't want them to have time to set up a trap on the other side if that was their intention. Taking one last breath and looking across the city still being ravaged by at least another 100 bandits, I sighed and took a leap into the portal. It was time to battle the dragon and put an end to the dungeon's lore. Chapter 2, 35. Upon slipping through the portal and letting it close behind me, I was happy I didn't emerge into the sounds of a horrific battle, having already done that when I left the dungeon earlier today. Once was enough for me. I made my map appear, and I could see where exactly on the spot the dragon had stopped. The groups of bandits were scouting around, and about 100 meters from our location was the mouth of an ominous-looking cave. In there, I asked the Bandit King, holding out my hand. She handed me the device which I used to update the point on my map. The map didn't really have a 3D function. Everything I saw was on a roughly 2D plane. Had I tried to portal to the dragon as it was flying in the air, I would have portaled to the ground under where the dragon was. Likewise, if I tried to portal to the dragon now, likely I'd only portal to the surface of the ground above wherever he was underground. That was simply one limitation of the map skill. It still was pretty useful in a variety of situations. I handed back her tracking device and then settled for making sure all of my girls were ready. As soon as we entered the cave, we could be encountering the clockwork dragon at any moment. Furthermore, we had 15 bandits around us whose loyalties and willingness to work as a team was very questionable. Simply put, we have to remain vigilant. I ordered all of the girls to keep their eyes out. That meant most likely Lydia and Miki. Celeste was a bit of an airhead, and while Tara was smart, she wasn't really used to the group and might stay quiet when she really needed to say something. The 4 groups began to march forward, almost like a single army, although each of us seemed to move at our own paces. The cave was easily 30 feet high, and it felt like walking into the mouth of some hulking beast. I kept telling myself that as long as I had returned, I could escape with all of my girls. That was the only thing that gave me peace of mind. The darkness enveloped us and I cast the light spell. Either the light spell was common or the bandits had their own means of illumination because they didn't bother to light torches or anything. The light spell was a one-way spell, which allowed me to see out but didn't allow enemies to see me. This differed from orbs and torches, which could give away your position with ease. Unfortunately, it was only just good enough in a dungeon. In a cave as wide as this one, that wasn't lit up felt humongous and awe-inspiring. Especially since there was a dragon supposedly hiding in it. Everyone was doing their best to remain quiet. Ideally, they were injured in the fight, only just managing to make it into hiding here. If we were to suddenly attack while the dragon and Carmen were resting, we had the greatest chance to succeed. A well-timed surprise attack could be the difference between success and failure. There was just one problem. I was literally standing on the dot, yet I encountered no dragon. This was the spot. Did the cave go on so deeply that it turned around and the dragon was under us? I didn't believe the space beyond would have the room to hold a dragon that large. My map could only handle things on a 2D surface, so it was either below or shit. A bandit cursed as he stubbed his toe and caused a rock to go tumbled down the stone path. Each click resounded in the dark, echoey cave. I looked up slowly. Above me, a massive shadowy form that had attached itself to a stalactite began to unfurl. Above! I shouted. Holy resonance. A wave of white struck from the side, sending me and my party falling down as Carmen, still on the ground floor, cast a spell. At that moment, the dragon descended, a powerful roar causing the cave to shake. That's when things started to get hectic. Chapter 236. Ruoar. Boom! Rumble. The entire cave was filled with light flashes and sounds. I had thought that a dragon was strongest when it was out in the open. It could fly up and out of your range. It could swoop down with fire attacks. It was truly the master of the sky. However, dragons didn't do so bad in caves either. I got knocked around a few more times, desperately casting magic on myself to heal the damage. I was pretty sure I was struck with the claw of the dragon at least once. The worst part was that I had no clue where my girls were either. I couldn't heal or support people if I couldn't see them. There were dozens of shadowy figures running around just out of the range of my light. The one setback of light was that it had a range and then sort of died. Real light could reach to the corners of a dark room. I remembered once as a child even being in a cave and shown that a single match was sufficient to create enough light to see. However, the spelllight gave you a range of about 40 feet, and then it went to the infinite darkness of the cave. The one thing I could see within my 40 feet was the dragon, whose form filled the cave as it spun wildly, unleashing roars and sweeping attacks. I remained just out of its range as I glanced around, looking for the familiar tail or ears of one of my girls. I had never been in a battle like this before. Is this what a battlefield felt like? It was very confusing and disorientating. Lydia! I called out. Lydia! A mocking voice suddenly called nearby. I glanced toward the voice to see Balrak there, grinning in my direction. I let out a sigh. Really, now that I see you without your pretty little escorts that you cower behind, let's see if you've really got strength when it's one-on-one. We're battling a dragon. Everyone's lives are on the line." "You idiot!" I cursed, pulling out my sword. "Shut up!" the man cursed. "You think you are better than me? I am going to kill you. And then I am going to take all of your slaves and rape them to death." Rape, rape, rape. It's all rape with you. Is it because you have a small penis that you can't seem to enjoy a woman outside of rape? Why, you... Take that back. He lunged at me with his axe. I just managed to deflect his blow. He was really strong, and I did find myself being pressed. His attacks had a berserker-like quality to them, and he really was stronger than me. This fight actually really was humbling. I felt fear for a good 30 seconds until I realized that, simply put, my skills were better than his. In fact, the more attacks from him I experienced, the weaker I began to realize he was. "You pampered noble?" he cursed. "Just because you got taught all those fancy skills doesn't mean I won't be able to kill you. Don't be thinking you are better than me." He was getting angrier by the moment, and the dragon suddenly roared, bringing my focus back to what was important. While this idiot was having a pissing contest, my girls were fighting a dragon without my support. I had been too cowardly to attack him outright. And thus this fight had dwindled on for several minutes. However, enough was finally enough. I started to feel a tinge of anger at how much of my time this idiot was wasting. "Actually," I said, changing my grip and preparing a spell, "I was normal like you. I am not beating you because I am a noble. I am beating you because I am better than you are." As rage formed on his face over the words I said, I cast an air and earth spell and sent dust up into his face. Using a quick attack, I sliced heel and then did 3 more rapid attacks. Balrak collapsed to the ground in a heap. I didn't kill him, but he wasn't going to get up anytime soon either. Chapter 237. Feeling irate and rushed after the distraction, I began to cast orbs, sticking them along the walls and creating an increase of light throughout the room. I shut off my own light spell and found myself able to see everything in the room much clearer as I allowed my eyes to adjust. My actions seemed to set off some of the other men too, who began to ignite torches and the like. With light came order. And then men finally started forming into groups. "Ladies? To me?" Even though my voice echoed off the walls, within a flight, the girls were able to find me much quicker this time. "Come on, let's distract this dragon." The group that was supposed to be headed up by Balrak was going against Carmen. Meanwhile, my group went full force against the dragon. I began to cast a steady stream of spells. First, of course, I healed the girls. Mickey had taken the most damage, with numerous painful-looking cuts and gouges that had left her grimacing in pain. After healing her, her tail perked up, and then she leaned and kissed me before running off to fight. "What do you want?" Celeste asked as I noticed her standing nearby, looking at me tearfully. She raised her elbow, revealing a small scratch. "I need healing." My eyebrows twitched. "Do you really need healing? Or did you just want a kiss, Je? Master. How about I kiss the scratch? It'll make it feel better. And I won't use any mana her eyes brighten. As Master commands. She excitedly shrinks back down and flies into combat after I kissed her elbow. A moment later, Lydia limps toward me. She had a gash across her chest and is bleeding profusely. However, rather than looking pained, she has her fingers together and a blush on her face. Master. I think I need a kiss to make it better. A kiss. I cried out. You need healing. Definitely healing. I'll be fine. Moderate heal. Moderate heal. See, can you kiss it now? She said, pointing to the spot where her wound was. With the blood gone, it was now just a scratch that ripped open her armor. In fact, it exposed the bottom of her boob and a sliver of pale skin of her stomach. It was actually somewhat sexy with her begging me to kiss it. Master, I got a wound. Mickey came running back, holding a piercing wound in her shoulder. Wait! The realization just came to me. Are you girls getting hurt just so I'll kiss it? Masterbacks? Lydia looked away. Don't be ridiculous. Miki wouldn't meet my eyes. Okay. Next girl who gets damaged and needs healing won't get any kisses for a day, I declared. I am fine. Lydia ran back into the fight. Just a flesh wound. Miki turned and joined her. I let out a sigh, but then noticed that Tara was standing next to me. Her arm was missing. I too will refrain from using Master's service. I am interested in this kissing. What? No? You are getting healed. You need healing. I ended up chasing Tara around the cave, trying to put her arm back on. I just wanted to safely battle a dragon to the death. Why did things have to end up this way? Chapter 238. Thankfully. It turned out that golem arms were pretty easy to reattach. I was seriously worried for a bit that she was irreparably harmed. I had heard that certain priests could reattach limbs. There might even be a day at some point where I can do something like that. However, I didn't want to see Tara walking around with one arm for the foreseeable future. With her arm reattached, I redoubled my efforts to help the girls in combat. Fortunately, the long-distance group was able to keep the dragon distracted enough that our shenanigans didn't cause things to fall apart. To be fair, the bandits weren't exactly orderly either. 3 had already been knocked out or perished. Another 2 had run away in the middle of battle. These were supposedly their elites too. We were down to 15 people, with roughly 10 focused on the dragon and the remaining 5 focused on the paladin. Carmen was definitely the weakest link between the pair, and she had collapsed to one knee, finally being overwhelmed by the bandit king and her forces. Ruer! The dragon seemed to sense that its master was in distress as it tried to make a run straight for her. Hold it! Celicia called out. Celeste? She summoned her strongest attack. A whirlwind of air blades struck the dragon. And at the same time, Lydia slashed at its legs with several recurring quick attacks. The dragon stumbled and collapsed to the ground. "Tara! Finish this!" I said excitedly. With the dragon on the ground, it was Tara's time to shine. She started summoning Earth to trap and restrain the dragon. A stalagmite rose up and pierced the dragon, while a stalactite came down from the ceiling and pinned the dragon. With its restraints completed, sealed off, and its master, servant bond breaking, we could finally defeat the dragon. "Celeste, you are doing it. Everyone, it's down. Finish it off." Just as the girls surged forward, I realized that the long-distance support we had been receiving had suddenly stopped. I spun to see the bandits fleeing towards the cave entrance. Celicia had an unconscious Carmen in her arms. Presumably, the master-slave relationship between the two was severed now, which was why the dragon was starting to thrash wildly in its restraints. "We can defeat it," I said. Celicia shrugged. "I already said, I don't care about the dragon. It's a clockwork dragon. It ought to have something valuable. Besides, if it escapes, it'll cause you just as much trouble as the countryside." "Whoever said I planned to let it escape?" she chuckled. She had a ring on her hand which suddenly glowed. Several barrels appeared, and the bandits immediately grabbed them, putting them around the entrance. "So, that's how it is." I sighed. The look in her eyes was clear. She was planning on making this grave for more than just the dragon. What can I say? You may also be a problem if you escape. "Miki." "Do it." Miki raised her hand and cast a spell. Suddenly, all the bandits around Celicia collapsed to the ground. Miki's capacity to damage the dragon was minimal. Her task was actually to attach sleeping spells to as many bandits as she could. If they betrayed us, she'd trigger it and then they'd all collapse to the ground, instantly swapping the chances. It was actually a very impressive feat, and one only a nine-tailed fox spiritualist might be able to pull off. I shrugged. "You are outnumbered." I gestured for the girls to come to me, even though they were still trying to keep the dragon contained. In a few moments, he'd break out again. Our only real choice was to ignite the gunpowder and collapse the cave. Except we'd be on the outside when that happened. Given that the Bandit King decided to betray us, it was the best that could be managed now. However, I barely managed a few steps when the look in her eyes made me wary. A small smile formed on the Bandit King's eyes as she continued to back her way out of the cave, holding her sister at her side. "Oh, you are clever. I give you that. You just made one small miscalculation." "What is that?" I asked. Narrowing my eyes, a fireball formed in her hand. "I don't care about my people." She threw the fireball right at one of the jugs. A man only a few feet away was currently sleeping, and the attack would assuredly mark his death. "Wait, no!" I let out a cry. It was too late. The entire cave erupted. The heat and dust blew me back. Thoughts of using return or escaping immediately escaped my mind as the cave started to collapse on top of me. Chapter 239. Darn it. So ruthless, I said, coughing. I hadn't lost consciousness, but I had curled up in the fetal position as rock fell from the ceiling and the entrance collapsed. She was absolutely right. I hadn't seen her leaving 15 of her best men for dead. If any of them were alive in this mess, I couldn't see it. As my vision cleared, I realized I could see. At least one of my orbs had survived and was still transmitting light. I could see Tara standing there. She had created a dozen pillars of stone, keeping the cave from collapsing on top of us. Lydia, Miki, Celeste. Before I even called their names, I had already checked their status through the party. With great relief, I found that everyone was all right. The girls were dusty, but otherwise still alive. I created some more lights in the room. There were a few unconscious bandits, but I didn't feel like seeing if they were alive or dead at the moment. I may not be callous enough to murder bandits, but I was starting to grow callous enough that I didn't care whether they lived or died. Master. Celeste approached me carefully. Shall I execute the plan? I summoned him on a potion from my ring, and then handed it to her. Immediately flee. Don't engage her. Don't even taunt her. Just run like the wind. Cast haste first. I don't want to take any risks. Why, yes, Master. Haste. Her body seemed to blur as she cast the short-lasting spell on herself. She guzzled down the mana potion and then took a deep breath. What are you doing? Miki asked curiously. I shook my head. Just a little payback. She decided that we couldn't have anything. I decided to return the favor. Arrow! Swap! Celeste cried out into the empty cavern. Air started to wrap around her, and then she disappeared in a puff of wind. In her place was a woman who instantly collapsed to the ground. I was waiting for it. So I managed to catch her and guide her back down into a position I deemed comfortable. Carmen Lydia called out in disbelief. One of her wind spells, Era Swap, allows her to mark someone and swap with them without being in their party. Celicia is probably still scratching her head, wondering why her sister suddenly turned into a sylph that darted away. I did make sure to check numerous times to make sure Celeste was safe. She didn't show herself being hurt at all. Just as I was starting to relax, there was a sudden rumble. I could hear rocks and pebbles falling. And it sounded almost like the cave was breathing. Wah! Miki let out a cry. The dragon! Tara immediately locked on the rocking form moving under various boulders. Tara had made a space to protect us when the boulders fell. That space did not incorporate the massive dragon. Suffice it to say, and the avalanche of stone had fallen on it, crushing it in dozens of places. Tara! Can you move away some of the lighter debris? Tara looked uncertain, but she did as I commanded. With a few waves of her hand, she cleared off the mechanical creature. I could see crushed gears and broken exhausted. The monster's eyes were still light in the darkness, but it seemed to be taking staggered breaths as if it was a living creature on the verge of death. It didn't look at us, nor did it try to struggle or move. "He's dying," Lydia said, a complicated look on her face. "It's just a machine," I said, partially for myself. "It doesn't really have a life. However, it seems that it has been destroyed." Number. Tara shook her head. "There is just one more thing." "What is that the church was able to create this thing with a dragon core from a real dragon? That is what was so dangerous. If we leave it here, the church could always find the core and rebuild the dragon. We must take the core." Chapter 240. Take the core. I was honestly a little surprised that she didn't say we should destroy it. Wouldn't she want to see the dragon soul or whatever it was that resided in this core to be annihilated from this world? Dragon cores are very valuable, Tara went on to explain. "After everything that Master has done, I wouldn't dare to ask him to so casually destroy it." "Very well. Then, please, bring me the core." I didn't want to go chopping into a dragon myself, after all. I had a feeling that with Tara's abilities and experience with the dragon, she probably knew how to find it and get it out safely over anyone else. Tara nodded and then turned to the dragon. She had her hands out in front of her as if she was feeling for something. A moment later, there was a rumble in the ground. It made me slightly nervous because of the previous cave but Tara was an earth golem. So I figured I needed to trust her on this. A moment later, a spike erupted through the dragon. It jerked a single time. But then the lights in its eyes went out. The spike came out somewhere near where Tara was standing. Cupped inside it was a small orb which looked to be made of glass. She fetched out the orb casually, turned and then presented it to me. Smiling, I reached out, grabbed her fingers, and then closed them around the orb. "You did it?" I explained. "You defeated the clockwork dragon. No one has earned this core more than you." "Miawa." She looked back at the dragon, now lifeless, and then to me again, growing increasingly flustered. The other reason I asked her to fetch the orb was that I wanted her to do the final killing blow. The weep. This was a creature she had literally been fighting her entire life. "Congratulations!" I pulled her into a hug. "You protected us all, and you have made a splendid guardian." Ah. Tears started to form in her eyes. And suddenly she clung to me desperately, and I could hear crying. The other two girls ran up and hugged the Paris too, crying right alongside her. Why were they crying? Wasn't this Tara's burden to unload? Well, it was fine. Her story was finally brought to a close. She had finally destroyed the dragon that had once destroyed her. Wait. Something about that thought unnerved me slightly. I felt a strange aching feeling. It was a feeling I had felt twice already. Suddenly, I noticed something rising out of the pocket of the unconscious Carmen. A bright light filled the cavern that made my own orbs seem negligible. The light pulsated for a few seconds, but it was almost like I could read its mind. A. Finished. Lore. H. Hey. Didn't she finish it? What are you doing? Wait. A light shot towards me and text started to float into my mind. A searing feeling wrapped around my thigh as a new tattoo branded itself on my body. Lore began to flood into my mind. Another blessing. Another curse. Chapter 241. There was once a girl named Tara. She was a simple commoner. But she had two exceptional parents. They were powerful magicians and caretakers to the village. Tara was not a genius like her parents and always feared that she couldn't rise up to their standards. While they were skilled adepts, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out of novice. After years of disappointment as she failed to grow as a magician, she eventually took an interest in gardening instead. She liked to feel the soil in her hands and move the earth with her own power. She liked to nurture life. Soon, she became quite a horticulturist, growing all kinds of different things. She was always happiest when she was planting seeds or picking freshly grown herbs. One day while she was outside the village, she heard a horrifying commotion. There was a great battle going on between a dragon and some paladins. However, the dragon looked somewhat strange. It was filled with gears and all kinds of mechanical parts. The dragon was out of control, and it was heading for the village. It was there that she saw her parents rise up with all of the strongest adventurers against the dragon. They fought a powerful battle, and throughout the entire fight, Tara felt completely useless. For all of her planting and digging in the earth, she lacked the capacity to protect what meant the most to her. She watched as many of the people she cared the most about were killed before her eyes. When her father fell, she let out a scream and ran out onto the field. "Tara, no!" her mother called, but it was too late. Tara was killed by the dragon. Of course, the mother was able to temporarily push back the dragon. Those that died were brought back using resurrection by the local priest. However, they all knew that the dragon would be back. It seemed intent on attacking their town in particular. No one truly understood why, or even where the dragon had come from. Only Tara had seen the paladins. When Tara's parents went to have her daughter reincarnated, Tara remembered the mechanical parts of the beast and realized that it had been built. It was so powerful, but it was ultimately man-made. Tara didn't have the strength to protect her family. Magically, she was weak. However, she begged her mother and father to put her soul into a created being. She wanted to be powerful like them. She wanted to fight and protect them. Her parents eventually acquiesced and together created a beautiful earth golem in their daughter's image and implanted her soul in it. Tara instantly fell in love with the feeling of being one with the earth. She didn't just feel strong. She felt invincible. Magical feats that she had once considered impossible could now be performed with ease. She was afraid of being forced to watch her friends and family die again. But her parents wouldn't let her leave to fight the dragon. They said her new strength wasn't enough and it'd take the whole town to destroy it. Knowing that the dragon was only waiting to heal before it attacked the village again, Tara decided to go out alone and battle it, despite her parents' protests. She found and attacked the powerful beast. In the end, she was defeated, and the cave the dragon had been hiding in collapsed on top of her, with its hiding place destroyed. The dragon left to attack the village. Tara awoke a few hours later, digging herself out of the cave. She returned to her home, only to find the entire place was gone. The priest was gone, as were her friends and family. The dragon was finishing up the last of them as she arrived, consumed with rage, confusion, and fear. Tara called on her earthly powers and buried the entire city, taking the dragon with her. The dragon's tomb eventually became the epicenter of a dungeon, and Tara remained a guardian, protecting the tomb from external forces. Numerous times, the church would try to come to capture the dragon and reclaim it. But the guardian always stopped them, becoming famous in the process. Eventually, the church decided to send a hero who blocked off the dungeon, starving its access to magic. With that, the dungeon and the golem began to weaken. Hundreds of years passed, and a new town was built over the decaying dungeon. The legend of the Guardian flourished. But the church never forgot the powerful dragon they had lost at the bottom of that dungeon, even though Tara had long been forgotten. That was until I came, brought her from that dungeon, and allowed her to finally destroy the dragon that ruined her family and protect those that she cared about most. After a few hundred years, Tara had found a family again. Congratulations, you have completed Tara's dungeon. True Dungeon Diver has increased by 2 levels. For completing the lore, you have gained 2 dungeon points. Tara's lore is now a part of you. You have gained Tara's blessing. You have increased affinity with the earth. You can now use movement spells in and out of dungeons. Chapter 42. True Dungeon Diver's level increased every time I completed a dungeon. Every job seemed to have 2 ways to gain experience. The standard way was to fight and kill monsters. That worked for adventurers and people like me, but the average person didn't go around killing monsters very often. For that reason, leveling could also be gained a different way. For cooks, levels increased when you cooked. For alchemists, levels increased when you did alchemy. For dungeon divers, it looked like Dungeon Diver increased when you defeated a dungeon. No. Actually, it seemed specific to when you completed a dungeon's lore. I supposed I'd just get standard Dungeon Diver experience if I beat the dungeon the easy way. Anyway, this dungeon that was weak and desiccated did not net me very many points at all. I only earned 2 compared to 5 with the baby dungeon. I wasn't even sure if I had anything worth using them on. I didn't see any new skills added to the list either. This was truly a dead dungeon. Well, It was true that I had managed this in only 2 days. The previous dungeons took weeks to defeat. My time invested in all of this was quite small. Then again, when it came to danger, I didn't feel like my life was in any less jeopardy. There really needed to be a safer way of going down dungeons and leveling without constantly putting my life on the line. The best thing about my new curse. Aham. I mean blessing was that it allowed transportation out of dungeons. I was pretty sure that meant I could portal to and from dungeons now. Return also should work. That meant that a lot of my future dungeon interactions would be a lot less desperate from what they used to be. Feeling a bit of relief, I made a fire and cooked. I did a quick switch with Celeste just to make sure she was okay. She had escaped splendidly. I did seriously worry switching with Celeste that she was up in the air somewhere. Unlike with Portal, I really could fall to my death if I switched with her at the wrong time. However, thankfully, she was close to the ground. As for Celicia, I didn't really know. I used Sense Life and she wasn't waiting on the outside of the cave for me. She probably didn't think we were still in here after I snatched Carmen from her. Well, I didn't want to return. So I decided everyone could rest in here a day until my portal spell returned. Tomorrow morning, we'd teleport to a spot on the road and then continue to the capital. As for Carmen, she woke up after I got the food cooking. Yo, you... Her eyes widened, looking around with fear. Don't worry, I said, pouring out bowls of rice and meat for everyone. You are safe from your sister. She shivered. Thursday? Thank you. My sister has been a siscon for as long as I knew her. She thinks you have been brainwashed by the church, I said frankly. Carmen blinked. She has said things like that before. Just because I followed a different path than her, she thinks she knows me. She'd probably try to brainwash me herself if she could. I nodded. I thought it might be something like that. Carmen was raised by the church. You could call it brainwashing if you wanted. But anyone who was raised a certain way would possess certain values. That was just called being human. She would, of course, believe in the church that took care of her. That clockwork dragon was out of control, I said. The paladins back in the day lost control of it. Maybe they meant to attack that city, I don't know. But they still lost control of it. You did as well. Carmen looked over at the dead hulking creature still mostly buried in rock and then lowered her head. Yes. It would seem the church has some things to answer for. I will start an inquisition as soon as I return to the capital. If you need a witness, I am heading the capital myself. She looked up, her mouth slightly open. Ooh, you'd do that. After everything, you don't resent me. The church, I am not happy you betrayed us, but to be fair, we barely know each other. You had no reason to trust me either. And I just as easily could have been after the Guardian's power as you. As for the church, they sound like a powerful entity in the land. I have no desire to cross them. I am actually helping you with the hope that the church doesn't hold me personally accountable for destroying their dragon." "Ah," she said, closing her eyes and nodding. "Yes." The dragon was out of control. Plus, it was the Bandit King who collapsed this cave. You don't need to worry. I had hoped as much. There was no reason to make the church the bad guys. I'm sure there was corruption in the church. But there were corrupt nobles too. I had met one of them. Simply put, it was better to be upfront and hope for the best than cloak and dagger and be constantly looking over your shoulder. Chapter 243. After weeks of sleeping in dungeons, not to mention the mad dash we had to do yesterday, resting the night away in the cave was quite easy. Everyone was exhausted, so we slept deeply. With the cave shut off, we were actually a lot safer than we were even outside. Come the morning, I opened a portal back to the road leading to the capital. On the road, Carmen rejected my offer to escort her back to the capital. "If I stayed with you, it may cause more trouble with the Bandit King," Carmen admitted. "I have a method to travel back to the capital quickly." "I would take you with me, but it regrettably only works on one person." "That's fine. I'd rather walk anyway," I said. I wasn't just trying to be nice. I wanted to fill out as much of my map as possible. If she had some way to teleport straight to the capital, then my map would just have a sudden jump to the capital. I didn't say that I felt like every spot should be fleshed out like that, but since Cham was becoming a bit of a home for me, a completed path on my map was the least I could do. There was a second reason, too. I wanted to be seen heading for the capital. If I just disappeared, there is a chance that the Bandit King might start looking around and eventually set her eyes on Cham. If she sees me heading towards the capital, it should help them ignore Cham. Like that, Carmen and I split up. And I began to travel to the capital with 4 slaves now. It turned out that Tara as a golem didn't actually sleep. Living up to her name as guardian, she could stand watch all night without an issue. At first, I didn't like the idea. But we still set the alarms just in case, and so I slept. A week passed, and we continued on the path unperturbed by the Bandit King, perhaps having lost all of her best. She was worried about having a confrontation with me. Perhaps she was just uninterested in us now that Carmen was no longer with us. We came upon a nice-looking hot spring along the way about halfway through the day. I used a variety of spells on the spring to make sure it was clean for us to bath in. As I got the bath ready, I sent the girls out to get wood for tonight, set up a camping area, and various other things. When I finished, I walked back to the camp to find it completely empty. I checked my map and found they were all fine. But strangely together near the edge of my sense life range. I didn't know what all of the girls were doing together. But I shrugged and decided to take my bath first. I only just managed to get in when a snapping twig caused me to glance towards the surface. To my surprise, Tara was standing at the edge of the water, but she was completely naked. She had her head down and a blush on her cheeks. "What is going on Thursday?" The other girls were talking and decided it was time that Master enjoyed me. Is that what you girls were talking about in private? Yes. Master, it's time we have sex. Chapter 2, 44. I mean, no disrespect, Tara, but are you even capable of having sex? Tara sputtered indignantly. Wah. Oh, of course. I am. I am a normal girl. I am sorry. It's just you were made by your parents. So, aren't all children made by their parents? She stomped her feet angrily, causing the water to slush back and forth slightly. Easy. I believe you. Don't open up some kind of magma vein and cause this spring to turn into a volcano. Will you? Sorry. You became my slave because I accidentally grabbed that rod. In general, I don't want you to feel like you owe me anything. She finally covered her small chest while blushing. I understand. But my parents always said that. When I met the right man, I shouldn't hold back. Ah. Is that it? Somehow, I felt like if her parents had known she'd apply that advice into having sex with a guy she just met, they would feel a bit of remorse over their poor word usage. I asked the other girls first if I could. They said that Master would accept me, and that they would accept me too. I stayed calm. I was a little curious at how accepting the girls were getting. Lydia had struggled with Miki initially, but Celeste had come pretty easily. Now, there was Tara as well. I didn't want the girls to think poorly of me like I was lecherous or something. I genuinely cared for these women. They had put their lives on the line. Tara herself had saved me twice. Admittedly, I was the first guy in her life. So it was easy to fall in love with me, but I couldn't deny I was attracted to her. I sighed and gestured for her to come into the hot spring. I could see her shivering, standing out on the cold rock. It was clear she was cold out there. Even if we didn't have sex, I didn't mind taking a bath with her. Tara nodded and then slid into the hot spring. Her body made only a small disturbance in the water as she slid in. She looked uncertain of what to do next. As for me, I had already had a sexual relationship with other women. I considered just pulling her over. She had been the one to request it. However, I didn't want to push anything past her comfort level. So I moved to the side of the pool instead and grabbed a washcloth and some soap, making it sudsy in my hand. I put some bubbles on Tara. I first put some on her nose, and she looked adorable as she went cross-eyed trying to look at it before she blew them off with her mouth. I then proceeded to carefully wash her back and shoulders. Tara had been underground for hundreds of years without ever technically having a bath. As the dirt shed off her in waves, I hoped that it wasn't something like she'd keep melting away until she was nothing. She was an earth golem. But where did the earth end and her body begin? It was the kind of question I wasn't quite at the stage of asking comfortably. Instead, I decided to go with trial by error. cleaning her entire body thoroughly to see if things start shrinking. I started with her breasts, but they weren't large enough to begin with. So I couldn't see in the water if they were getting smaller. And she made very cute noises as I scrubbed bubbles across her chest and cleaned her off. After that, I started working on her hands and her body. Very slowly, I cleaned one of her fingers and then washed it again once all the dirt was off. If I washed one finger more than the others, wouldn't it shrink with each subsequent washing? In that case, if the finger shrank so it was smaller than the other fingers, then I probably should end her bath immediately. In the end, I was just being paranoid. As she seemed as female as any of the girls, I was suspicious. Her muscles might have a more rock-like consistency or something. But in the end, she felt like Lydia or Miki. However, I might have been rubbing a bit enthusiastically, because she was flushed and panting by the time I was done. Sorry, I said when I finally put away the washcloth. No. It's fine. She turned to me. I became very conscious of the fact we were both naked. The me from a few months ago might have shied away or run. The first time I was with Lydia, she had nearly had to beg me. Even now, I don't feel comfortable asking them for sex. However, watching the small and shy Tara standing in water, submerged almost to her shoulders, I realized I really did want her. Maybe I had become a lecherous person. But maybe that didn't matter. At the end of the day, we were just two consenting people who happened to like each other. My mouth lowered and I kissed her wet lips. She immediately took in a breath, her whole body turning rigid for a moment. Her lips were sweet and smooth. She might have an earthy scent and taste, but that could just as easily be the minerals of the hot spring we were in and the hot fog filling our senses. My kiss grew more impassioned, and my tongue found its way into her lips and mouth. She melted against me, and I could feel her warm, naked body pressed against mine in the water. I could feel my dick growing hard and fight an obstruction. By the feel of it, I was pressed between her thighs. The feel of my cock pressing against her seemed to excite Tara even more. As she pushed herself forward and wrapped her arms around me, Tara was heavy, but in the hot spring, she was as light as could be. Reaching down, I grabbed her thighs and picked her up. Her legs spread open for me, allowing my cock to slide between her thighs completely. I found my cock rubbing against her wet cunt underwater. Due to the position, I couldn't penetrate her, but my dick stroked along the shaft and the outer lips of her untouched pussy. She began to rock her own hips as well, riding my cock quite literally, using the top of the shaft to stimulate her pussy externally. She wasn't naive like Celeste, who had spent her entire life in a dungeon. Until she died, she had lived a full life to adulthood. Thus, it wasn't like she was completely unaware of sex. She wasn't skilled and learned like Lydia, or shy and hesitant like Miki. Tara was more like a girl next door. She might understand things in theory, but she had never had the practice she needed. Now, I was her first try, and she could finally figure out what worked for her. At least, that was my impression of the erotic woman who was growing more erotic by the moment. I savored the feel of her outer pussy sliding up and down my cock while my hand graceful fondled her tight, small butt. She had an arm wrapped around my neck and was writhing extremely erotically to satisfy her sexual urges. Her small breasts would pull away from my chest and then push back again, her stiff nipples scratching my chest with each movement. The splashing of the water grew more aggressive, and her body created splashing noises as it pushed back against mine. Although the hot spring was full of warm water, her pussy felt even hotter, and her grinding effort made my cock feel like it might explode at any moment. Had this been my first time, I might have lost it already with just this stimulation. Kissing her neck. I tried to bring her up higher, positioning my cock so that it would slide into her. Even so, Tara was a small girl, and with the heat, my cock was at its fullest right then. She was still trying to hump the top of my cock. And as soon as the position changed, her next thrust caused me to pierce inside her. It only made it about halfway before she gasped and froze. "Anne!" she cried out. "I feel it." I didn't know why I felt like I needed to apologize, but the wince of pain in her face made me feel bad. She shook her head and giggled, suddenly applying pressure with her legs wrapped around me and forcing the rest of my cock inside her. She let out a cry of pain and pleasure, and then wrapped her arms around me and kissed me thoroughly. "Yes, that's it," she said, sighing as she accepted the feel of my cock inside her. Tara began to rock her hips against me. I realized I didn't need to do much to hold her upper body, as she floated in the water if I didn't hold on. Her lower half had a firm hold on my thighs, and she was riding my cock using her own legs to straddle me. It was basically cowgirl, except I was standing and she was floating almost horizontally. This freed me up to play with her body, and my hands wandered up and down and her small frame. I used my thumb and forefinger and lightly teased her hard nipples. She reacted excitedly to that, even quickening her pace as she rode my cock. Any pain she might have felt from losing her virginity was either lost by her high vitality as a guardian or ignored because of the warm, soothing nature of the hot spring. Either way, she didn't hesitate to enjoy my body, and thus I grew more aggressive in enjoying hers. The full-length stroke of her pussy felt amazing as she didn't hesitate to pull out to the tip before plunging it back in. She experimented with speed, length, and even angle. Watching her experiment with my body only caused me to grow even more excited. I finally reached my limit. So I reached down and pulled her out of the water. She gave a little yip of surprise, but I didn't let her recover as I began to take control, taking advantage of her body. A moment prior, she had been playing with my dick, riding me for amusement. Now, I had her in my grip, and I was using her as my personal sex toy. On. Yes. Yes. Deke, do me. Yes. Do me, she moaned, clearly fine with me suddenly taking charge. I obliged, pumping her harder and harder, each thrust being enough to send waves shooting off to the side of the hot spring. Her breathing became disorderly, and she did everything just to hold on to me, only occasionally sloppily kissing my neck as she bounced up and down, creating quite a noisy racket in the once peaceful natural reserve. Master. Please. Keep me forever. You are mine. I shot back, kissing her mouth once again. She broke away to let out a cry. I am coming. I could feel the spasms as she erupted in a powerful orgasm. Her pussy had a strong spasm, pulling on my cock aggressively. It was more than I could hold back, and I found myself coming too. My dick erupted inside Tara. Her eyes couldn't look any more delighted. I feel it. I feel Master's seed in my womb, she said excitedly as I continued to pump her full of sex. Ah. Tara, I panted, letting her fall back into the water. Outside the water, she was still pretty heavy, but I didn't want her to know that. So I just casually sank down to take the pressure off myself. The pair of us remained floating in the hot spring for a bit as we regained our breath. My dick was still inside her. And after a moment, she looked at me shyly, causing my dick to twitch. If it hadn't been for Lydia, I wouldn't have gained the ability to go multiple times. For her, it was now a requirement. Thus, even though I was just spent, I could feel my dick getting hard inside Tara again. Master. Again, she gasped, but then giggled and went to kiss me. Number. Again. 3 naked women suddenly emerged from a nearby bush. I let out a noise and glared. How long have you 3 been there? They weren't watching. Were they? It wasn't like I had been checking my map during. Never mind that. Tara got one. Just one. Tara frowned. But? How many did Lydia have her first time? Lydia caught. Ah. Not important. Rather, we all decided that if Master has one of us, he must satisfy all. We let you enjoy Master as a courtesy, but naturally, we can't wait any longer. How is there anything natural about that? I cried incredulously. Didn't I have a say in the matter at all, Master? Tara looked over at me sweetly. I could tell she didn't want to share me just yet. Then again, there were 3 other girls on the shore with very similar expressions. They all ended up jumping into the pool heartlessly. Master, clean me! Master! Touch me! Master! Do me! Ah. Darn it. I said I'd take responsibility. I rolled up my metaphorical sleeves, equipped pervert, and got to work. Chapter 2, 45. Thank you for the ride. Wagons are really quite nice, I said, rubbing my poor sorbet. Walking for several weeks to the capital city sounded good in my mind, but after a few more days on my feet, I had enough. Of course, there was no way I'd be in a horse saddle all day. That's how I ended up here, riding a wagon. As we got closer to the capital, there were more cities, and we decided at one such city to stop and pay for transportation. Most transportation traveled with guards too, so it solved the problem of the bandits following us too. Although, as we heard it wasn't really an issue. We were too close to the capital now, and the Bandit King couldn't risk raiding anything here without a strong risk of swift and violent retaliation. It was that sort of situation. We ended up traveling with a merchant caravan on a rented wagon for the last week. I preferred things this way compared to my own wagon. I had no desire to take care of a horse. Tara offered to pull the wagon for us. She was an earth golem. Supposedly, her strength and stamina would be extremely high, and pulling a wagon for many hours wouldn't be difficult for her. However, I had now seen her naked, and watching a small girl pull me along in a wagon hurt my heart a bit too much. As a result, the rest of our journey was quite peaceful. We stopped 3 times a day, cooked, and then slept with some protection in a wagon circle. I had worried a little bit that traveling with others would cause problems. Perhaps there would be a flag involving some guy making passes at my girls. However, slaves were normal in Auberries, and even having 4 of them only had me seen as someone wealthy enough to own 4. Adding the magic items that I wore along with those I gave the girls, and it was generally assumed that I was a wealthy lord. Even if I said I wasn't, I am not saying you are one of those fancy city lords. You ain't dressed fancy enough for that. But I'd reckon you are the lord of some country village. Am I right, one man put it? Of course, he was technically right. I was going to the capital to hand in the paperwork necessary to declare myself a lord. I really couldn't argue that logic. It still felt weird being acknowledged as such, even though it was true. I was a lord. Man, that took some getting used to. I guess I'll be Lord Deke from now on. Actually, Master, when you gain nobility status, you will also gain a last name. Miki explained. Aye, but I have a last name. Master. Don't be silly. Only nobility are given last names. That's why I am just Lydia, Lydia giggled. My parents had last names. Tara pondered. But they said that was a long time ago, and they put that behind them. Perhaps they were once nobles. Most people who have the resources to be powerful magicians are. Miki nodded. My name is Deke Williams. Master doesn't need to make up a silly nickname. You'll definitely get a better one when you receive your honors. I wonder what our house name will be. All slaves take on the last name of their master, Miki said with her eyes glittering. I thought you said only nobles got last names, Tara asked curiously. Miki pressed her fingers together and made a pouty expression. Well, it's not like it is an official name. I want to be Lydia. Dragonheart. My actual name was rejected so casually that actually hurts a little. Like that. The week passed by quickly, and the capital city finally appeared on the horizon. There were a few bumps along the road, but we finally made it. Chapter 2, 46. As we approached the entrance to the city, it grew congested, and we ended up in a line of carts waiting to enter. Outside the city was practically a city of its own. The main city appeared to be made of stone, with a giant city wall surrounding and protecting the structure. But at each of the 3 exits, there was a small wooden city built on the outside. This was the gate cities which served to take in the poorer and the less reputable. It offered some of the protection of the city. Without being as highly regulated, it looked to me like a lot of horse trade was done here, among other things. There appeared to be a tavern, some inns, and what looked to be a brothel. Well, when I looked at it too closely, a mysterious stone suddenly smacked me in the head. It wasn't probably just a coincidence. When I looked, all of the girls were looking in other directions. The West Gate City was the one we came in from, and it was actually a pretty lively place. There were people everywhere going about their day, just seeing a living. Breathing world like this put a smile on my face. This experience beat the video game world 100 times over. My only regret was that there weren't more of other types of creatures. There were animalkin, but most of them had slave insignias on them. I felt a little relieved I hadn't managed to resolve the slave tags for the girls, or it would have made things a bit more difficult during this visit. Present your identification card. Ah. Actually, I don't have one. The guy in front of us announced sheepishly. Oh. Well, then come right on in. You can stop at the local Adventurers Guild, fill it out, and then get a card for next time. Oh. Wow. Thanks, guys. That's really... The 2 guards burst out laughing. Yeah. Right. Scram. Huh. What about? If we just let you in the city because you asked real nice, what is the entire point of the identification system? Ah. Come on. I come out from the... country. That's why I don't have a card. Just let me in. Suspicious. One guard frowned. Super suspicious. The other added. Arrest him. Hey, wait. This is... It's a mistake. Mistake or not, we're not going to risk the safety of the capital. You'll just be taken in for questioning from a magistrate. You'll get a cavity search. You'll be out and proper in 4 to 5 hours. 4. No. Wait. He continued to try to argue, but some men who were much bigger than him chained him and pulled him away. I breathed easier. Fortunately, I did have my identification papers, which I had sorted out with Chalm ahead of time. This entire process felt odd, like being in an airport and passing through security to get on a plane. I even had to stamp that I wasn't bringing in any perishables. One thing was for sure, though. It was much easier to follow the world's rules. I was happy I started in such a small village. When I came to this world, had I appeared right outside the capital here, I could have been just like that schmuck expecting guards to just casually let me into a secured city because I smiled at him nicely. Being carefree or an outlaw doesn't do anyone favors. I was starting to think that maybe all the misery main characters go through in fantasy stories I read might be self-inflicted. Our carriage was allowed entrance rather quickly. We were finally in the capital city. Chapter 247. This was definitely the highest populated place I had been to since I have been to this world. There were people everywhere and the streets were filled. Soon, the cart was reduced to a crawl. Technically, he'd take us to the nearest inn, but with storage rings. We weren't really carrying anything, and we were eager to explore the city. None of the girls had been to a city like this any more than I had. It didn't have quite the same appeal as a Las Vegas or a New York, but I still found myself very excited to start exploring the city. I finished paying off the fees to the wagoner and bid him a good day. Then, the girls and I began to walk through the streets of the city. I managed to find a vendor with a map that was likely 10 times the price it was worth. As soon as I glanced at it, I brought up my own map, and I couldn't help but break into a smile as I saw the information recorded accurately over. So, map could do stuff like that. Huh, what if the map was wrong? Well, it'd probably be a similar situation as if the map changed. For example, I had Chom mapped out, but during the few weeks I had gone, several new structures appeared on the streets. However, my map didn't contain them until I approached the areas and it got updated. That had some harsh realities about the map. Although, I couldn't teleport to somewhere unless I had already been there. So, what happened if I visited some place? And then they built a wall there and I tried to return. Would I teleport right into the wall? That was a concern I was starting to have. Wow. The city is incredible, Lydia giggled. I am getting dizzy, Celeste said. Then stopped spinning around. Miki grabbed Celeste to keep her from turning around in yet another circle as she took in all the sights. Master! Are we going to look for an inn first? Although the city is nice, I'd actually like to clean up before we go. The other girls all nodded excitedly in agreement. Actually, now that you mention it, I had a different idea, I said, scratching my cheek. We have a fair amount of money, so I am thinking we should buy a property in the capital. I really didn't know what prices in the city would look like. I was hoping I had the money. But I could only be rich when compared to the country folk. Still, even the smallest place would do. I really just wanted a location to be able to safely cast portals so that I could enter and leave the city. Even if the place was so small that the portal was all that fit. We could always return and sleep in Chom and portal back to the city the next day. In fact, I found that you could portal for every point you put into the portal skill. The 2 points I had earned through Terra's dungeon were now in portal, allowing me to cast the spell 3 times a day. Add to that my presence in the capital city, and I was starting to feel mobile for the first time since I came to this world. I ended up paying the guy for the map anyway and handing it to Lydia as my backup. As I handed him the money, I asked about buying property in the city. Only nobles can buy property in the city, the man said. Ah, well, it was a good thing that was on my list too. In that case, where is the registrar? Chapter 248. In the end, it was decided unanimously that we had to take baths before we were going to submit any paperwork in a magistrate's office. Getting a house might take all day. That is to say, I had 4 women who unanimously told me that our next location had to be a place to take a bath. Of course, I could have looked for an inn, but I still had hopes of landing a place to live tonight. Spending the whole fee for a night in an inn felt wasteful when I was trying to buy a property. I know I had a lot of money right now, but I was used to being poor. What can I say? I am cheap. As a result, I followed the map, which thankfully did turn out to be rather accurate for the most part. The location I lead us to was a bathhouse. I knew this because it was an outdoor bathhouse, separated by fences. Of course, I wasn't someone from the East. So the idea of outdoor bathhouses was something I only knew because I happened to be a bit of a nerd. I played enough video games and read enough web novels to at least be familiar with the concept. Even if it did still leave me feeling a bit odd, the 5 of us walked into the bathhouse areas. There was a building in front where people split to men and women could undress in the locker room and then head back outside in a fenced, off-cleaning area. The bathhouse seemed to have that kind of setup. There was a thick, overweight woman who was behind the counter. She was honestly the first person I had seen that I'd consider fat like me in this world. I was relieved I wasn't the only one. 4 girls and 1 boy. I requested and paid the fee. Don't get me wrong. I had honestly considered having Celeste shrink down and be snuck in. But even I have my standards. At least in front of the girls, I wasn't going to act that uncool. I was handed a bucket and a coarse, unpleasant towel. Fortunately, they didn't confiscate our storage rings. I had a much nicer feeling towel in there. Although I was surprised at how expensive it was just to get a soft towel in this world. The place was actually pretty empty. We did arrive around noontime, so most people wouldn't be taking a bath, I supposed. I quickly found a seat, rinsed and scrubbed myself clean of the dirt from my travels, and then headed out into the open-air bath. I was still shy. So I used the coarse towel as a makeshift loincloth, so I didn't have to bare myself. I lowered myself into the bath. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. The water was hot. It was a warm day. So the effect wasn't anything glorious like warming my chilled bones, but it still felt nice to be in hot water. Accurate. The sun was directly overhead. It might be bad for my skin to get too much sun. But I had to admit that the light beating down on me felt really good. I leaned back and closed my eyes. We had made it to the capital. I had money for slave women, and soon I'd be a noble with multiple properties. Life in another world was actually quite nice. If I had any regret, there was only one. My mother was left behind on Earth. I didn't know what happened to her. I had always taken care of her, and she had taken care of me. With my disappearance, she might be sad. As I sat contemplating such things, sitting between relaxed and melancholy, the girls next door started to make a ruckus. Chapter 2, 49. Wow. You girls are all really pretty. A female voice came from the other side. So, we're not alone, Miki spoke out. M. I am here with my brother. How do you do? My name is Eliana. She had a clear and somewhat haughty way of speaking, but wasn't talking down to my slaves, so she was probably a nice person. There were some splashes as the girls jumped into the pool. Wah, Tara, why is your splash so large? You are such a tiny girl. M. Master says I am light in water, though. Ah, your boobs are really big, Celeste declared. What? Why? Yours are bigger. The new girl responded shyly. Yeah, but mine are small when I am in my normal form. Normala? Why, you are a fairy. Master says I am a sylph. My eyebrows couldn't help but twitch as I listened to the girls speak. I really didn't know how the capital saw things like golems and fairies. They could just see them as monsters and it could cause a problem. I definitely need to have a talk with the girls. They may be slaves, but I still didn't want them showing off their stuff too forwardly. It'd only cause problems. It'd be very unfortunate if someone started bullying them. What's so special about these big things anyway? They're just fat. Miki declared. Yeah. Stop squeezing, the female cried out. Agreed, boobs are too soft. Tara's voice added. Is it because you don't have ears and a tail, Lydia asks? Did all that extra energy go into boobs? Touching me there. Sister, you shouldn't be so sensitive there. If you do, the man will definitely win during sex. My trainer always told me that as soon as a man took charge in a sexual encounter, women could only be at their mercy. Lydia explained calmly. Why are we talking about sex? What are you doing back there? She has no wings either. She probably wouldn't be Master's type, Celeste declared. Who are you girls? I thought you were slaves. Why are you so forward? Eliana said desperately. Master teaches us to be assertive or we might be taken advantage of, Lydia explained. That's why you can lie back and relax and know that we'll take care of you properly. To take care. What does that even mean? AI. 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 I was twitching quite a bit now. Apparently, My training had gone in the exact opposite direction. Not only were my girls not timid, but they've become the type to bully other women. It turned out I'd definitely be needing to have a long talk with them when the bath was finally over. In the meantime, the sounds this girl Eliana was making were not necessarily unpleasant to the ears. So I decided to allow this treatment for the immediate future. However, as I sat back and immersed myself in the sounds of my girls at play, another noise caught my ear. It was a harsh noise. It was the sound of someone panting. I opened my eyes and looked at a hidden area, not in the pool, behind a bush. Right up against the fence was a man crouched there. He had a towel around his waist and was completely dry as if he had never even entered the bath. He was staring intently through a hole in the fence. Wait. That hole led into the girls' bath. This pervert was spying on my girls. Chapter 250. Naturally, I created a fireball and set him on fire. He cried out in a horrific scream as he was burned alive. Just kidding. I am in the middle of the capital, in the middle of a public place. Murdering someone for slightly and unknowingly wronging me is something for psychopaths to do. Plus, even though I am full of insecurity, it isn't so bad that I'd feel the need to murder any man who maybe saw one of my girls naked. I couldn't even imagine someone who was that insecure as to be driven to murder over such slights. Saying that it wasn't like I was happy about seeing him peek on my girls either. Yo. What are you doing? The guy sat up like he had just been goozed, spinning back to me. Ah! Oh! A fellow man has come to this bath. Splendid. You can help me. Wait. Are you the brother of that girl, Eliana? Ha-ha! Just as I thought, you were listening in on the other side. I can see you are a man's man like me. Only true men show a healthy curiosity when it comes to what happens on that side. I think you are glorifying things a bit. They're just women. All they are doing is bathing. And no? Esty? Stop. If you keep doing that, I'll pee. Eliana's voice echoed outside. The guy raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? Don't deny you aren't interested in seeing such things. What help do you need? I asked. I actually wasn't that interested. 4 of those girls were my slaves. I could see them naked any time I wanted, and them playing together was a nightly thing. I didn't even know what Eliana looked like to be curious about seeing her naked. And seeing her wasn't worth allowing this guy to have a full sight of my girls. The reason I decided to help was to figure out exactly what his plan was. By knowing his plan, naturally, I could interfere with it. I knew that you would be interested. You are definitely a man's man like me. He laughed. The hole down here barely gives me a view. It's angled strangely. That's why that fat old lady never bothered to patch it. Makes sense. So, he didn't see my girls? After all, that was good. However, there is a hole up there. He pointed to a point about 10 feet up. Naturally, A normal person wouldn't be able to look through it. That's why she hasn't patched that one either. But two people change the game. Let me stand on your shoulders. And I will definitely fulfill a man's romance, even if I was a pervert like this guy. Why would I let him stand on my shoulders so that I couldn't see anything? Clearly, this guy had a few screws loose in his head. Why would I help you out? I demanded. I can't say that I approve of being another man's literal stepping stone in any sense of the word. The guy put on a disappointed look. So, you are not willing to help me fulfill the dreams of men? I think I'll keep out of this one. Thank you. Since he doesn't have the capacity to escalate his spying shenanigans, and he couldn't see my girls through the hole, I naturally had nothing to worry about. In that case, his eyes narrowed darkly. I'll just have to make you. Chapter 251. Even though I hadn't expected him to suddenly attack me. Months of practice in the dungeons left my body reacting even as my mind was confused. I leaped out of the water. And with the wave of my hand, I manipulated the water to create a screen to hide my movements. He slammed into the water with a splash. Ah! A mage, the guy said, laughing. It's too bad for you. I am a pugilist. Although he was attacking me, he had a playful demeanor about him. I didn't have the feeling he was being all that serious. Rather, it felt like he was looking down on me and confident in his own abilities. He didn't seem to want to hurt me. But at no point did he feel like he couldn't get what he wanted out of me. The feeling really irritated me. Pugilist was a job I'd like to learn. All of my sword knowledge came from the hero job, so without a sword, my knowledge was basically zilch. One of the many things I wanted to do in the capital was research the requirements for other jobs. Chief among those jobs were some kind of martial arts or pugilist. If I could battle with my hands, I wouldn't have to depend on the sword anymore. In all honesty, I didn't like fighting with a sword. It was sharp and scary. I was happy to leave that kind of work to Lydia. Too slow, he cried, leaping through a wave of water and reaching out to grab me. There was a feeling about his hand that caused my neck hair to rise. So I instinctively jumped back and dodged it. However, he kept moving forward, trying to grab me. None of my skills could be called acrobatic. In fact, if I didn't have the cheat skill of 3 jobs boosting my status at once, I'd have been overtaken within the first second. I created a water jet to knock him back. But it only caused him to flip away to avoid me. It must be nice to be able to move like that. He was all acrobatic and smooth. I was just barely managing to clumsily avoid him. I had been fat my entire life. So being able to move so smoothly was something I just couldn't do. Wait. Why do I keep complimenting this guy in my mind? He's clearly a pervert who is up to absolutely no good. I couldn't allow him to do what he wanted with the girls. Rather, I had nothing I could fight him or deflect him back with. I recalled a dungeon ability called electroshock. With the water all over him, I could easily stun the guy and knock him on his ass. It was the easiest way to bring him down given the circumstances. Jumping back and sending out several jets and another water screen, I reset my ability. The mistake was apparent immediately. In the end, switching abilities in mid-fight really was impossible. As soon as I lost my 2 jobs, I became extremely sluggish. I barely had my dungeon menu up when he had already blown through my defenses and reached out and grabbed me. His hand shone for a second, and then I felt my muscles go stiff. I had one eye closed, waiting for him to strike me or attack me in some way, but when he did nothing, I tried to open it, only to realize that I couldn't. In fact, my body couldn't move at all. The guy let out a laugh, dusting off his wet hands as if the battle was completely over. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? I was completely paralyzed. Chapter 252. The young man who had attacked me casually grabbed me and picked me up. I always saw myself as a heavy guy, so this guy must be pretty strong. I wanted to ask him what he was going to do, but my mouth was incapable of moving, and I couldn't say anything. Relax. The guy sighed. I am just using you as stepping stone. The paralysis wears off in just a little bit. Don't hate me. I realized that the place he was positioning me was directly under the peephole he had indicated earlier. He wasn't making things up in the slightest. He really was using me as a stepping stone in every sense of the word. He was going to step on my shoulders and use me to ogle my women. This was a complete travesty. Now, I was actually a little upset. No, he was really pissing me off. Of all my white mage abilities, cure paralyzation was not one of them. I already tried weak heal, remove curse, and cure disease to no avail. Actually, I couldn't use remove curse because remove curse needed me to touch myself, which I couldn't do while I was frozen. While he prepared everything like he had all the time in the world, I frantically worked through my mind to come up with any way to thwart him. If I swapped my body with one of the girls, I'd send her in here. The girls would probably go easy on me. However, that involved sacrificing one of the girls to this pervert San. If I used the return ability, I could take off and return to my home. However, I'd be abandoning the girls. This guy would still be trying to see them. Who knew how long I'd be paralyzed, too? It might be all night. In that case, he'll have plenty of other stepping stones he could use to see my girls, and they would panic when they couldn't find me. Then my thoughts fell on the dungeon list. I had some undit up, but had yet to put any points down. I had 17 in all. However, it wasn't the points that caught my interest, but some of the skills. For 5 points each were immunities to just about any element you could think of. Fire immunity, cold immunity, and poison immunity were some of the options. One of those options was paralysis immunity. I put down my reset point, gave myself my 3 jobs back, and then I selected paralysis immunity. By the time I finished this, the guy had already climbed up on my shoulders, but he hadn't made it to the hole just yet. My paralysis didn't fade instantly. Unfortunately, However, as soon as I equipped it, I felt able to move a bit. "No!" I cried out, starting to try to knock him off my shoulder. I could only just move them enough that I could put him off balance. My arms were still numb, but the feeling was coming back quick. The guy squeezed his toes, trying to grab my shoulders like some kind of monkey. Whoa. Hey! Why are you moving? Stop that! I can't hold on. He let out a cry, but I responded by trying to throw him off even harder. I overestimated my ability, and still half paralyzed. I ended up losing my balance. I fell back, and the guy fell forward. We both ended up slamming into the fence with a bang. What's that?" Lydia's voice came from the other side. Creak. 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 The wall suddenly gave way, falling in on the female side. There were screams of women and splashing as the wall collapsed, half of it landing in the pool. Lying in that debris, but naked and dizzy, were the pervert Sen and me. Chapter 253. Ah! I hissed as I got up, using heal on myself instantly to repair the damage. Ah! A scream was let out. There was a blonde girl with long curls and a rather nice body. As I had overheard, she did have a big pair of breasts and a rather nice body. She looked to be the same age as my girls, and also around the same beauty. Before anyone could say anything, the pervert San jumped up and then laughed. Ah! Such beauties. I am here to help you all with your problems. Lydia had managed to put a towel on herself before the smoke cleared. Our problems, remarkably. All the girls had found towels and were covered. Her wet, sticky hair and her naked body covered by only a towel was still very erotic, but my girls at least had some covering. Only Eliana seemed to have been left out. When she realized all the other girls were protected, she ran to grab a towel. She failed 3 times, becoming frantic until Miki helped her with it. Lydia was glancing at me, but I could only shake my head and mouth the word pervert. Unfortunately, the pervert didn't catch this and took her addressing him as encouragement. He moved forward, reaching out to grab Lydia. I tensed, but Lydia smoothly moved, avoiding his touch. If he paralyzed her, I may actually end my ban on killing humans. Yes. My lady. Naturally, you have many itches you may need scratched, as well as dirt you may need clean. I'd be happy to wash you thoroughly. Wash us. Lydia's words sounded somewhat strange. He grew more excited. Perverts must die. Lydia's words came out so coldly that it was like the hot bath had lost all warmth. He cocked his head. Gah! Lydia kicked him and he went flying. I hate men like this. Miki proceeded to attack his spirit. You should die. Celeste grabbed him in air and tossed him up in the air. Only master. Tara finished. Just as he was about to land in the pool, the ground suddenly jerked 5 feet to the side, causing him to slam into the rocky concrete. I even winced at the cruel brutality of the women. The guy was clearly knocked out. Even though his eyes were open and bubbles were coming out of his mouth, he'd probably live, though. It looked like I didn't need to do any vengeance myself. The women handled it by themselves. I am sorry. The girl spoke up, tying her towel around her and walking over to him. This is my brother. He promised he wouldn't act this way when I took him out, but in the end, he's still helpless. Please excuse his actions with this. I will make sure he gets punished when we return home by father. That's good. I sighed and nodded, crossing my arms. The girl, in concern for her brother, had seemed to forget I was there. I hadn't found where my towel went, so I was standing naked in the bathroom with my arms crossed. At that exact moment, her eyes met mine. The poorly tied towel covering her body came undone and then fell to the floor, once again revealing her naked body. Ah! Another pervert! She screamed, grabbing for her towel and covering herself. Why aren't you girls attacking him? The girls all looked at her strangely. Master can have my body whenever he wants, Lydia explains. Miki blushes and touches her fingers together. If Master wanted to peek, he should just ask. Although, he doesn't have to ask either. It's okay if he just takes. Master's here. Hi, Master! Celeste waved excitedly like she hadn't even realized I was nearby the entire time. I should have peeked on Master. Tara sighed. Master is truly wiser at spending his time. What? No. 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 He's a pervert, Eliana insisted, pointing at me. You. Boy. You are their master. I am. I nodded. Then, I will buy all 4 of them off you, she declared, glaring at me. What's that? It's the law. If someone can pay off a slave's cost and the slave desires it, then you must let them free. I am invoking my right and freeing your slaves this instant. Chapter 254. I mean no disrespect. But could you even afford them? Lydia here is a tiger conswordsman. She's already level 36. I was told she alone could go for several hundred at auction. Miki is a 9-tailed fox who's spiritualist. I imagine a sylph is probably valuable, as is an earth golem with a human soul. What kind of slaves do you have? With each reveal, she became even dizzier. The boy who was unconscious suddenly sat up as if he wasn't just beaten to unconsciousness, grabbing his chin thoughtfully. You must be a very wealthy man, perhaps a collector of women. So, you are a man's man after all. Shut up, brother! She tossed a pan in his face, and he went back into an unconscious state before turning to me. Money is no object. If I request it, Daddy will definitely deliver. I'll give you 2,000 gold for all 4 girls. I let out a whistle. It was actually pretty tempting. I mean, she was freeing them, which is something I wanted to have done anyway. I might as well equalize my debt. that 2,000 gold could go a long way into building up Chom. As for the girls, they were then free to do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to follow me home, they were welcome to it. Plus, the girls wouldn't feel like they owed me. Then they could truly be free to act on their own feelings. My heart felt a little painful thinking about them leaving me, but it was the only way for me to know how they truly felt. "Master, you are selling us," Lydia said tearfully. "Do not worry," Eliana said. "I am freeing you." "You don't need to worry about food or anything either. I can definitely get you jobs working in my home." The girls were giving me sad looks, but that was just my slave affinity and high charm taking effect. Even Tara wasn't as warm on me until after she became my slave. I already felt bad for taking advantage of her in the water that one time. What could I say? I was a weak guy. I ended up being all four of these girls' first time. I hope they didn't come to see me as a pig after the slavery seal was cut. Well, that was the big obstacle, after all. If they were freed, that'd be best, but I don't have the ability to do it. Master. "No," Tara said, her lip quivering. Then, "Master?" "Can we speak with Eliana a moment?" Miki suddenly spoke sweetly. Ai asked, noticing that Celeste and Tara seemed to be crying. "Celeste, Tara, don't fret so much." Lydia patted both girls. And then she whispered something into the two girls' ears. They both seemed to brighten, and strangely enough, they looked at me with extremely satisfied, happy expressions. I frowned back, not sure what was said. However, if the girls needed to speak to Eliana over being freed, I supposed it was their right. As the slave master, trying to butt in might be considered bad etiquette for all I knew. I'd have to ask Figaro next time I ran into him. I told them I'd be in the guys' room getting dressed. "WH, what are you girls doing? Why are you giving me such dark looks? Why are you circling around me?" I. The door closed and I made sure to wash again at the seat before finally getting dressed and heading out to the front. The overweight lady was still sitting there, frowning. "What was that racket back there?" she demanded. I immediately bowed. "There was an accident and some damage was made. Please allow me to pay the reparations." I gave her 10 gold coins to pay for the damaged wall. She seemed too lazy to check what the damage was. On the other hand, I couldn't even guess how much it'd cost to fix. So we both agreed to just settle it with that much. She looked quite pleased as I handed her the money. At that moment, Eliana came out of the female locker room. She was still in her towel. She had a dizzy look and seemed to be walking like there was ice down her pants. What's up? I have decided to not purchase your slave's freedom," she said in a tight voice. Are you sure? I mean, if you have the magic to..." "And then, no!" she cried. "No! Please no!" "Ooh-ha!" Suddenly, her eyes rolled up in her head and she collapsed on the floor. I frowned looking down at her. However, before I could offer healing or anything, My 4 girls came out fully dressed. In fact, they were wearing some of the nicer dresses. It'd be hard to think they weren't ladies given the quality of the cut. The seamstress in Chom said she once worked for a lady's house, so her skill really shone through. What happened? I demanded. Nothing. Lydia grabbed my arm and started pulling me. Master is paranoid. We just re-educated her, Tara admitted. Shh. As I was pushed out of the bathhouse, I flipped another gold coin to the woman. Please, take care of her and her brother. He's, unconscious in the female tub. She had her mouth open, but I didn't have time to say anything else before I was pushed out of the building. I ended up spending over 11 gold coins on a bath in public. I was realizing taking my girls out in public was really expensive. So much for saving money. I'd definitely go for the private inn in the future. Ladies, we need to have a talk about bullying others. Hey! Chapter 255. The registrar was the next location we needed to go to fill out the appropriate paperwork to have Chom registered as a city of Auberries, and for me to be registered as the Lord. Basically, we had to make a case before the local lords that we are worth being identified as such. Of course, Chom could always remain independent, but after the disaster that led to Chom's original destruction, many there felt that remaining loyal to Auberries was important. First, it allowed them to continue to buy and free slaves. Secondly, it'd allow us support that is currently lacking. Of course, I was a little curious if the church didn't have any involvement in the death of the previous Lord Carr. His death was mysterious, up to and including his diary being opened to some incrementing photos, which led to Astria's taking over the whole mansion and turning it into a dungeon. After hearing about the clockwork dragon and their nefarious attempt to recover it, it wouldn't be surprising to me if they assassinated the previous lord. It wasn't lost on me that it was the priests who ultimately contained the threat and acted as the saviors to the people of Chom. It was an act that seemed pretty reminiscent of their actions towards the Bandit King's hometown. That was, of course, if I chose to believe the Bandit King's story. These were simply stories for the moment, and I really couldn't act on them. So I decided to just play it by ear. We reached the office, which was really a large building with various desks that reminded me a bit of the Adventurers Guild. Except everyone was dressed nicer, and there was an atmosphere of haughtiness. I entered the room and gestured for my girls to wait while I got in line. It took about 30 minutes of waiting before I got to the front. "What petition or order do you have a receptionist-like lady asked, a bored expression on her face. "Ah, I am petitioning for the city of Chom," I said, pulling out some papers. I was doing things exactly how I was coached to do them by the former mayor. There was a particular order to these things, and you had to do everything. I tried to follow everything. Chom, I thought that the town was destroyed. The woman said flatly. No. We moved, I corrected her. In that case, you'll need to go over there to that line and fill out this form. She handed me a form. I sighed and walked over to the other line. A few hours later. Do you have proof of lordship? Oh. You are not a lord. In that case, you need to go to the building across the street and fill out this form. I let the girls wait outside this time and bought them some food from a nearby stall. I then went into my next line. Some time passed. Ah? No, you want the line over there. That's the line I started in, I cursed. Sorry, sir. I rubbed my head. This was turning out to be a much greater headache than I could have ever predicted. As I was walking across the street, I heard a noise. Hey. Pepst. I looked over to see a shady-looking guy standing by the alleyway. Hey, come over here. For a gold coin. I can give you some information. It'll save you a great deal of time. I frowned at the shady-looking man, but in the end, I decided I had nothing to lose, so I showed him the coin. When he reached out to take it, I held it away from him. Speak first. Ah. Well? Ha ha. He brushed his hands on his dirty tunic. You'll never get anything done that way. They only truly respect nobles in this town. Unless you have a lordship, you'll never be able to get anyone to accept your paperwork. This caused my mood to sour instantly. I had the feeling that if I was a lord, they'd be taking me seriously. Several snootier men came in and seemed to get things done in an instant. However, one of my papers was petitioning to become a lord. So, I couldn't petition for lordship without being a lord. Well, I supposed if I knew a lord, that would also help. How is that supposed to help me? I responded more bitterly than I intended. Ah, that. He held out his hand and I dropped the gold coin in it. The city is quite packed right now. Haven't you noticed? Yeah, it was busy. But I guess it was busier than normal. That's because there is a tournament that will be starting tomorrow. You still have time to register. The top prize is a lordship. Chapter 256. The tournament registration turned out to be a lot easier to navigate than the paperwork. There was a line of beautiful Onisans taking registration. It cost 5 gold coins, so it wasn't cheap to enter. You will register a team of 5, but only the leader will be eligible to win the grand prize. The woman explained once I handed her the money. Preliminaries start tomorrow morning. Then it'll be the top 100, 25, and so forth until a final winner is decided. I looked around and noticed a meaty-looking man surrounded by 4 other men. I noticed their slave insignia right away. So, are the opponents strong? It's the only way for a commoner to become a lord in this country. Many town heroes fight for this right every year. I bitterly thought about the lordship request form the mayor had given me. He had given me this task in earnest. I think he would have been just as shocked to learn the reality was harsh. You couldn't just become a lord if you asked nicely, even if you had a lot of followers supporting you. It looked like there were a lot of small cities like Chom looking to gain a lordship. It seemed like a vicious cycle in this country. While those born as lords fought to become the hero of a town, those that became town heroes fought to be recognized as lords. All right, Deke. Please return tomorrow and wait for your name to be announced. Magic items and potions are allowed. The preliminaries are a group battle, so make sure your entire team is ready to fight. You girls okay with this? I asked. Yes, master, Lydia nodded. Mickey agreed. I agree. Celeste raised her hand. I will protect master. Tara smiled subtly. You are going to go into the fight tomorrow with a bunch of girls? A voice said beratingly. I spun to find the big guy with 4 slaves eyeing me disdainfully. Well, they are important people I depend on, I explained. The girls started blushing and acting cute, which seemed to further enrage the big guy. I'll have you know. My slave right here is a swordsman, level 30. He will easily crush any of your girls. Oh. Is that, impressive? I was going to say was that all, but I realized that it would probably set him off. He must have taken my response as sarcastic, because he was glaring at me angrily anyway. I am going to crush you personally, he snarled. Call me Lark the Brave. I am an adventurer and the strongest man this year. He spun around and walked away, gesturing for his fellow men to follow him. As for me, I let out a long, drawn out sigh. Master? Are you really worried about fighting that guy who him? I blinked. No. Actually, I was lamenting. It's getting dark and it looks like we're going to need to book an inn. With this event, they'll probably have the prices jacked up too. How much is Anne and Lydia asked. Should be about to silver a night, Mickey answered. Didn't Master just spend 1 gold coin for information, and then 5 more for this tournament? Tara asked. I sighed. The girls just didn't seem to understand being thrifty at all. Chapter 257. That night, we found a comfy little inn that wouldn't be too far away from the tournament. It was the only one that didn't have a sign that declared no vacancy. I had serious worries that we wouldn't have a place to stay. However, 5 seconds after entering the door, I realized why the place had room. There were 3 tables full of barbarian-looking people. They were both noisy and extremely filthy, spilling food on the ground at frequent intervals. The innkeeper was a scrawny-looking man who was wringing his hat and staring anxiously as the men effectively destroyed his inn. There were 2 barmaids, but as soon as one of them passed a man, he grabbed her behind. The other got pulled on a man's lap. And despite the frown on her face, he was fondling her quite rudely. She shot the innkeeper a desperate look. But he could only stare on helplessly. If he caused trouble, naturally, these men would beat him up. As soon as I stepped into the room with 4 beauties, we drew the eyes of everyone present. As for the tables of men, they all looked at the girls with hungry eyes. It made my skin crawl instantly. He. Look what we have here. One man growled. The innkeeper looked over at the group of us with sympathy. Sorry, wrong door. Apologies. I turned to leave with the women, but these men were prepared. A man I didn't even see slammed the door behind us and then crossed his arms with a grin on his face. Where are you going? It's getting dark outside. How about your women stay a while and get warm with us slaves? Are they? Another man said. Yours? Huh. How about you share a bit? You couldn't possibly need for women every night. How about you lend them all out to us for a while? The girls picked up on the implication of these men. Only Lydia seemed to be able to handle it and keep her cool. She was trained to deal with men exactly like this, after all. That didn't mean I wanted her to execute any of her training whatsoever. This was part of the reason men were so angry. A monster would attack you, and that would be it. These guys would do stuff far worse than killing if they were allowed. Plus, I had no means of reading their status. They could literally be any strength and I wouldn't know. To date, I wasn't sure how strong we were. They looked stronger than the bandits, at least. This could be a mercenary group or something. Just because someone broke laws didn't necessarily mean their jobs would be bad. In fact, getting labeled as a thief or bandit usually held you back from leveling. From how I understood it, mercenaries should be stronger than your typical bandit. They had access to dungeons and means of leveling quickly. Unless a bandit could find a steady supply of monsters, the only way he could level is through banditry, which was admittedly a limiting option for them. Either way, the point was, fighting was a complete gamble. As I struggled to come up with a means of getting us out of this situation, my eyes landed on the glasses strewn across the table, and an idea formed in my mind. Okay, I said. Everyone blinked. Even the men who were grinning at us seemed surprised by my confession. Okay, how about we make a bet? Chapter 258. A bet. The one who appeared to be the largest and in charge frowned and glared at me. What are you talking about? I am just talking about drinking. Is your constitution too weak to drink? I suddenly asked. Drink! Ha ha ha! Look at this guy. He's so small, he'd tip over with a drink. I used to be pretty fat. Naturally, that affects how much alcohol it took. One of the things I used to pride myself on was that it took a lot to get me drunk. Since then, I have 3 jobs worth of constitution. How could I not defeat these guys? What do you propose? The man asked. A true man is a man who keeps his drink, right? I offered, channeling the words of a certain pervert I met earlier that day. Humph. Of course. The guy straightened up. So? To the truest men go the women, I declared. We drink. And the last man standing gets the women. All of them. You say, how could I need for women? I say, How can you only handle 4 naturally? Those words seemed to excite the man. He suddenly threw back his head and roared with laughter. The other men found the scene funny as well. The girls were looking at me a little angrily, particularly the 2 barmaids I casually threw into the deal. But I had to word things this way in order to get to these men. All right, the winner goes the women. He nodded. And the loser pays for all the beer and the indamages, I added quickly. He snorted and then gave a decisive nod. Very well. I wasn't planning on paying at all, but I liked the idea of making you pay better. Innkeeper, bring us beer. 2 glasses were quickly brought out and filled. My girls watched worriedly, but I gestured for them to remain in a corner and to stay out of the way. The barmaids seemed to join them, leaving the innkeeper to bring out the beer on his own. Apparently, every man at the table decided to drink. If the one who remained conscious got all of the women, then naturally any of these men wanted to be the last one standing. Begin, the man called out. I drank down the beer in a single swallow. I never drank much at college, since I was only there part-time. But I had visited at least a kegger or 2 and knew the basics. Second, he called out. Third, we drank round after round. Men started to fall out. As men collapsed, Newman joined in. Everyone had been drinking 4 hours before I came. So the leader declared it fair that I had to drink out every man on his side. I didn't complain a single bit, as if I had a choice in the matter. Time dwindled on, and the leader became so intoxicated that all he could do was shout next. Having long forgotten how many rounds there were, we were finally the last to sitting. Every other mercenary had been knocked out. I tilted in my chair, burping dizzily. He put on a grin. Hanny noof, he barked. Naw. Once more, I said, putting up 2 fingers. We both took the next glass and drank, slamming them down in unison. A moment later, the chair scrapped and the massive man fell out of the chair and collapsed unconscious. I peeked over at him with a raised eyebrow. Then I let out a sigh. Well, it looks like I won. I crossed my arms and laughed. The innkeeper and barmaids looked at me like I was a monster. Chapter 259. How are you still alive? The innkeeper said. You've drunken at least half your body weight in alcohol. I let out a chuckle. It's nothing so amazing. I am sorry. That was a trick. I took a small gamble. I reckoned that alcohol would be considered a poison. That means anything that cures poison would also cure drunkenness. I lifted up my hand and it glowed green as I used cure poison on myself. The innkeeper looked slack, jawed for a second, but then burst out laughing, of course. I had completely lied about using cure poison. If cure poison could seriously be used to cheat like that, a mercenary band would have definitely been on the lookout. They would have easily seen me casting the glowing spell on my arm over and over again. The trick I used was a bit different. I simply reset my dungeon points. I knew there was no way they'd let me win fairly. So I reckoned I needed to equip the dungeon ability poison immunity, so that it didn't matter how much I drank. You might want to get the night watch over here while they are all unconscious. They might not be willing to get into a fight for you, but they'll probably have no issue carting a bunch of drunks into a holding cell for the night. Of course, the man said. His mood improved greatly. I even have a cart for it. He sent one of the girls to go fetch the watch, and then worked with me to get the men out of the inn and plop them on his cart. I found a bag of coins on the leader's belt and handed it to the barkeep, squaring away his debt. Master really worried me for a moment, Tara admitted. Master is always amazing. Lydia spoke without a hint of doubt. Still, Master is unable to become drunk, Hamiki said, sounding a little forlorn. It would have been fun to see a drunk master. I wonder what kind of drunk your master would be, the remaining barmaid asked curiously. Horny. Horny. Definitely horny. Oh. The barmaid suddenly blushed, eyeing my direction for a moment. Huh? What are you girls talking about? I asked, noticing them looking at me. You have won the BB bet. So you won me. Right, the barmaid said, looking sheepish. Ah. Sorry if I didn't speak in those terms. I was worried about how they would act. Of course, you guys owe me nothing. Even so. She put on a face. It looked like she was about to say more, but the innkeeper had returned from putting the money in a secure spot. Number. I wouldn't hear of it. The innkeeper butted in, grabbing me and pulling me aside to speak. You saved my inn. At the very least, you and your girls can stay here for the rest of your time in the capital. Free lodging score. I found myself suddenly quite happy about that. Meanwhile, my girls had pulled the barmaid into a corner and seemed to be talking seriously to her. I hoped they weren't bullying her like Eliana. Well, after they were done. She didn't look at me anymore and seemed to try to avoid me. Why did I have a feeling while I was scoring free lodging for us that I missed out on something just as good? Well, I finished helping him load the cart and then walked into the inn. At that point, I reset my dungeon skills so I could put them back to the way they were. Immediately, I felt like I struck a wall. Oh. Apparently, poison immunity doesn't get rid of the poison. It just keeps it from affecting you. Now I know. The lights went out. Thud. Chapter 260. I awoke to blinding pain, seemingly before my mind began to work. I started chanting spells. Moderate heal. Cure poison. Cure poison. Unfortunately, severe dehydration couldn't be cured so easily. My headache was still blisteringly painful. That was a really stupid thing I did the night before. I had seriously drunk and dangerous levels of alcohol. I was immune to the poison, but immunity didn't mean the absence of. Therefore, as soon as I dropped my immunity, the alcohol levels in my blood immediately hit me. I had actually cast cure poison on myself once in order to fool the innkeeper. Thinking back on it, that action probably saved my life. The girls might have had to find a priest again, had I not diminished the effect of the poison before removing poison immunity. In fact, that only showed how drunk I was that a single cure poison wasn't sufficient to remove my drunkenness below a level of a blackout. Of course, the lack of having any jobs equipped also probably did it. I reread my dungeon points, which had been reset last night. As soon as I had 3 jobs equipped again, the increase in my constitution was readily apparent, and my headache lightened significantly. Slowly sitting up, I noticed a glass of water on the counter and picked it up, taking a sip. I was just starting to get comfy when a thought suddenly came to me. The competition! I stood up and almost fell back down again. Ah! My head. Master. Are you okay? I glanced to see Celeste there in her small fairy form, flying around like a breeze of air. The competition! I muttered while holding my head. The other girls went ahead in Master's stead. The competition only just started. If we can get there before our group is called, we should be fine. Ah, let's go. I cast cure on myself another time, and immediately set out for the door. I opened the door and stepped into the hall when I met eyes with the maid earlier. She looked down and screamed before spinning around. It was at that point I realized the girls had taken off all of my clothing. Shutting the door again, I quickly got dressed with Celeste's help. She returned back to her normal size and allowed me to lean on her shoulder when I opened the door again. The maid was giving me an exasperated look. But when she noticed Celeste, she immediately abandoned her post and became busy somewhere else. As for me, I hurried my way out of the inn. The innkeeper tried to thank me again, but I just gave a wave. We're going to the competition. Sorry, if you can hold the room? Of course. As long as you like. It looked like the mercenaries hadn't bothered the innkeeper again. Perhaps they were still in the jail cell after being knockout drunk. I hurried my way to the tournament. We quickly ran into crowds and had to push our way through. I could also occasionally hear shouts and roars as the fights continued. It was definitely underway. I felt really anxious. We might have already missed it. Master! I saw Lydia, Tara, and Miki in the crowd and instantly felt a bit better. Girls! Am I on time? I asked, still half stumbling along. And for our next fight, an announcer came over the speaker, causing my ears to ring. Team Dragonmite versus Team Deke. I had so little time. Plus, I realized now that just naming the team after my own name was lame. Dragonmite was definitely a much cooler name. Chapter 61. The girls helped guide me out onto a stage. This was actually only one of a dozen such stages. People left or came depending on which events they wanted to see. This one, in particular, seemed busy. A lot of people were excitedly anticipating this match. Actually, now that I paid attention to the crowds. I felt like I was getting a lot of cold looks. The other team, Dragonmite, was a team of 3 boys and 2 girls. The guys were handsome men if I was in a position to be a judge of that. As for the women, they were also quite beautiful. As they went on, there was a lot of cheering and applause. When Team Deke was called on to the stage, I stumbled on still holding Celeste's arm, and there was a lot of whispering and doubtful looks. I even checked to make sure my pants were definitely on at this point. However, it was pretty clear that I was not the favorite team here. I knew nothing of the capital city. For all I knew, Dragonmite was some popular or famous group of people. However, I had a feeling there was something else going wrong when disgusted looks were also leveled by the members of Dragonmite. That wasn't entirely true. When they looked at the girls, they were filled with smiles and polite nods. However, I seemed to get the feeling that whenever someone's eyes fell on me, they looked slightly revolted. You are their slaveholder?" Yes, the blonde dykeman and leader of the group stepped forward and asked. Yeah," I said, my voice croaking a bit as I squinted at him. The day is way too bright. "So, they will fight your battles for you." As he said this, there seemed to be a silence, as if even some of the crowd were listening to his words. "That's right," Lydia announced proudly. "Master always puts us in the front lines." She had meant it proudly. But accusatory whispering started to fill the spectators watching this stage. A guy who buys slaves to fight for him. The brunette Eichmann next to the blonde made a disgusted face. I'll have you know, Master didn't pay for any of us. In fact, he took me in a dungeon. Celeste announced proudly, but when the whispering grew louder, she added, "He did it for my own good. Look how red his eyes are." One of the girls on the other team whispered to the other, "And he hasn't shaved his face. He probably beats them. I can smell the alcohol from here." The blonde dykeman said disdainfully, "You, sir, are a repulsive human being, you know." Words hurt. Plus, I had a throbbing headache, so I was in no mood for it. Apparently. The glower on my face, along with my hungover look, made me look even more menacing. Suddenly, some of the crowd started to boo me. "You don't understand," Tara said defensively. "Master doesn't beat us at all. I mean, he can be rough sometimes, but he always heals us after. I even lost an arm once, and he made sure to put it back on and told me to never do it again." Wait. I held up my hands. "He ripped off your arm," the girls cried out, holding each other. No. It was really my fault. I just wanted his attention," she cried out. "Dragonmite, kill this bastard!" Someone in the crowd screamed out. The crowd burst into cheers. Most of them started calling out for my death. There wasn't a single person on my side. How did it keep coming to this? It's not like that. Master just grabbed something of mine he wasn't supposed to touch and then took control of my body. So I wanted, "Tara! Please stop helping me." I cried tearfully. Chapter 62. All right. The Benevolent and Mighty Dragon Might versus Steak. The announcer was even giving me a cold look as he finally quieted the hateful crowd. What was with the difference in titles, too? Mighty Dragon Might is super redundant. It's not even a good introduction. Furthermore, he definitely gave my name like an afterthought. Did no one think that I would win the battle? Or rather, was no one willing to not root against me specifically? The heat of the crowd was brutal. But the 5 people across from me also seemed to hate me something serious. I just came to the championship a little unkempt. It turned out this was a slave-hating crowd. I saw slaves everywhere, although most of them were older or strapping men. Was this a bias that young women received? Was there a bad stigma about young adult female slaves, if there were? It would have been nice to hear about it before I reached the capital. Instead, I had to deal with the universal scorn of the crowd, even though I played a very important role in the battle. Begin! The referee called out. I immediately ducked and ran. It was a good call because two spells instantly landed exactly where I was standing. In fact, even though the girls moved out to attack, weren't their responding attacks a bit too singular? Every attack was aimed at me. In fact, they kept backing up or avoiding the girls. I abandoned my magicians just and switched to Dungeon Diver and Slave Master. Since they weren't trying to attack the girls, there was no use in trying to heal them. Plus, there was no way I'd have a chance to cast a spell anyway. The best I could do was passively improve my girl's status while trying to keep myself from growing fatigued. This team was honestly pretty good, though I felt like in a straight, honest fight, we might have won. But they seemed intent on not engaging my girls while sending numerous attacks my way. I ran around the stadium screaming while people pointed, laughed, or ridiculed me. This was seriously not cool at all. I felt like I had returned back to middle school in my old world. It was that kind of feeling. The biggest problem was that I was getting tired. I had good long-distance stamina. I could walk all day. However, the bursts of energy needed, such as to perform the footwork needed to avoid the barrage of potentially deadly skills being used against me, were way too much. I quickly realized I needed to find an advantage to weaken them. I needed to take out one of the fighters. Probably the weakest link. My eyes fell on a girl who had remained quiet during my public execution. While the other girl was sending various elemental spells my way, this girl was instead casting on her teammates. She must have the support role as I did. Support against support. I realized I needed to get rid of her if I wanted to change my situation. Biting my lip, I realized there was only one way to close the distance. I dropped Slave Master and instead equipped Pervert. I needed the stamina up. With a sudden burst of energy, I managed to dodge the next barrage of attacks and then close the distance. I was so concerned with getting to the girl, I didn't notice that my carnal desires were kicking in. Not only was I getting a noticeable erection, but my face had turned slightly perverted, and as I leaped for the girl, rather than an attack, my palms were out and I was making a grabbing motion. The girl shrieked, "New!" She instantly covered her chest and leaped off the stage to avoid my attack. The effect had been so powerful. The girl next to her similarly fled the stage shrieking. The three men, seeing their ladies running from a guy with a boner and a perverted look, grew enraged and turned to attack me fully. Now completely outnumbered and distracted, Lydia, Celeste, and Tara made quick work of them. When the last man fell, I removed pervert and only then realized and tried to hide my shame. As for the crowd, there wasn't a single person cheering. Chapter 263. Here, Master. Lydia handed me a hot cup of what appeared to be this world's version of coffee. I took a sip and nodded. It tasted a little different, but it was good enough. I normally didn't like my coffee black. But given the circumstances, I decided it was necessary. Our next battle was supposed to be in an hour or so. So it was enough time to get something to eat, wash, shave, and improve upon my appearance. Feeling a bit better after getting something to eat and cleaning up, I finally decided to ask Miki and Lydia for any details they found out since this morning. The battles today are all group battles. That narrows things down to the top 20 groups. These groups will be invited to a banquet tonight. Tomorrow, the next round of battles begin, Lydia explained. Tomorrow, each battle will be a one-on-one match. Each group will pick 3 to verse another group. It's the best of 3 per round. But the same person cannot fight twice in the same round. I scratched my freshly shaved chin as I thought about what she was saying. It left me a little worried. Tara and Lydia were my 2 fighters. That meant that at least for 1 battle every round, I'd need to depend on either Celeste's wind attacks or Miki's spiritual attacks. I guess I could go up instead. But that sounded really scary. Perhaps, if my opponent wasn't that intimidating, that left me with another thought. How is the battle's order decided? I asked. On the spot, Lydia answered. Who selects first and in what order is by you. It's considered cowardly to wait for the other team to call someone up before you select. According to someone I spoke with, it's typically a race to put someone one for the once fight. Otherwise, you may gain some of the ire of the crowd. I understood the mentality, but I didn't really care that much how the crowd thought of me. The previous event was slightly embarrassing, but it wasn't like it mattered. As a guy who had been harassed and teased a lot in my life, if I had such a weak skin, I would have fallen apart a long time ago. That was basically nothing in my mind. As for the crowds, this was the first round, so I didn't have that many watchers. Most of them were fans of the Dragonmite anyway, so they weren't exactly ever going to be cheering for me. The point was, I barely had the attention of 1/100th off the crowd, and most of them wouldn't even recognize my part by the next match. I foresaw no long-term repercussions because of my initial bad impression I put on the crowd. With time, hopefully, they will ignore me, and it will be the elegance of the girls I am with that is remembered. Besides, I wasn't the only slave owner fighting alongside slaves. Dragon might just happen to be an adventuring team notoriously anti-slavery. Naturally, their fans would hold the same sentiments. I think the short of it was that I needed to start building up a fan base too. Definitely. With this next fight, we needed to start doing something flashy and really get people's attention. Deke's party? You are up. Someone yelled into the tent we were resting in. Looks like it's time to start making waves. Chapter 264. Deke's party versus the trembling demon heart. It wasn't the same judge who had called me out before. He also added party to the name, which made it sound even worse. Once again, we were against a team that had a way better name than our own. Was it too late to change our name now? It was no wonder that we didn't have a fan base. What was I thinking just calling it after my name as we walked onto the stage? A group of 5 also walked onto the stage. I was relieved to see that 3 of them were slaves. Actually, I really shouldn't be relieved about others having slaves. But at least my group couldn't be singled out. Isn't that the one who battled Dragon Might? I started to tense up as I heard this word. I don't know. I didn't see that match. I heard that he attacked the girls first. Savage. Well, those weren't the worst rumors that could have spawned from my match. If it stopped there, I could definitely leave happy. Actually, I couldn't leave at all. I had to fight this match first. The 3 slaves were 2 men and a woman. The men were strong and muscular looking. The woman was big-breasted. She gave me a feeling like she might be a magician or something. As for the non-slaves, they appeared to be a sister and brother combo. Oh, they were kissing now. I guess they weren't related at all. I heard their brother and sister. I caught a disgusted voice behind me whispering, "Never mind that." It was preferable if it was "don't ask. Don't tell on this particular situation." Rather, "Can you guys use less tongue? This is a public place. Even your slaves are looking a little awkward." I felt a growing urge to beat both of these incestuous siblings up. It wasn't because I was jealous that I also didn't have a cute little sister. I certainly wouldn't kiss her like that if I did. Actually, I did kiss my cousin once, but we were young. She was also a fat girl, about the same weight as me. It was a few years since I had last seen her. Wait. Why did watching a brother-sister combo makeout on the fighting ring suddenly make me feel a bit nostalgic for home, even if I found a way back home? I wouldn't take it unless I could bring everyone I cared about with me. Begin. I was still having stupid thoughts when my girls ran out to fight their group. The 3 slaves seemed to be holding off my slaves. I realized that the sibling couple were holding hands and were coming for me. I raised my hand and started tossing our fireballs. The 2 seemed to dance around them. I even heard the crowd yelling "ooh" and "ah." What the hell was going on? This was a fight to the death? Stop acting so suave. That's what I was thinking. But this was supposed to be entertaining for the crowds, and I did say that I would create waves in this fight. In that case, my mind was reeling as I tried to come up with something to really cause this fight to stand out. I then remembered from my previous fight that the crowds seemed to really love a hero for justice. Suddenly, an idea struck my mind and I pointed to the couple. "I challenge you," I suddenly declared, righteous fury painting my face. The couple stopped, clearly surprised at being pointed at and addressed in the middle of the battle. I spoke loudly enough that the entire match froze for a moment. "What is it?" the male finally said, putting his sister behind him. "We're already fighting. What challenge you possess such a great beauty?" "But it is clear you don't deserve her," I said. "So, how about a one-on-one between you and me? If I win, then you hand her over to me." Chapter 2, 65. "How dare you set eyes on my precious sister?" the guy said, hiding the girl behind him. So, the girl really was his sister after all. She was holding him familiarly from behind and hiding. Clearly frightened, I shook my head instantly and crossed my arms. "Who would be interested in your sister?" I declared. "I want that beauty right there." I pointed at the big-breasted Donizen who was the magician. It wasn't because she reminded me a bit of a certain mage I had passed up when I purchased Miki. Rather, I was doing this just to increase our presence. I was trying to earn some fans. And saving a poor big sister from some depraved guy that tongues his sister would naturally get me some fans. Or so I hoped. "H her! Naturally!" I said. "If I win, you will hand her over to me." Ridiculous!" the man protested angrily. "Oh. Are you saying that you fancy her?" "Of course no." He suddenly stiffened. I could feel the cold air suddenly building behind the guy. The sister who was holding him gently was now grasping him tightly. I had suspected she'd be the jealous type? I see. Since she is your mistress and the pair of you have that kind of relationship, how could I possibly make such a bet? As I said those words, the temperature continued to decrease. The man immediately began shaking his hands. "Not at all. There is nothing between us." "Nothing!" A hurt look flashed on the magician's face. "I am sorry, big-boobed girl. But this incestuous bastard doesn't deserve you anyway." "What will I get if I win?" he demanded. 1,000 gold. Gold. He seemed taken aback. But when 1,000 gold clunked on the floor, the entire cheering crowd went silent. This was clearly a lot of money, far more than the slave herself was worth. She seemed completely surprised by this offer, and even blushed slightly upon seeing how much I put out for her. Well, I only needed to put out that much if I lost. Even so, it was an amount I could afford. I certainly wasn't going to bet one of my girls. I also put him in a situation where he couldn't even attempt to mention one of my girls, or his sister would definitely punish him. Like that, I could see the greed growing on the man's face. His sister was also pinching him, clearly also wanting the money as well. Being a lord didn't mean much if you didn't have the money to back it up. Some of the people out here today were heroes, while others were rich merchants or adventurers. Getting accepted as a lord was just the first step. After that, you needed capital. I was actually a bit backward in that respect. Thanks to my successful dungeon diving, I had plenty of money, but now I needed my lordship. Very well, the boy finally agreed. 1-on-1. The loser steps off the platform with the rest of his group. Afterward, I'll collect my 1,000 coins. Is that okay with you, referee? There are no rules against it. He responded helplessly. Our bet was drawing more and more people. I had successfully made the wave. Now, I just needed to win. Chapter 66. Of course. The reason I had bet a cold 1,000 gold was because I wanted him to give me no reason to refuse the bet. Lydia alone could be worth 300 gold, so naturally, I needed to bet more than she was worth. On top of that, if he chose to refuse my bet, he was indirectly saying that he valued this slave more than 1,000 gold. That was a statement he wasn't prepared to make, especially in front of his jealous sister. As for worries that this would cause jealous eyes to fall on me, I didn't really buy that. There were plenty of rich men in this competition, and the ultimate goal of lordship already suggested that people had a certain degree of available money. Furthermore, we're a group fighting in a competition. We're already displaying we have the capacity to fight and defend the money we have. Unless I lose, in which case it'd be trembling Demon Heart's problem, not mine. That wasn't to say I planned to go into the battle without any kind of defense. I reset my dungeon points. I have 18 in total. 1 went to reset, and 6 went to giving me 3 jobs. There was a 10-point skill known simply as haste. It had to be like Celeste's haste. But where hers blew through mana and could only be maintained for a few moments. My version of haste would be a permanent part of my body until I chose to unequip it. With a speed increase like that, I was confident I could definitely beat this guy. I had seen him fighting alongside his sister. So I generally knew how strong he was. As long as I was careful, my level of hero should be sufficient to take him out. To date, I had only shown my spells, so no one knew me to be a swordsman. He probably thought I was a mage too. So he'd try to close the distance quickly. I would take that mistake to my advantage. Fine. Then let us begin this duel, the guy said. My slave Dysteria versus 1,000 gold coins. The loser also forfeits the match. I nodded. Only then noticing I was receiving some stares from my girls. What is it, master? Shouldn't be so lecherous, Lydia said, looking away and blushing. Just because she had big boobs, that doesn't mean anything. Miki responded defensively. It's not what it looks like. Don't you remember the old lady who runs the alchemy shop back in Chom Alchemy? I nodded. I thought to recruit some slaves with useful skills to help with the building of Chom. The mayor himself said if there was anyone with any magical abilities, that Chom could use them. I am doing this for the city. I swear, even though I said that the girls were all giving me doubtful looks, I was already a guy lucky enough to have 4 beautiful women who wanted to be around me. How could I want for anything? The fact she had big boobs had nothing to do with it. I certainly didn't imagine going to Buyarbs every day and getting to watch her boobs shake as she works that mortar and pestle. Those thoughts never occurred to me at all. Ready. Go! While I was busy worrying about how the girls were thinking of me. The one-on-one duel against this incestuous brother had apparently started. Chapter 67. It could have been an instant knockout. But I had haste equipped, and it appeared to not simply affect my body, but my mind worked far faster too. He had barely made a few steps when the world around me seemed to slow. This haste thing was kind of cool, but I was really worried about it. It'd be one of those things where excessive speed eventually led to my brain snapping and me unable to handle the mundane speed of real life. Perhaps I'd put haste to rest after I was done defeating this guy. With my hero job and moderate swordsmanship, I was about as good as I needed to be. Our swords collided, and it quickly became apparent that he was probably an advanced swordsman, but in a fight like this, variables that simple were rarely what decided a match. My boost in haste made all of his movements appear sluggish. And even if he did wield the blade more efficiently than I did, he couldn't account for my speed. The fight felt like it took about 3 minutes, but when I considered my mind was in haste, it was probably closer to 30 seconds. His sword flew to the side, and he could only helplessly raise his hand to my sword. The crowds naturally went wild. As for me, I reset my skills and got rid of haste. It was very effective, but as I said, I didn't like the feel of being permanently hested. It left me feeling like it might leave trauma down the road. You won, he said helplessly, falling to his knees. I made the gold return to my ring with the wave of a hand. This was another form of discouragement. An interspatial ring couldn't be broken into easily. This would discourage most people from trying to attack me if the other reasons weren't good enough. Their team retreated and they gave up. There were a few boos that our duel was unsatisfying, but I was quickly coming to realize that in the world of entertainment, there was always going to be some guy unsatisfied no matter what you did. In which case, I decided to just do what I wanted and enjoy the ride. The brother and sister were honest and chose to settle their debt without any conflict. They signed over the paperwork and gave the woman over to me instantly. You will be master from now on. The big sister bowed politely. I'll be taking care of you from now on. Noticing some looks from the girls, I coughed and wiped my mouth. Rather, all of Chom will do so. I opened a portal directly to Chom and wasted one of my dungeon points for the day, giving her the signed documents and instructions. Dysteria stepped right on through. I hoped that she could become the old lady alchemist's protege. I know she had wanted Miki to follow in her footsteps, but as someone who was part of my group, this just couldn't be the case. I wasn't willing to lose Miki enough that she had time to learn all that growing and horticulture. Becoming a perfect alchemist is likely a lifelong pursuit. Or, if you have 5x experience and mobs to level on, probably something I could show the girls, given enough time, once I had sent the big sister back to Chom. I started looking forward to the next competition. If there were any other slaves, I'd try to free them in a similar manner. Chapter 268. There were 5 more group battles. One of them involved another duel where I freed some slaves. At this point, my identity as someone from Chom got out. Chom was apparently a well-known city for their way of emancipating slaves. As soon as this got out, the crowd's opinion of me flipped 180. A lot of people were still confused about why I had 4 slaves, but they had seen me place my 1,000 gold bet twice. This was a staggering amount of money for most commoners, and it made an effect on the crowds. Now, in everyone's mind, I was putting everything on the line to free a few slaves at the time. It came off as heroic and impressive. Even the Dragonmite crew came up to me and apologized for misunderstanding my intentions. Of course, not everyone was completely happy with my results. Those that lost a slave, particularly from the second group, were quite unhappy. They actually lost to slaves. They were a pair of twin girls who were wielding hammers. Well, they were magicians, but they seemed pretty strong. "Why is Master only freeing women?" Tara asked innocently. "Ah, you are imagining things," I declared. "If there were men that had useful skills to bring to Chom, naturally I would recruit them as well." I got looks and I was doubted. I was really just wanting top-quality people to be part of my new city. Those big, muscular, beefy slave men were probably filled with testosterone. They'd bring violence, rape, and crime to my innocent city. I was merely being practical. None of the battles were that difficult. I heard from a few that my particular bracket was rather weak this year. At least, when it came to group fighting, we had dominated our section. However, it sounded like things were going to get a lot more dangerous come tomorrow. Since you have won all of your fights today, you will continue on to the next battle. A representative came around and spoke to us, and then handed us a ticket. "This will allow you to enter the dance tonight." "Actually, I don't really want to." "It's mandatory," the man added before I could reject it. "Oh." The man noticed my discomfort and shrugged. "I heard that the dance will be quite something. Although the king is busy, the prince will be there. So will the lord overseeing this entire competition, Lord Tybalt." That name sounded strangely familiar to me. It was probably just a coincidence. I got the last bit of information from the guy and then waved to get the girl's attention. "Come on. It looks like we're going to need to buy some clothing. I'll need something dressed for this banquet. And I might as well get you girls some city dresses, too. The stuff made in Chom is fine, but I had seen some nicer kits here." I guess I'd buy the girls some nice dresses for the night. They all seemed very happy about that. Chapter 269. Our next stop after the championship closed for the day was a nice-looking seamstress. There was a woman with a shop full of dresses. I didn't have the time to have anything made for the girls. So the best we could do was pick out the dresses and have them fitted if needed. Master. How does this look? Celeste asked. Spinning around excitedly. I gave her a thumbs up and then asked the seamstress a curiosity of mine. Is there anything you own that can grow or shrink in size to match the person? The seamstress shook her head. There are seamstresses of that ability, but they are far outside my realm. Perhaps the nobility may know of someone who can enchant clothing. So, I needed to locate a magical seamstress too. In honesty, I was thinking of having all of our clothing enchanted with various things to make life easier. A grow and shrink spell was just one of the ideas I had. To hear that this kind of thing does exist instantly made me more interested in pursuing it. I was eager to find out what else I could enchant clothing to do. Perhaps a spell that added a little bit of armor on top of the clothing would be nice. Clothing that automatically cleaned itself fireproof. Well, the options were endless as long as I found a person with the proper skill. I should probably look in this direction when it came to blacksmithing our weapons and armor too. Although most magic armor in this world was found in dungeons, and I remember from games that the most powerful armors were usually those that you could make yourself. Well, I had no intention of taking a blacksmithing course and leveling it up to 100. But if I found someone else with blacksmithing, it'd be nice to get enchanted weapons and armor in complementary sets as well. Well, these were just dreams of mine. A few spells were exceptionally common, like the backpack weight spell and some status-raising spells, but based on the material and the type of enchantment. The price raised up pretty quickly. Armor like clothing was said to be in the range of about 1,000 gold coins each. Suddenly, the amount of money I had been flashing around during the competition didn't feel like very much. Putting aside my introspection, I ended up picking up a suit and 4 beautiful dresses. Slaves didn't typically wear things this nice, so Lydia and Mickey were quite happy about it. Celeste and Tara were also happy, but more because their sheltered lives had prevented them from ever having things like dances and stuff like that. Thinking about it, all of my women seemed to live pitiable lives before they met me. It seemed only fitting that I allowed them to experience some of the nicer things in life. It was their hard work that allowed them to be present during this event. While they were slaves, and technically the invitation was for me, there was nothing specifically saying that I couldn't take the girls as they were. Thus, I wanted them to enjoy a nice nobles party for once in their life. It'll probably turn out fine. Chapter 270. After we bought dresses, there were many other places I was interested in. One such place was a map store. Maps were actually somewhat expensive things, having to be done and copied by hand. However, I could steal all the maps I wanted, thanks to the map skill. Thus, I took advantage of that. With the map skill equipped, I glanced over various maps, from world to more specific. The capital city of Oberys didn't officially have a name. It was just called the capital. It had been built to house the power of Aberys. I actually knew almost nothing about any other country other than Aberys. Looking at a map, we existed on a continent where Aberys was actually a somewhat small nation. There were 5 nations in the corner of the continent, and Aberys was one of them. Of course, there was Daishin to the west. With the wildlands we lived in being a sliver barely seeable on the world map. Besides those to which actually bordered the ocean, there were 3 more countries that wrapped around our 2. Those were Gispain, Esmore, the Ost Republic. These 5 nations together only made up the size of one of the 2 adjacent nations, Shijaskar and the Imperial Cloud Meadow. Since this was a map shop and not a history shop, that was about all I knew about these places. However, I had filled out my map significantly and even could navigate the bigger cities. I'd love to visit these places just once. I murmured to myself. It wasn't that I was that keen on exploring the world. As a former NEET, I'd be quite happy living in my mansion in Chom for the remainder of my life. Rather, I wanted to be able to use my portal. I had been thinking for some time about how I was going to make money for Chom. Chom's biggest problem was still the fact that it wasn't a major exporter of anything. One idea I had was to find or create skilled enchanters. Not only did I have the desire to have enchanted items of my own pawn, but if I could get someone to produce enchanted items, we could sell them and bring a great deal of money to Chom. Given the benefits I had, I reckoned I could bring an enchanter into a dungeon and level up her enchantment skills until she's quite impressive. In fact, I had been having such thoughts about Celeste for a while now. I didn't know where she had picked up Enchanter as an ability. But wind enchanted items were extremely valuable, and if I worked with her to create Regen or healing enchanted items, we could definitely increase our team's safety and possibly secure a lot of money in the future. The other method of making money was the simplest method: trade, by being able to trade things with distant parts of the world. My portals could quickly bring wealth to our city. The problem was, I had to reach distant parts of the world. That would take a lot of time and effort. Then perhaps you should check out the Travel Guild. The mapmaker spoke out, an irritated expression on his face as he noticed me continuing to finger through his maps and not by any. He probably just wanted me out of the store, but I couldn't help but ask. What does the Travel Guild offer? The man rolled his eyes rudely. What do you think they offer, of course? They work with Adventuring Guild. You can find guards. Rent carriage is find escorts. Even join caravans. Anyone who makes a living traveling from country to country needs to make use of the Travel Guild. It's like that. I had some difficulty getting into the caravan we did to get the castle. It involved a bit of begging. I recalled the wagoner saying we ought to have done it through the right channels. It turned out those channels were this travel guild and, of course, if you got the money, the man shrugged. You can just pay a magician to teleport you to whatever city you want. My eyes suddenly grew feverish. I am sorry. What was that last part? Chapter 271, as it turned out. There was an entire industry of magicians that could teleport people to other cities. Here I was, thinking I was special with my portal, and it turned out such things had been done before. It was starting to get late and we'd need to head to the banquet soon, but I made one more stop at the travel guild. "May I help you?" a young man asked at the front. I wanted to inquire about your teleportation services. Naturally. Anywhere I was teleported was now an area I could create a portal. I had tried to a portal to a place completed by my map, and that turned out to be insufficient to allow me to portal to it. I had to physically be there, or to be able to lock on to someone who was physically there. Of course, another option would be to lock on to someone and then have them head somewhere distant. However, they'd need to be someone I was familiar and friendly with, because as soon as I opened a portal in front of them, they'd probably realize it. Thus, this teleportation had to be a way that I could expand my travel quickly without all of the mess. I quickly learned that the teleportation system wasn't perfect. First of all, it was rather expensive. It cost 10 gold coin per person per use. Secondly, there were distance restrictions. I couldn't travel more than a few cities over. I'd then need to pay the price in that city and travel even farther. The capital was the hub of Abaris, and there were only 5 locations set up for instant teleportation. 2 of those locations were actually dungeons in Abaris. This teleportation was also a spell that required an incantation drawn on the floor and reagents as well. Suffice it to say, there was only one man who had the ability to cast the spell, and he wasn't available at the moment. He only made himself available for casting this spell once a day. Each rune had a day of the week where he cast it. If you were there, you could be transferred in a group along with anyone else. If you weren't, you had to wait a week. That was still fine with me. A teleportation spell to any city more distant than I traveled would save me tons of time. For 10 gold, I could travel to the city of Ravenport, which happened to be on the ocean. I definitely wanted to go there. Perhaps it would be possible to take the girls to the beach. Maybe I should even buy a property in Ravenport. The great dungeons were also interesting to me. They were completely unlike the small dungeons I had visited. They had been around for thousands of years, and their bottoms were said to be incompletable. Not simply cities, but entire trade systems had been built around the dungeons. One of the great dungeons even had a bazaar inside it if you could reach a low enough level. They were on a completely different level than what I had experienced. I definitely wanted to go to them. That was where most dungeon divers worked. "We need to get going. The banquet is starting," I said to the girls. All of this stuff would have to wait for another day. My time in the capital wouldn't be short. Chapter 2. 72. Night had crept upon us, and we headed over to the mansion. According to the map, there was an entire district that held all of the mansions for the richest nobility. The mansion that would be the place of this competition came from the man in charge of the competition. If the map was to be believed, the mansions got larger, and allegedly the rank of the nobles increased with it. At the end of the mansion block was the family mansion of the king, who had taken on the name Abaris. I didn't know whether Abaris was named after the kingdom, taking on the name when he became king, or whether the kingdom was named after Abaris when his line took the throne. As far as this Tybalt, he was about a few doors down from the king, so he was probably pretty powerful in this city. Each place had large privacy fences that were taller than what seemed necessary. So even getting a look at the mansion while on the street was impossible. It looked like everyone wanted some peace and quiet. Actually, given the nature of my portal ability, having a massive fence like this might be a strategy. If I couldn't see the ground, I could create a portal to it. As far as seeing from an extreme distance, like on a hill outside the city, that didn't work either. If I could have climbed a mountain and found myself able to teleport to everywhere I could see, fleshing out my map wouldn't have been so difficult. I could simply look at the tip of a mountain, portal there. Look around briefly over the entire country, and then portal back. The trick was that I needed to be within a certain magical range and also be able to physically see it to have the area unlocked on my map. Only then did portal work for me. In that case, I couldn't portal inside the ground of any of these mansions. On that note, I could do it for any place in the city. A simple glance through the window and locks would be meaningless. Well, it wasn't like I was planning to become a thief or an assassin anyway. I was just noting that there appeared to be a portal deterrent, suggesting once again that my dungeon point skills weren't completely broken. There was a scream that caught my attention and caused me to slow down. One of the smaller mansions on the block suddenly erupted in noise. I could hear dogs barking, and all the lights were on. It certainly left me worried. Master. Should we enter? You four stay out here. I'll enter alone. It wasn't that I wanted to risk my life. However, the other girls were slaves and not human. I didn't want them to be seen trespassing on someone else's property. If I got caught, I could probably get out of it without too much trouble. On the other hand, I couldn't protect them that way. I jumped up to the wall and was shocked that I made it in a single jump. Celeste had cast a wind spell to help boost me. But it was still a 20-foot jump in a single boost. Cushion! I similarly jumped down on the other side, allowing the cushion to break my fall. I ran up to the front entrance. The place was about half the size of the mansion in Chalm, so it was truly one of the smallest on this block. It had maybe 15 rooms. What really made it interesting was that there appeared to be a creek that ran right through it. The mansion was built in two wings, with a rise that didn't block the creek at all, but allowed it to flow through the mansion. It was a very pretty place. I had barely made it 10 steps when a man kicked open the door. He was a small child, only about 10 years of age. He had pale skin and pointy ears. He looked very angry as he stormed out. Chapter 273. These damn humans, he suddenly cursed. Only they would dare spit on Esmore like this. Giving us a cursed house. How dare they? Master, maybe they didn't know. A small 10-year-old girl with tears in her eyes and similarly pointed ears wearing a maid outfit also appeared at this point. The pair seemed to notice me standing in front of them. Immediately, an angry expression formed on the guy's face. You... Punk! Are you the cause of this? I knew the humans were up to something. I've caught you, Red. Handed. Don't even think you can run away. I just came here because I heard someone scream and I was worried, I admitted. Are your parents home? This bastard is looking to die? The little boy screamed. How dare you look down on the Esmere? You shitty humans should all die. I came here as an ambassador in good faith. Not only do you hand me the smallest property, but you also gave me a cursed home. I am sorry, the maid girl bowed. Master is just angry right now. We're not children. We Resmere from Esmore. We're your neighbors. You are not a child? I am actually 22, and Master is in his 60s. So, you are like an elf, the Keebler Kindoy? Don't be comparing us to those extinct creatures, the boy snapped. Some say the Esmere descended from elves, but the elves were all wiped out. I scratched my head. It looked like I really should have been looking at history and culture books as opposed to maps. I hadn't even heard of the Esmere before now. They looked like children with slightly pointy ears. That was all I could say about this. Although that did explain why their home was the smallest. Since you guys are small, you probably didn't need a bigger mansion, right? The Esmere boy stomped on my foot. You bastard. Tall with those bulbous noses and those round ears. He continued to curse, but he didn't seem to be trying to get me in trouble. Meanwhile, the maid next to him was continuing to bow and apologize. Considering they both had the appearance of children, it was a pretty strange and uncomfortable scene. Just as I was deciding to bail out of this conversation and go talk with someone else, I saw some kind of movement behind them. A dark mass seemed to form in midair, and then a form started to emerge from it. It had some nasty-looking claws, and it looked like it was reaching for the maid. Before I could stop myself, I reached out and grabbed the maid, pulling her to me. She let out a cry as I pulled her into my arms protectively. I instantly held out my hand towards the form. At this moment, the other guy noticed the black thing too and stumbled back fearfully. It had finally removed itself from the dark bubble. It was long and willowy, composed only of fluctuating dark fog. It lunged in our direction. Holy circle! The circle erupted from my fingertips and surrounded all of us. The pure holy energy surrounded the shadow too. It was clear it couldn't handle it because a moment later it melted apart into nothing. Chapter 274. All right. You saved us for a bit. Don't think we owe you anything, the boy said angrily. With the girl in my arms, I realized that she had injured her wrists. I pulled it out even as she tried to hide it and instantly used heal on it until it was back to normal. She looked up at me wide-eyed. Yo, you are a white mage. My eyes widened in shock. Ah, yes, I am surprised you know what that is. Noon else in Aubrey seems to recognize the job. Aberris? The man snorted. With their priests? Why would they foster the noble art of the white mage? I can tell you are quite a powerful white mage too. I am a bit impressed. I'd never expected a human to go down such a selfless path. I don't know about that. I just prefer to support people than put my life on the line. The Esmir boy crossed his arms thoughtfully. Yet? You ran in here to help us after hearing a scream? Ha! Well, I'd never look at a priest to clean out a place of evil spirits. They're much better at trapping things than purifying them. However, since White Mage has appeared himself, would you mind taking care of our problem here? He asked. It's not that I am not willing, but we were actually on our way to the banquet at Lord Tybalt's. We're going to be late if we take the time to purify your house. You must be one of those competitors. How brutish of a system to elect lords based on their ability to beat up people. True. But I am trying to get my city recognized and supported by Aberris. I am sort of the undeclared Lord of Chalm. Chalm, he said thoughtfully. Haven't heard of it. I let out a tight smile. Well, it's a small city in the wildlands between Aberris and Dioshin. Well, as it were, we were planning on heading to the banquet as well. So, how about you come with us? The Esmir offered. Oh, sure. I guess. After the banquet, if you have time, you can purify our mansion of the curse. He nodded. I smiled dryly. It looked like he was another pushy guy that would get what he wanted out of you. I didn't mind helping him. If he was the representative to another country, having a good rapport with him would only be good for Chalm. The three of us closed the door of the currently cursed mansion, putting aside that mystery for the moment. I rejoined the girls outside. These are... Sorry, I didn't really catch your names. You can call me Pate. The boy announced. And this is my servant, Dav. The four girls greeted Pate politely. He seemed more impressed that I was traveling with these four women. Incredible, an earth golem, a tiger kun, a sylph, and a nine-tailed fox. You keep some interesting company, my boy. If you keep it up, I might form a different opinion when it comes to your species. Thank you. They were a strange lot. But they were the first people I've seen in the city that seemed somewhat friendly. The six of us headed to Mansion. However, No sooner had we reached the front door when a guard leveled a spear at us. You are not allowed in this mansion. Now. Scram. Chapter 2, 75. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? Pate growled. It was truly odd that the aristocracy would go to this effort. They already provided them a small mansion with a cursed nature. Now they weren't going to let them into the festival. What was a Barry's trying to do? Were they trying to start a war, not you? The guard said, shifting his eyes to me and my girls. You 5 aren't allowed in. Huh, but I have the tickets right here. We're in the top 100. Your position in the top 100 is being reevaluated. It's claimed you pulled out the money and bribed off various people during the competition. So how could we allow someone like that be a noble, Je? I shook my head. It was a bet to free a slave. And both parties and the judge agreed. Well, once Lord Tybalt heard of your transgressions, he naturally disagreed with your actions. He is the one who is the final judge on all matters regarding the competition. Tybalt? A sound like a strangled cat came from Lydia's lips. Instantly, the name I had heard before came back into recollection. Lord Tybalt was the man who had owned Lydia and sold her just to spite me. He had also left Lydia and inadvertently myself for dead by collapsing the dungeon staircase and trapping us there. He was a fat, arrogant man who took pleasure in his slaves, although, if I remembered correctly, he had more interest in males than females, which was the only reason Lydia had managed to escape unscathed. I am sorry to hear you are having problems, my boy. Pate shrugged. I am just going in to get a bite to eat, and then after we can head back to my place and... Ahem. His servant Dev made a noise in her throat, and then shot Pate a pleading look. He sighed. Oh, very well. I suppose I am not that hungry after all. Since they won't let you in, and we came with you, we won't go in either. One of the guards snorted. You say that like we would have let you? What was that Pate spun on the man angrily? Of course Anasmir would keep cheaters as company. You suffer with the company you keep. No entry. Why? You arrogant son of a... Wait! A voice called from behind the guards. He came running up from inside the party. He was a nondescript man that appeared to be wearing a red and black livery that I didn't recognize. Actually, I didn't recognize any livery at all. Lord Tybalt's colors appeared to be purple and green. And he had an insignia that looked to be a sparrow and a sword. At least, that was assuming that these guards belonged to his house. The man whispered a few things to the guards, whose frowns deepened as their faces turned red. When he was done whispering, the man bowed. Actually, my master has taken an interest in your party. After hearing you were barred from it, he immediately ordered this to be rescinded. You may come in as is custom. As for the competition, he said that if you were truly deceivers, the truth would be revealed in tomorrow's match anyway, so there was no sense in evaluating the situation. I had hoped to fix this issue before the guards were involved. I apologize for my delay." The man bowed deeply. The guards looked at each other and then stepped aside, no longer willing to meet our eyes now that they couldn't act arrogantly. "That's more like it," Pat responded arrogantly, immediately pushing his way through like he expected the door to close a second later. The rest of us could only look at each other, shrug, and then enter the mansion of Lord Tybalt. However, I knew now that this was the Lord who clearly had a vendetta against me. I suspected this wasn't the last trouble he was going to give me. Chapter 76, might I ask. Just what is Lord Tybalt's rank here? His house is one of the larger, so I assumed he's a noble with some repute. However, I met the man once, and he didn't seem like he had that much power. He was trying to become a hero and a dungeon diver by defeating the Mina dungeon that popped up near the village of Chom. He was looking for recognition and power. He also only had to slay fighters and a pack woman. At the time, I hadn't thought about it much. However, after experiencing a couple dungeons, I considered how dangerous they were and how ill-equipped he was to handle it. It always left me wondering if he was just arrogant or perhaps stupid. The mansion belongs to the entire Tybalt family. The steward who had let us in answered, "High Lord Tybalt is Lord Tybalt's father and part of the council. He has 3 children. The oldest is in line to take over the family. He is currently away at Fort Detramix, protecting the country from skirmishes caused by the Ost Republic. Their daughter is visiting Gispain on a diplomatic peace mission. The youngest, Lord Otto Tybalt, would be the one you met. Naturally, his claim to the Tybalt estate is exceptionally low. I've heard he has made numerous expeditions in an attempt to defeat a dungeon and become a hero. It would give him a great deal of prestige in the city. He was put in charge of this competition. It's his first year." The steward shrugged. "Most higher retained officials are too busy to handle something as inconsequential as this." The picture that was Lord Tybalt, or should I call him Otto, was starting to come into focus. He was a man used to the luxury of a high noble, coming for a noble house, but as his father gets older, he realizes he needs to forge his own destiny or get cast out as useless. Volunteering to do this might even be another way. After all, whoever won the competition would become a noble as well. And they'd probably never forget the man who gave them that favor. "What of your lord?" I finally asked. "Who is he that has more say than Lord Tybalt in his own home?" The steward's back straightened. "Well, of course. There is only one family in all of the city who would have enough power to refute Lord Tybalt. I am sorry. But I must return at once. They'll want a report of what has happened here." He spun and disappeared in the crowd smoothly. We had been led into a somewhat crowded hall with dozens of groups formed of fancily dressed people talking to each other. Not skilled with crowds, I barely could get past one group before the steward was out of sight. I had wanted him to answer more questions. He'd been the most informative guy I had spoken with. For a steward to have this much knowledge, His master must be pretty impressive. Wait, only one family in the whole city? Wouldn't that be the Aberris family I had been noticed by the king before I could finish processing that? A voice shouted from behind me in a loud enough tone that most the people around us quieted down. So, they were right. It's you. An angry noble bellowed, "I will have your slaves!" Chapter 277. Who are you, I asked, looking at the woman who was pointing at me. She was very pretty, with curly blonde hair, a modest bosom, and a long, pretty dress. Her face was filled with anger, and her cheeks were bright red. Who am I?" She took a step back. "How dare you act like you don't even remember me?" "I seriously have no clue who you are." She suddenly blushed, lowering her head as if she was suddenly depressed and touching her fingers together. "You don't even remember?" After violating me in such a matter, it meant nothing to you. Why was everyone in the audience suddenly looking at me darkly? I was expecting my girls to take it wrong too. But when I looked at them, they were nodding thoughtfully. Lydia raised her hand and waved to the strange woman. "Hey, Eliana!" "I didn't know you were a noble." "Eliana." I tapped my fingers on my lips and then snapped them. "That's right. Bathhouse girl." "Oh, now you remember," she said indignantly. "Well, to be fair, you were wearing less." Her cheeks blushed again, and she unconsciously covered her chest. "You ghoul! How dare you? Now that we're here." "You must sell me your slaves immediately." "Huh? Are you still on about that?" I shook my head. "Didn't you change your mind Thursday? That was just a lapse in my commitment." She shook her head. A fearful look for a moment. "However, I won't let light petting demotivate me any longer." "Light petting, Jah!" "Never mind that. I have the money in my spatial ring. I even have several use slave removal spells. Let us do this immediately." "I am sorry. I can't." I bowed. She let out a noise of surprise. What? How dare you change your mind all of a sudden?" "You are one to talk?" "Rather." "Why are you reneging on the deal? You were willing to sell the slaves before. It's not that I don't wish for them to be free." I sighed. "It's just we're in the middle of a competition right now. I still need them fighting alongside me." "Humph! Are you saying they wouldn't fight beside you if they weren't your slaves, something like that?" I didn't really want to explain to her that I was a slave master, and that being my slave included several status bonuses I didn't want them to lose. While it was true, I was always worried they'd leave when they didn't have to fight for me anymore. I was more concerned about them being hurt. After the competition, once I was a lord, I'd be more willing to work on seeing if we could break this curse. At this exact moment, it was a bad time. "It's even more reason I must have your slaves immediately," she declared. "What, that doesn't even make sense," I sighed. "Since people are making claims on slaves?" A sneering voice caused us both to turn. "That slave of his is truly mine." The person who spoke was none other than Lord Tybalt, and the person he was pointing at was none other than Lydia. She grabbed my shirt immediately. I could feel her hand shaking in fear. A frown began to form on my face. This might get ugly. Chapter 2, 78. What right do you have to claim she is yours? I demanded. Humph. Naturally. I previously owned her. Lord Tybalt responded. You sold her, and she was then purchased by me, I responded. He frowned. I've seen her battle in the competition. Naturally. Her talent was far greater than I was led to believe. According to her slave paperwork, she is registered a rare tiger cun. Instead of the catkin I was led to believe, I was clearly bamboozled by that slave trader and this man. They conspired to cheat me out of the proper value of my slave to net a profit. Witnesses found them colluding together, as such. Repossession of this slave is only correct. You abandoned her in a dungeon? I responded angrily. How would you say I made a profit? Humph. I have my resources, and I've made sure to check upon you. Although this slave clearly has a value of 500 or more gold, you bought it for a mere 100. You end up getting a 500 gold slave for 100? And he ended up getting 100 gold without having to work at it. How is that not dishonest? After finding us in the competition, he must have sent someone to the Slavers' Guild to look up our transactions. Figaro was an honest man, and all of his transactions would have been placed there. Naturally, a catkin being purchased for a couple of gold coins suddenly turning a few days later into a tiger cun being sold for 100 gold coins looked incredibly suspicious. He actually had some room to make this argument. However, it was clear that he really didn't care at all about such things. Although he spoke of treachery, his attitude was less angry and more smug. It was abundantly clear he didn't believe in his own words. Rather, he was simply looking for a way to punish me. He had lied initially with the plan that I would go to the capital only to find her already sold. Fortunately, Figaro revealed the man's deception, and I was able to buy Lydia back anyway. That's not true, Lydia yelled out. Figaro didn't know I was a tiger cun until he had me examined. Figaro didn't, but did your owner, Deke? He demanded. Unfortunately, he had accurately predicted that I had known about Lydia's race. Lydia was unused to lying and was caught completely off guard by this question. She could only shut her mouth and turn her head. However, she had already accidentally revealed the truth of things by the expression on her face. I had known that Lydia was a tiger cun. At the time, I had no clue what that meant when it came to slave value or anything. It wasn't like I could have predicted that things would have turned out this way. I wouldn't be surprised if these other slaves were acquired through such means as well, although there is paperwork available. I have confirmation that the nine-tailed fox was never officially purchased. Perhaps the slave trader gave her as a gift. As for the other two, you have no official claim on them. My face started to turn white. He was right when it came to the other two girls. I hadn't even considered it. but one was taken from a fairy queen, and the other was acquired through a magical control rod. Both girls had no official paperwork. As slaves, I technically had no right to them. Lord Tybalt's grin started to grow as I felt slightly nauseous. Chapter 279. These girls have no paperwork as well. Eliana also seemed to grow a little excited. So, how were they acquired as slaves? What are you trying to imply? Pate said, stepping forward. Are you calling him a criminal? Eliana looked down at the little man and softened her expression slightly, clearly treating him with more diplomacy than she was treating me. Bandits pull women off the street all the time. It is possible that these girls were enslaved by him. He's already a very shady individual, I must say. They are both my slaves by choice, I immediately stated, turning to the girls hopefully. Emam, I am Masters. Tara immediately declared. I follow Master by choice, Celeste added, even if they say it. Eliana pouted stubbornly. They could be coerced into saying it. There are many women forced into slavery that claim to be slaves. Even when they were isolated from their masters, some masters have the ability to control what their slaves say, think, and feel. It has long been decided that a slave can't be taken by their word. Those words, in particular, stung a bit. It was a bit too close to my own thoughts about the girls. Although, when they said they followed me by choice, I did feel a bit of happiness. The reality was that I was their master, and I had that damn curse on me that increased my affinity with them. For all I knew, it was essentially brainwashing. Ridiculous, Pate growled. These girls have shown no distress or discomfort around their master. Your so-called refusal to take slaves at their word was meant for situations when the slaves were knowingly abused by their master. Unless you have proof that this boy is abusing them, then your entire argument is flawed. Even if that is so, they should have proper paperwork. She deflected and pointed at me. What answer do you have for that? I only recently arrived in the city. The slave traders left my city months ago. I simply haven't made it to the Slavers Guild yet. I have plans to submit the paperwork once I am there. I explained myself clearly, trying to keep my cool despite the tense situation. Enough of this, Lord Tybalt snapped. None of this matters. The facts are clear. I had agreed to sell my slave to this man directly. But he conspired with a slave trader to steal her from me for pennies. As a result, she should go back to my ownership. As far as the others, they should be given as compensation for my emotional trauma. No, Eliana declared. I have already agreed to by the girls' freedom. You can't argue with me on this, Lord Tybalt. The law is abundantly clear. If the slaves wish to be freed, their cost can be covered at any time. You know I'm good at it. If you want to fight this man and the slave trader over the gold coin value, then you are free to do it. Lord Tybalt chuckled and then bowed. Of course, it is as you say. However, an agreement is met. These slaves should be removed from this man. They were talking now like a decision had already been made. As for me, I had lost all interest in selling them to this girl. Somehow, I had a suspicion that shortly after being freed, they'd end up in Lord Tybalt's control after a short period of time. I was half a step from using return and just going back to Chalm with the girls. Chalm was no longer in Abaris, so their laws didn't really matter. I would have failed to get Chalm accepted as part of Abaris. But at this point, I was starting to not care about this country in the slightest. It might be better if we just set out as our own country. Get ready. I said light enough that only my girls could hear. Then it's decided, Eliana began. Not so quick, a voice broke into their conversation. I have a better proposal for you all. Chapter 280 Deke. An attractive guy in Silk Noble's attire approached us. I'd never thought I'd run into you here, and so soon after we last met. Huh? Who are you? His face dropped for a moment. You don't even remember me, and after we walked the path of manhood together. Forget it, brother. His head is bad. Eliana snorted. Oh, you are that guy. Him. You don't even know my name, do you? He let out a long sigh. I am Edward. My name is Edward. Ah. What do you want? My response didn't seem to make him happy. But he shook his head and quickly recovered. Actually, I was listening to my sister and Lord Tybalt talk, and I thought of a simple solution. What is that Lord Tybalt demanded? Well, it's really quite simple, Edward said. Smiling, a competition. Specifically, a master Slav competition. 3 challenges that test the skill of the slaves and the capacity of their master. If Lord Tybalt is the better slave master, as one would expect of a noble of our fine country, then Deke here will be found unfit to possess these slaves. However, if he wins, what is in it for me? I demanded. I've been wrongly accused and insulted here. You are suggesting I go through the trouble of this competition when I am only guilty of owning slaves I acquired legally. If I am proved innocent, shouldn't I gain some recompense? The only reason I was able to remain calm at that moment was that there was really nothing they could do. The curse on me made it impossible to remove them as slaves, even if they tried. If things got messy, I would flee the country with them rather than give them up to these bastards. I must have had that kind of expression on my face because the man lifted up his hands reassuringly. I will definitely make it worth your while. If you win this competition, then I will rectify the paperwork you submitted. Your lordship and the city of Cham will be established immediately. Lordship, Lord Tybalt cursed. Absolutely ridiculous. You want to make him a lord, Eliana said similarly. Edward silenced them both with a look before smiling back at me. Furthermore, I will help you get a property in the city. I've heard you've been looking for one. You've heard a lot about me, I responded with a frown. For a guy I randomly ran into at a hot spring, He seemed to know just about everything about me. Of course, I apologize. He bowed. However, I had you investigated after our chance meeting. I like to help the people that I have good feelings about, and I had good feelings about you. I was surprised to see that we had such an illustrious guest. The hero of Chom and the unproclaimed lord of the wilderness. Rumors have it you've conquered to dungeons on your own. And even did it with only 3 people. Eliana seemed shocked by his description, suddenly looking at me with a slightly different light. It was 3 dungeons, and all of my girls helped, I responded, and then shook my head. But who are you? He let out a laugh. Ah, I am sorry. I forgot to introduce myself before. I am Edward O'Berries, Prince O'Berries. How do you do it was my turn to turn surprised. This pervert was a prince. He wasn't just a prince. As I heard it, the king only had 2 children. That meant he was in line for the throne. And the girl who had been such a source of headaches and had given me so many problems was the Princess of Oberies. Chapter 2, 81. You are the prince, I asked. Of course. He bowed. Why were you in a common or bathhouse on the street then? Oh, well, you see, when you are a man's man, sometimes you have these urges to. Forget it. I think I understand now. Ha ha. As a fellow man's man, I knew you would. He chuckled. Actually, I asked brother to take me. Eliana spoke up, blushing. I like to occasionally step in the shoes of the common folk so that I might understand the city better. Brother was actually just catering to my desire. Before I agree to this game, I must be clear here. I have no great desire to hold on to my girls as slaves. If they could be free, well, that would be for the best. However, I've found myself unable to remove them as a slave. I am under a curse that prevents this from happening. Even if I were to lose the game, I wouldn't be able to cater to your request. As I said this, the nobles around me started to frown. It was finally Edward who spoke up. Let's talk about this in private. I was suspecting he'd take me somewhere, but instead, he snapped his fingers. The room cleared out of everyone except the Esmir, the 3 nobles, and my group. Chairs to sit and even refreshments were brought out with us barely having to move. Although Lord Tybalt was eyeing the prince nervously, he didn't seem at all unaccustomed to this act. It must be nice being a powerful lord of a nation. Upon sitting down, all of the eyes went to me. Now, why is it that you think you are cursed? Edward asked, a serious expression on his face. His usual perverted self was quickly hidden, and a man I believed could be a prince was now displaying himself. I considered coming up with many options. However, one of the reasons I had come to the capital was specifically to see if I could remove the slavery markers. Thus, if the most powerful people in the city couldn't find someone who could do it, then who could I decided it would be best to simply be honest about it. I pulled my foot out of my boot and then put it on the table. Eliana made a displeased noise, but I ignored her as I rolled up my pants leg. Why was she suddenly blushing? I wasn't putting on a show. As for Edward, as the tattoo, an indescribable language wrapped around my leg, was unveiled, he stared at it in wonder. What is this? Words they look. Like a script, he said, curiosity rich in his voice. Lord Tybalt also snorted and looked away, seemingly disinterested in whatever it was I was showing the group. It was Eliana who finally allowed herself to look at my leg, who suddenly gasped when she saw the tattoo. She jumped forward and grabbed my leg, her mouth moving as if she could read the text. "Sister, do you know what this Edward asked? It's lore. The very curse of a dungeon has been burned into his very skin. Number. But it's different now. It's like a blessing? Chapter 282. I shook my head wryly. I wouldn't call this a blessing. It has its uses. I accessed the dungeon point store. Although I was the only one who could see it, when I was accessing the store, the tattoos on my skin glowed. The one wrapped around my leg suddenly shone with light. Eliana, who was holding it, let it fall to the table with a thud and made a noise of surprise. However, a moment later, a pretty smile formed on her face as she stared at the glowing tattoo. She reached out towards it, gently touching the skin. "It's beautiful," she said, the glow of it in her eyes. I didn't like the way she was talking or looking at me, so I quickly exited the store, causing the light to instantly go out. She looked somewhat disappointed. I pulled my leg off the table. "There was a glow on your shoulder, too," the prince declared in disbelief. "Just how many of these guys do you have?" I grimaced. "To date, 3. He sat back, an expression of disbelief on his face. "What are they?" Thopate demanded. "I got this tattoo when I completed the lore of the dungeon in Chom," I explained, pointing to my shoulder. "When that tattoo burned itself on me, it also gave me a perk. I could not have a slave removed from me. Completed the lore." The prince's eyes widened. "You are a true dungeon diver, then?" I nodded without hesitating. "I am." "Are you honestly going to listen to this Lord Tybalt?" Slammed the table angrily. "We know very little about this guy. He seemingly came out of nowhere a few months ago. Now you are offering to make him a lord, and on top of that, he's claiming he has the hero status and a true dungeon diver job. This is ridiculous. Besides, he registered under the White Mage job, whatever that is. Had he gotten the true dungeon diver job? It'd clearly be his favored job. Favored jobs are tricky." The prince shrugged uncertainly. "He might have had a priest change his job, or the level of White Mage has a higher priority than even true dungeon diver. Of course, determining if he has the true dungeon diver job is a simple matter of asking a priest. We'll confirm that with time. But for the moment, we treat it as if he has spoken the truth." "I have," I insisted. Lord Tybalt glared unhappily. As for your problem being unable to get rid of the slaves, I've come up with various means of getting around this curse. The prince responded casually. What? I sat up. I have been trying to come up with a way forever. How have you already thought of something? He put on a grin. I am the prince, after all. It's my job to be clever and decisive. That got an eye roll from his sister. However, he had intrigued me, so I leaned forward to ask. All right then. What is the plan? Cut it off. I blinked. What? We can see where the lore is clearly. Simply cut it out. With the leg? It's easy. A quick chop and you'll be free. It'll be a little more difficult for the shoulder. But a skilled swordsman and perhaps some nearby healing potions. And he could chop off your shoulder without killing you. Pass! I immediately dismissed it. It was no wonder I hadn't thought of it. Such a horrible idea. Some healers are of sufficient skill to regrow limbs. You need not be an invalid for the rest of your life. I said pass. He let out a sigh. Well, I have another idea, but I don't think you'll like it any better. What is that? I demanded, feeling a sense of foreboding. We kill the girl. Remove her dead slave mark while it is no longer connected to you, and then resurrect her. Chapter 283. The girls next to me all made out noises of fear. Rejected. A voice sprung out, but it wasn't mine. Brother, how dare you suggest something like that? It would work. The prince shrugged. Maybe... Well, we could always try. We're not going to murder for people to try something. Eliana protested. You are not murdering them at all, I added. There has to be another way. Look! The curse is embedded into your skin, Edward sighed. Either the skin has to go or your girls do. Even if we had a level 100 slave master, I don't think they'd be able to break your blessing. Have me? All right. Then what are we going to do? I asked. We're at an impasse. Not really. Lord Tybalt spoke up. In fact, I'd say it's very clear how we proceed. I shot him a dirty look, but Edward spoke up. What is it? The bet is simple. We have a competition. My slaves against his slaves. If he wins, he keeps his slaves, gets his lordship. Heck! I'll even release my own slaves as part of the deal. However, if I win, he releases his slaves one way or another. One way or another, I gulped. Either you give up a pound of flesh, or you watch your women die one at a time. Lord Tybalt grinned darkly before shrugging. Of course, this is a consequence you'd never have to face. If you win, of course. However, don't think I'll go easy on you. Not only have the slaves from before grown stronger under my care, but I've acquired a new slave recently who is extremely powerful and capable. Even you, little, won't be able to keep up with her. This! I shot a look back to the girls. Lord Tybalt really had me in a bind here. It was truly a cruel thing. I couldn't afford to lose. Either I'd be disfigured painfully, or the girls would have to be killed one by one, which was traumatic in its own way. I knew that from personal experience. It's okay, Master. We won't lose. Lydia put on a strong face. Her words seemed to break the layer of fear that was permeating the other girls. They all put on grim expressions and nodded in turn. The people of Chom have been good to us, Miki said. We have to do this for them. Celeste nodded. I won't have anyone saying I don't belong with Master anymore. I will follow Master regardless, Tara added. I sighed and then turned back to the men. All right, we're in. Excellent. The prince clapped his hand. Then tomorrow we'll be postponing the championship. I need time to set up some particularly worthwhile challenges. In 2 days, we'll convene to have a slave off between Decan Dotto Tybalt. Would be much more impressive if done in the arena with roaring crowds. Can you just postpone the competition like that? I asked. He's the head of the competition, and I am the prince. Of course. We can. The prince let out too. Now, since all of this is settled, weren't we having a banquet? Let's start. Finally. Something I can agree with, Pate declared. Although, you did chase all of the guests outside. Well, bring them back in, he said in a carefree manner. It must be nice being a lord and doing whatever you wanted. Chapter 2, 84. The banquet returned shortly. As for Lord Tybalt and the prince, they naturally had their own seats in an area physically higher than the rest of us. I was expecting angry glares and hateful stares from Tybalt the entire time, but he basically ignored me as if I was nothing. I wasn't sure if they made me feel any better, now that we were locked into a battle as competitors. It seemed almost more insulting that he didn't put me in his eyes. The food was brought out, and I made sure to cast Cure Poison on all of it just in case. It was probably a little paranoid, as I didn't think he'd go to that extent, but it didn't hurt to cover my bases. The girls ate joyously. Lydia attacked all the meat on the table. Mickey kept trying to get me to feed her. Tara kept eating with her hands until I made her use a fork. Celeste shrank down to her fairy form to eat, causing a stir amongst the nearby nobles and competitors. "Ha ha!" Pate said. Someone even smaller than us, it seems. He laughed jovially. He let his maid sit at the table with him, which went a long way to show how much he cared about her. Even though she was pretty much silent unless addressed or apologizing for something rude Pate said. She always remained by his side. I ate until I was full, which turned out to be a lot less than I remember eating in the past. Rubbing my stomach, I was reminded I had lost quite a bit of weight since I had been to this world. It had only been a few months. But I had walked and worked out, and often didn't have a lot of food to eat. The desserts they brought out actually tasted too sweet to me. I was definitely changing. Well, the girls all didn't have the same opinion, and I ended up sharing my dish with all of the girls. Literally. I had to spoon, feed my cake one bite at a time into 4 waiting mouths. By the time I was done, there were at least 3 tables of men shooting me angry, jealous glares. This guy definitely wants us to kick his ass tomorrow, one guy muttered. There were other sentiments as well, but I could only smile wryly. Sorry guys, the competition is cancelled. I won't be fighting with any of you. At the very end of the banquet, the prince himself stood up and explained this fact. There were many angry yells, but no one was going to start a fight with the prince. The banquet ended with a lot of angry people storming out of the mansion while grumbling to themselves. Just who is this Deke guy anyway, that he hogs the spotlight from all of us, someone asked. Ah? I heard he was the guy with all the slave women. I decided to quicken my step as I heard conversations like this. It was better if we didn't linger around. It should be no surprise that our group was the first to leave. Chapter 2, 85. Deke, wait up. You still need to purify my house, Pate cried, racing over to our group with Dav running behind him. Ah, that's right, I nodded, looking back at the short man. What do you need me to do? The group of us all headed back to the small mansion that Pate shared with Dav. He stared at the place nervously. We were previously housed in an embassy building. They shoved us in a back room out of the way. 2 nights ago, they offered us this place suddenly out of the blue. We were ecstatic to take it, even though the smaller size suggested they might be slighting us. However, no sooner had we moved or stuff in when things started happening. Objects thrown quickly became dark shadows. Well, in the end, it actually started attacking us. You saw for yourself. I nodded and then turned to Miki. Can you do your thing? Pate looked at Miki curiously. She stepped forward and then suddenly, her tail split into 9 different colors. Compared to a long time ago, they were very clear and distinct now. Dav gasped and then clapped in delight. That's so pretty! Miki's body started to glow brighter and brighter. And then a sudden pillar of light exploded through the entire house. It looked like a holy weapon had suddenly been dropped down. The light was so great that some of the people still walking home gasped as they thought the sun had come up. Other than Miki, everyone had to look away as the glow continued for several moments. Somewhere distant within the house, there appeared to be the howl of some malevolent spirit. Its scream disappeared quickly, and her glow with it. All that was left was a purplish afterglow. However, the house and everything around it looked exactly the same. I pulled out some sage immediately and began the ceremony we had done 100 times in Chom to keep ghosts out. The girls immediately began helping, used to this kind of work. Pate had only managed to recover after we were halfway done. WH, what? That's amazing. The usually talkative man was speechless for the first time since I had met him. Ah, we've dealt with a lot of ghosts. A ghost dungeon ended up opening in the middle of our city. Me retaking that city was exactly the reason we're here now. You just happened to ask the right people when it came to exorcising bad spirits. I'll say, I knew that 9-tailed foxes were considered practically a myth now that I saw it. I truly understand that your kind meets their reputation. Miki put on a slightly strange look. 9. Tail foxes are only rare because we are typically weak and sickly. The only reason I have found this strength is thanks to Master. Pate stroked his chin and then glanced at me. Yes. You seem to be an interesting guy. I thought the most interesting about you was the company you keep, but perhaps I was mistaken. Maybe the company you keep is interesting because of you yourself. I scratched my head awkwardly. I don't know about that. However, I'll be finished soon. If you have any more problems, you'll know where to find us. Chapter 286. We quickly finished doing all the standard things to ghost-proof the Esmere household before we turned to leave. The pair thanked me profusely and even offered to pay coin, which we refused. I'd rather they felt a little indebted to us than accept a few measly coins. I still felt like having them owe us a favor was more important. As I reached the gate, Patron and grabbed my arm, stopping me in my tracks. I glanced back and looked down at him. He had a worried expression on his face. My boy, I know you are strong, and your team is also quite capable. However, this Lord Tybalt comes from a strong house. As much as he appears it, he is no fool. If he agreed to this competition, it is because he believes he can win. You can believe he's simply being arrogant, but I guarantee you that he will not leave anything to chance. He is likely going to have a trick up his sleeve, maybe several. It's just, your slaves seem to love you very much. And I can see you care for them, so I'd hate to see you separated. I nodded. I'll be careful, don't worry. If he somehow cheated, I wouldn't tolerate it. If it turned out the curse with the girls had to be broken, I already decided. Of course, my decision was to lose my flesh. Let them cut off the dungeon tattoo. If that's what it took so the girls obtained their freedom, then so be it. Of course, I would prefer if things didn't end up that way. Tomorrow, since I had some time while they were preparing the competition, I had plans to visit the Slave Guild. Perhaps they'd have a better idea than the prince on how to remove my tattoo. Or at least the slaves bound by it. We bid our farewells and the 5 of us headed back to the hotel. When we arrived, I was glad to see that the place was booming. The mercenaries that had previously trashed the place hadn't returned. And the innkeeper seemed to have replaced everything they had broken. One of the maids immediately tried to offer me some food. And when I shook my head, she offered something to drink. Just the memory of my pounding head made me shake my head more enthusiastically to the alcohol. She seemed strangely regretful that there was nothing she could get me, so I ended up asking for an extra pillow. Why, yes. She said, a serious expression on her face that seemed at ends with the task I had assigned. When I turned back to my girls, they were all looking at me with flat expressions. What is it? I asked. Master is a lot of work, Miki sighed. What is that supposed to mean? I barely ask anything of you girls. Are you saying you don't want to fight for me? The girls shook their head and Lydia spoke up. Master, it's just... Wherever we look, there is always another girl. We can accept if Master finds someone he fancies, like with Tara. I mean, Master needs to keep the doki in his pants, Celeste said. The other girls started nodding. What are you talking about? I haven't slept with anyone. And I am not even chasing anyone romantically. You girls worry too much. The four girls were giving me looks as if they were unconvinced. I could only sigh and promise them I'll try to be less. Doki. Whatever that means. They accepted that and we went to bed. Four girls all finding a place to lie while maximizing contact with me. Chapter 2, 87. The next day I woke unable to breathe. I was covered with heavy things and they were definitely killing me. In fact, I couldn't hear very well either. It was like my entire world was plunged into a dark abyss. That abyss was dark and hot, and it smelled like a girl. Wait. What a? Master a sleepy, Celeste lifted her chest, and I finally let in a gasp for breath. During the night, she had shrunk to fairy size, and then seemingly returned to her current size while she was sleeping. The result was that my face was smashed between her large breasts. It was seriously scary. I thought I would die for a moment. However, after scolding her, Miki and Celeste seemed happy for some reason. I couldn't figure out why they took delight in me, speaking ill of Celeste's breasts. As for Lydia, she seemed uncertain and kept touching her chest like she was wondering if she could get rid of it. Celeste also seemed really depressed. I didn't want the girls to get any wrong idea, so I complimented Lydia. "You are beautiful the way you are, Lydia," I said. "You are all beautiful just as you are." Ah! The girls all pounced on me and wouldn't let me up as they held me. It was another hour before we ended up getting dressed. Before we could head to the common room, there was a knock on the door. It was one of the maids. She had brought up breakfast. However, strangely, she had only brought up food for one. Since I didn't want to eat without the girls, I couldn't accept it. The maid seemed disappointed, but she'd be fine. After that, we went down to the common room. The common rooms of inns in fantasy were supposedly good sources of information. All you had to do was open your ears and people would drop useful exposition for you. Well, that was in games. I didn't think that Rillins were quite like that. After ordering food for everyone, which I insisted on paying for, even though the innkeeper still wanted to repay us further for protecting his inn, I decided to listen to the nearby tables. The competition was cancelled today. A lot of people are pissed. No. I already knew that, and I don't want to hear about how people I don't know are angry at me for things that are out of control. That makes me sad. I listened to another table. You see the table behind us with the four cute girls? They say that Deek Guy is a womanizer and buys women. I heard he even tricks other adventurers in giving him their slaves if he fancies. That was even worse. Why did I have to cause so many waves in the capital? This is completely unreasonable. I tried my luck by listening to one last table. Did you hear about the widow's dungeon? They say they've finally broken to the final boss, given how inaccessible the dungeon is. The king put a large gold bounty on anyone who can defeat it. Well, there is supposedly a group of men who are putting together a raid. They want at least 4 adventuring teams to run a raid on the monster. It's supposedly good money. And risk your life in the dungeon. Only a dungeon diver plays with his life like that. I'll stay on the surface. Thank you very much. Bingo. I heard some interesting information. It looks like inns were good sources of information after all. Well, it wasn't like I could do anything right now. It was time to go to the Slave Guild as I planned. Chapter 2, 88. With the map ability. Finding any place in the city became a cinch. I quickly navigated us to the Slave Guild. Handling slavery for the entire country of Abaris, the Slave Guild was naturally a very large place. It had to house likely hundreds of slaves at a time, and there were numerous laws set up to protect slaves. Even though Abaris accepted slavery, it wasn't so bad that anyone off the street could be grabbed and made a slave. All slaves were a result of either being criminals, owing money, volunteering, or being born into it. Those were the only conditions in which someone could be considered a slave. Lydia was born into the slave trade, while Miki volunteered for it, although I could see how volunteering was a slippery slope. It was easy to coerce someone into slavery. Supposedly, the slave traders assured that someone was put into slavery in sound mind and body and openly volunteered for it. But there were situations like with Celeste or Tara where that wasn't so simple. In fact, I did have a worry when it came to these girls because neither was turned into a slave legitimately. Although Tara's status is probably more like a pet, I'd rather she be acknowledged like the human soul and appearance that she possesses. When it comes to Celeste Vess, she too is more closely associated with monsters than humans. This is why fairies could be forcefully enslaved. Although I heard the laws had changed and magical creatures could no longer be forced into slavery. We ended up having to walk up a lot of steps, and there were large columns that reminded me of Romanesque architecture. I eventually made it to the top, and I was surprised that I wasn't out of breath. The main courtyard was under the canopy, but it was completely open. There were several slave auctions going on. The slaves were placed in carts, not unlike the ones I saw Figaro using. We continued on a few steps before I realized that this might be traumatic for the girls. Are you girls okay? You don't have to enter if you don't want to? I turned back to them. Miki shook her head. I was never a slave for long. I was only ever familiar with Figaro, and he was always kind to me. So this kind of thing doesn't bother me. When Celeste and Tara, who had never been on a slave block, also shook their heads. My eyes naturally fell on Lydia. Of the girls, she wore the most uncomfortable looking coming into the slave block. Unlike the others, she had been a slave her entire life and had to deal with all manner of slaveholders. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Lydia herself had been in this very courtyard at some point during her life. This might even be where Lord Tybalt would have purchased her. Lydia slowly shook her head. It is all right, master. I will stay by your side. Although this place brings back some unpleasant memories, it was those memories that ultimately led me to master. So I am happy I am here. She gave me a reassuring smile which made my heart melt after that. After we were done here, I'd buy the girls ice cream. Did ice cream exist in this world? I wasn't sure. First, I'd make sure this world had ice cream. Then, I'd get the girls some. I might need to invent ice cream. Chapter 2, 89. There was a long row of desks that were manned by people that appeared to be the place where I could get information. I walked up to a free one and nodded to the man behind the counter. Hey, I am in need of registering to slaves. I was also wondering if I could get a consultation with a slave master or someone knowledgeable about slave seals. The guy behind the counter sneered. You think a slave master would come out to see just anyone if you want to buy a slave? There are auctions all around you, as long as you have the coin. No, as I said. I need to register slaves I already have, I said uncertainly over the guy's glare. You are speaking nonsense, he sniffed. No slave traders are allowed to function in this country without the permission of the slave guild. If you have a slave bonded to you, this meant you had to have a slave trader or slave master involved to perform the magic. If you did, they should have properly submitted the paperwork for you. If you feel the paperwork has not been properly submitted, then please let me know who the slave trader was you acquired your slave from, and I will submit a request for you. If the slave mark does not designate you as the slave owner, then please bring the original slave owner. If they are dead and did not leave a clause to release the slaves upon death, then the slaves default to the property of the guild, and we will take care of them accordingly. The guy was like a steam engine, not giving me a single chance to butt in. I was feeling very irritated at this point. I just wanted someone to fill out the paperwork, and this guy was so convinced he was right. Look, I have 2 slaves. They weren't purchased. They are slaves to me. They do have a mark. Can you just help me compile some paperwork for them? How were these slaves passed on to you without the intervention of a slave trader? He demanded. He was scowling now, and I noticed him wave 2 guards. They took steps forward toward us while holding his swords. The girls felt the change in the mood too. Lydia touched her sword nervously, and Tara looked ready to chew rocks. The man was giving me a severe look, demanding an explanation. I was told by Figaro not to reveal my slave-taker ability or the fact I had the slave master job to anyone. The Slavers Guild is definitely the last place I'd want to have this information. On the other hand, I couldn't think of a single way to justify the 2 girls. How could I explain to them that one of the girls was enslaved by her mother and then taken in a dungeon by me perhaps? By showing the control rod, I could at least explain Tara. However, would they accept her as a registered human being They may deny that status, and she may end up being considered a pet. Getting her past this registration was an important part of giving her an identity. I couldn't really come up with anything to say. "Deke, it's great to see you again," a voice called out down the hall. The guards stopped their advance, and the secretary covered his angry expression when he saw a slave trader approaching. It was none other than Figaro himself. I could only let out a breath of relief. "Figaro, you are here after all," I said, trying to alert him to my predicament by shifting my eyes between the guards and my girls. Figaro, being quick with his eyes, immediately gave a nod and turned to the information guy. "You don't need to worry. This is a trusted client. I'll be handling his account personally." "Why, yes, sir." The man almost bowed. I thought Figaro was just a traveling slave trader, but he apparently had a bit of respect here. Just who was he? Come on, Deke. We have much to talk about. Figaro saved me from a potentially dangerous situation. Chapter 290. I followed Figaro to a back room. It was a large room with quite a few creature comforts, and it was as nice as any room I saw in the noble's mansion, if perhaps not as decadent. "You are not like the guildmaster or something, right?" Figaro blinked and then chuckled. "No, nothing so grand as that. I am simply a man who is good at his job. Even though slave trading is an ugly business, I like to be a part of it because, at its base, it's all about people. Isn't it selling them?" I frowned. Figaro shrugged. "I am all about connections. That's why I work to connect myself with people all across this world. The master and slave relationship. That's a kind of connection as well. Of course, you are not here to talk about my personal philosophies on life." "How can I help you today, Deke?" Well, actually, I came for several reasons." "I am sorry. But you did end up a week late regarding that special slave I told you about. In the end, she was auctioned off to a noble. It wasn't one I would have preferred her to go to, but he was willing to pay more than a pretty penny." Figaro didn't look happy, but I could only give him a helpless shrug. I wasn't that particularly interested in this girl I had never met in the first place. "It's fine. I am not officially a noble yet anyway." I tried to find an excuse. Yet Figaro smirked and nodded thoughtfully. "It sounds like things are progressing in the direction I had guessed." Well, you do know people best." I guess Figaro chuckled. "That I do. Which is why I predict one of the reasons you are here has to do with these two new slaves I have yet to meet." Yes. This is Celeste and Tara. They both need slave documents written up. "It'd be 1 gold coin per slave," he explained. "I assume they are already bound to you. I don't want to insult you, but I must make sure they aren't taken from any other owners. Have you," as he asked this last part, he lowered his voice and whispered it to me. He was clearly sticking to his sentiment about not revealing any of this to any other slavers. I shook my head immediately. Celeste and Tara were both given to me by their parents. I was playing fast and loose with the story. But I technically wasn't lying. After all, it was Celeste's mother who enslaved her. And she condoned my ownership of her daughter. As for Tara, her parents made it so whoever had her control rod became imprinted as her master. In that respect, since I am the one who picked it up, their consent was inferred. Well, that was my story and I was sticking with it. Celeste and Tara thankfully backed me up by nodding. All right, that's fine then. Figaro relaxed a bit. In that case, what species are they? Excuse me for not assuming. Ah, that's Sylph and an earth golem. Ah. Figaro nodded thoughtfully as he wrote the information down on a scroll of paper. A sylph and an earth golem. Wait, a sylph and an earth golem. Just how did you come into possession of a... No. Not my place to ask. A sylph is practically priceless on the auction market. Do I put her for 1,000 gold? That's really selling her short. And while Earth Golem isn't necessarily too remarkable, one that looks... well, she'd go for at least as much as Lydia. He managed to stop and calm himself down, and then began muttering out loud as he tried to figure out how he was going to get us through the registration process unharmed. He was a good guy. Chapter 291. All right, so that just about settles things with their registration. Figaro sighed like he had just run a marathon. What other things can I help you with today? Great. I smiled dryly. Now is it possible to release them as slaves? Aha! The girls made strange noises of protest, but I ignored them. What? Figaro made a face. I just finished all their paperwork. Now you want the mark removed? Ha ha! Well, the paperwork was just a safety precaution. I'm not sure if you'd be able to remove their slavery, and even if you could, that will have to wait. I am just preparing for the worst while hoping for the best, is all. Can you be more specific? Well, you remember that Lord Tybalt guy, right? He jerked for a second and the name, but then nodded. What of him? I ended up being put into a master-slave challenge against him. It was made up by the prince. If I fail, I need to free the girls. This isn't a problem for me. As you know, I've desired their freedom for a while. What is a problem is that I was cursed in a manner where I can't give up my slaves. The prince has a few solutions, but they require mutilating me or hurting the girls, and so a third option is definitely desired. As I spoke, the girls behind me were very quiet. Whenever I spoke of releasing them, they typically lowered their heads and became quiet. It was probably a taboo subject for a slave. If they let themselves show excitement over being freed, that would naturally put a lot of discomfort on their master. It was nice that they were considering my feelings, but I really wished they'd be more expressive towards seeking their freedom. The Prince Abaris and Lord Tybalt. You've encountered some interesting people yourself since coming to the capital. Ah, Well, it wasn't intentional. Things just sort of happened that way. All right. Well, I can tell you there may be an option. There is a special rune formation which nullifies bonds. Nullifies? You say he nodded. Slaves, pets, coercion. It was created a long time ago after the end of some war against a demon lord. He used a lot of bonds to force people into his employment. And the country was getting a major headache trying to determine who was a legit follower of the demon lord and who was just brainwashed or forced into doing it. In the end, this circle was made. All bonds are effectively severed while the rune is in effect. During that time, it may be possible to sever their bonds? Really? Then... But, he held up a finger. The ingredients to make the rune are extremely rare and hard to find. You'd need to have a lot of wealth to build the rune. At least 10,000 gold, and even then, you'd have to be lucky to find all the ingredients or have a lot of resources. I heard a while ago someone had the parts for such a rune, but those were just rumors. I lowered my head. So, it's probably impossible then. Even someone like me who had already had accumulated a nice wealth. 10,000 gold was still far outside my realm of affordability. All right, then I guess I'd like to look at your slaves. Chapter 292. Ah, fantastic! Figaro clapped his hands. Then, please tell me, what is your formation missing? A form of 6 is said to be very strong without being too large. I shook my head. Actually, the 5 of us are already fine. Celeste handles mana, Miki spirit, Lydia is speed, Tara is strength, and I am support. Rather, I am looking for people to send to Chaman. Actually, if it is possible. I don't want their slavery shifted onto me for obvious reasons. Right, that can be arranged. The paperwork filing is what really matters. As long as they have a slave mark, whether it is attached to you or not is not important. I assume you also wish to free them as well. Eventually, I'll let the mayor and guildmaster worry about those things. Okay, then I'll also sell slave breaking runes as well. Are you just looking for skilled artisans without a criminal record? As he spoke. He stood up and gestured us to follow him out the door. That, but I also have some more personal requests. I'll need some servants as well. My mansion is being built. And I'll have a property in the capital that it'd be nice if I had someone to care for as well, I said, following him with the girls in tow. We were now heading to the slave block. He seemed to bypass the wagons outside and used a special key to enter a back area. Whoop. I had a distinct feeling that only special guests were allowed to see these slave areas. Was it because I was special? Or was Figaro more unique than he let on? Just being good at his job didn't earn reverence like that secretary guy had for him. Do you have anything particular in mind? A head maid would be nice. Someone with the skills to train everyone else. Definitely cooking and cleaning experience. Also, if they have cleanup magic, That would be great. A maid with cleanup magic, Figaro raised an eyebrow. You never disappoint to make impressive requests. A woman of that quality is usually reserved for a palace. You typically don't find them enslaved. Ah. Is that so? Don't worry about it then? I didn't say we didn't have someone of that type. Figaro waved his hands. Rather, it's just she's a VP slave. She's very expensive. How much is very expensive? I asked curiously. Well, this slave is incredibly beautiful. She used to be the maid to a noble. But that noble ended up going bankrupt and having to sell her. Even so, she's 2,000 gold. 2,000. I let out a noise like a strangled cat. Of course, there are a lot of things that go into deciding the price of a person. Most standard, unremarkable people only cost a few gold coins. Sickly and old might even go for less. Rare species, rare jobs, high levels, beauty, youth, and a high level despite youth. These are all things that increase their value. As for this girl, she is the rarest find imaginable. He stopped in front of a door. How rare is rare? I asked, helplessly. He grabbed the door and pushed it open. The room had actually been decked out quite nicely. It was like she was a noble herself. Compared to the slaves outside sitting in straw, the nice carpeted floor and a full bed were in stark contrast when it came to treatment. A tall, beautiful woman spun around when she saw the door open. She had an abundantly large chest and an extremely alluring body. However, the feature that stood out the most were long, pointed ears on either side of her head. Try. Extinct. Figaro coughed. A big titty elf girl. I said the words in wonder. Chapter 293. Ah, well. Large breasts doesn't have anything to do with her species? Figaro responded wryly. Why, yes. Of course. I cleared my throat. Why did I feel like I had glares drilling into my back from behind? It was just a slip of the tongue. Honestly, as we looked at the woman, she watched back, an intrigued look in her eyes. Even if you show me the most expensive girl in this place, why do you expect I can afford something this extravagant? I asked Figaro wryly. He let out a chuckle. Isn't that just wishful thinking when I see slaves that are very skilled and promising naturally? I want them to go the best slave handlers. Just looking at Miki and Lydia, they have developed wonderfully under your case. Miki herself would easily be as valuable as Lydia, despite having the nine-tail label. Can you stop putting prices on them? They're all priceless to me, I said. I wouldn't sell them for any amount. My apologies. Figaro gave a slight bow. I meant no offense. It seems like the heat on my back somehow lessened from a moment ago. What was going on with that? It's fine. I responded defensively. It isn't that easy that I get angry about something. Of course, Figaro smiled. Are you sure that you have no further questions about this elf? I mean, it's not like I am not curious. What is her story? Was she some lost princess or something? Figaro chuckled. Nothing so extravagant as that. Her story was pretty simple, actually. Her family were slaves. It was extremely rare for an elf to become a slave. You may not know this, but the extinction of elves is a fairly recent thing. Elf women struggle to become pregnant, but they have extremely long lives. This wouldn't have been an issue. Except there were many wars and conflicts, and elves were brought into it. Unlike humans and demi-humans, which replenish their numbers within 2 decades, it'd take elves thousands of years to recuperate. Eventually, too many elves died, and even finding two elves that wanted to be lifelong mates was impossible. You see, elves are very particular about who they mate with. Their partner is for life. Thus, if the male died after they consummated their relationship even once, she could never have sex again. This isn't a mental thing or a belief of elves either. It's actually a built-in part of their biology. Huh? What do you mean, once a man? Inserts his part. He looked behind me with at least some modesty as he tried to explain things without details. The woman's part imprints on him. If any other part attempts to go in, it seals shut. Furthermore, when it comes to simply impregnation, her body rejects the seed of any other man. Seriously, he nodded. As the species was becoming endangered, they tried many magics and attempts to bypass their biological systems. However, it was determined that a woman's parts could not be opened except by her partner without severely injuring her, and impregnation was impossible. This is all interesting, but how does this relate to her? Well, she isn't simply an elf. But she's also still a virgin without any imprinting. In fact, it's a part of her slave clause that a master cannot force her to have sex. If you do so, she will be taken immediately and you would be severely punished. I think Master should take her. Lydia suddenly spoke up. Huh, Miki nodded. A slave master can't touch. I approve. What was that about? My girls sometimes said the strangest things. Chapter 294. You still didn't really explain much about how she became a slave, I said. Even though the girls were getting more interested behind me. There isn't much to tell. Figaro shrugged. She was born into it. Actually, her mother was a slave, so she was born a slave too. The noble in question was an avid collector and bought her more as a trophy than as a maid. He did so around 50 years ago when the last elves were dying from old age. When his son took over the estate after the passing of his old man, he ran it into the ground by gambling. Eventually, he sold off his dad's collections to pay for it. One such sale includes this woman right here. Don't let that convince you she's not capable. While under his employ, she made sure to learn her duties properly. Using her free time, she practiced daily, and over the course of the last 50 years, she has the full-fledged job head made. It's a job with access to magical cleanup spells, cooking, and also cleaning. She is very adept at all of it. So, she's over 50 then? I asked. Elves live much longer than human lives. If you were to put a human age to her, she wouldn't be much over 18. In fact, if you were to acquire her, she'd live long past your own life. She'd be your children's maid, and possibly their maid as well. Even if that is so. I sighed. I'd be bad to be bound to, as she wouldn't be able to break that bond easily. I couldn't believe I was actually falling for this, to date. I had only accumulated a little over 2,000 gold after finishing the last dungeon. If I bought her, I'd be losing most of it. I say most because I should still be able to use the haggle ability and get a small discount. Actually, that's the other reason I thought you might be perfect. Figaro shrugged. She had another condition on her. His slavery mark cannot be undone. She cannot be freed. Huh, why would that be? I didn't like that condition at all. The condition is self-imposed. Figaro held up his hands as I gave him a hostile look. I looked back at the woman herself. Frowning slightly, she took a step forward and curtsied. If I may, she asked submissively. Figaro nodded. Go ahead. It's best if it comes from you. I am the last of my kind. An extreme rarity. That means there are many that would want to acquire me. As a slave in this country, I am protected by this country's laws. If I was not a slave, however, I wouldn't be. She left the explanation at that, but I was able to finish it in my mind. This was ultimately all about protecting herself. Owned by someone rich, no one could technically take her away. She'd be safe. Even if she did get taken, they could always find her by her bond. However, if she was free, she could be exploited by all manner of person. She could be stolen, imprisoned, raped, or worse. Slavery seemed like a flimsy shield to me, but it was still a shield when you literally had nothing else. Chapter 295. Thank you for catering to my questions, but I simply can't afford to purchase her. I have the future of an entire city I have to think about. Furthermore, I don't even have a place to call home yet. So acquiring a maid now would be counter to that. Actually, given the extreme cost of this woman, I think you'll find she more than makes up for it, Figaro added when he saw I wasn't going to bite. What do you mean by that? I demanded. Well, you are looking for people to purchase to bring to Chum as citizens. Yes, I suppose that's true. As a head maid, her expertise is hiring personnel and management. You see, as her master got older, she was in charge of the entire estate. She effectively ran a plot of land for about 10 years while the son played around and was irresponsible. If that old noble was in his right state of mind, he'd have never passed his fortune to a child like that once he died. In the end, since she was just a slave, she couldn't counter the son's decisions. Despite his bad decisions, she managed to keep that province and the people in it happy for 5 years, until that's unsold her. Without her managing things? Well, I'll just say he's in a slave collar out in the courtyard the last I checked. So, you see, she'd be an ideal person to put in charge of this. You saw all the auctions going on out there. Although there are 10 or 20 back here I can offer you, you are going to eventually need to deal with the auctions. If you are looking to purchase a couple of hundred slaves, you'll need to be around to make bids, pay debt, and manage the whole process. It could take you weeks to buy everyone you want for your city. I frowned at his words. Yeah. That sounds really exhausting. Isn't there someone I can just hire to take this over? Isn't that what you are here for? He let out a cough. Well, yes, I am always willing to assist my clients in finding just the right slave, that is. Well, a small part of my job. It isn't impossible to lend my services for such a job, but I lack the knowledge she does. So I couldn't promise I wouldn't hire a few bad apples and useless people. Furthermore, if you wish to hire me, I'd need to remain competitive. My price runs 100 gold an hour. That's 800 gold a day for 1 week. Well, you can see why a slave would be preferable. I had a distinct feeling that he charged a bit more than your common slaver. But I didn't feel like I could trust any of the others. They might just grab anyone so they didn't have to work very hard. I might end up with criminals or useless people. They might even lie about the costs so that they could pocket extra money. A slave would be restricted by my commands. Furthermore, she would want to do a good job to please her master, and since she'd inevitably be affected by who she picked, she'd have a personal investment in picking the right people for the job. In the end, she really was a woman worth her cost. Figaro had once again accurately determined what I needed and what I could afford. I could only see at how good he was at his job. Since you put it that way, I suppose I should buy her then. Chapter 296. Very well, I sighed. I'll take her. You will? Figaro seemed startled for a second. Yeah, why are you startled? You are the one who offered her to me. True. But I am sorry to say, I can't lend her now with the promise of money later, even if you put yourself and all 4 of your slaves. Well, actually, that might about do it. Figaro looked at the girls behind me while scratching his cheek thoughtfully. Hold your horses! I have the money! I let out a sigh. 2,000 gold, seriously. Wait. If you didn't believe I had the money, why wave her in front of me, I demanded. Figaro laughed, scratching the back of his neck. She has been for sale 4 months now, and even the richest nobles in the capital won't take her. Most nobles feel threatened by her. They don't like having someone more skilled than them. We were going to have to end up sending her north to the Imperial Cloud Metho. I really didn't want this to happen, as they are notoriously bigoted. If you think a berries is bad, the Imperial Cloud Meadow is strictly human. All non-humans are slaves, period. She would assuredly be abused and her skill underutilized in an environment like that. As for you, I was hoping to encourage you to make a miracle, as you did with Lydia. So, you thought to dangle something in front of my eyes, and hoped I went to great lengths to pursue it. I let out a noise of disapproval. Just what kind of guy do you think I am? He bowed. I apologize. That was completely inappropriate of me. However, if you have the capacity to afford her and are willing to pay, I am overjoyed. I will get the paperwork immediately. Perhaps you should speak to her first. Ah, her name is Fanya, by the way. He turned and left the hallway, and I was left staring at my new purchase. She'd be the first slave I officially bought in this world. Hello, my name is Deke. I bowed. I know you likely expected better, but I hope you can serve me well. The girl put on a simple smile and curtsied in response. I am Fanya. If you have the capacity to afford me, you likely are already an amazing man. Furthermore, Figaro speaks highly of you, and if you have his approval, then it is likely that you have earned it. How may I serve my new master? Ah! Well, my operation is a little bit upstart. There is a small city that is technically outside of Aberys. Well, in a few days, we should be officially recognized. The city is made up of mostly freed slaves. I'd like to maintain that tradition. I need your help to clean out the capital of anyone who is worth their weight. I want craftsmen and those with useful jobs. If they have the capacity to teach those jobs to others, even better. Ideally, I'd like those that are likely to stay. It'd be nice to free them all eventually. If you can purchase relatives, children, and family, please do so. The elderly as well. New slaves come into the capital every day. I could indefinitely stay and purchase slaves. Fina responded helplessly. Do you have a particular goal in mind? I am thinking of 1,000 right now. It'd be nice to get a protective force to guard Chom. At least 200 fighting men or women. Based on what I've seen since I've gotten here, you are looking at around 8,000 gold to purchase everyone. Seriously, although I planned to sell some of the stuff for money, it looked like I was nowhere close. Chapter 97. Figaro returned a few minutes later. I introduced my current slaves to Fonya. She was very polite to each of them. Although she was supposedly around 18 in our years, she had a motherly aura around her that seemed to make the other girls look up to her. They all smiled at her and seemed to really like her. I could never understand what led them to hating some girls while liking others. It was truly a conundrum. I will provide the slavery stuff for free, so you don't need to worry about using your... Figaro smiled wryly. What I didn't like being nickel and dimmed. Is that really such a problem? Well, at least Figaro understood me. Since those fees were being waived, I might as well do things as officially as possible. Well, I still used haggle as I handed over the money. However, he didn't hand any back to me after I signed the paperwork. So I started to frown. He noticed me frowning and then winked. I'll admit, I was a bit surprised when you haggled me down. Naturally, I responded by upselling you. The two abilities end up canceling each other out. Any knowledgeable trader or merchant isn't so easily brought down in price. It does leave me wondering what job you have. Or if you have a priest on retainer. I could only smile wryly. I apologize. I had never bought a slave from him before. Miki was given freely, and the cost was the resurrection spell to the priest. When it came to Lydia, the town came together and paid my fee before I could even attempt to use the ability. So, this was the first time the pair of exchanged any money. As it turned out, Figaro had a skill that countered my own. So getting discounts from him was impossible. I felt like I had done something bad. Figaro just waved it off. Any good merchant always tries to haggle. It's really how we make profits. It's actually not uncommon for merchants to buy things at their value. In that case, that 20% is our only profit. Naturally, small store owners, seamstresses, blacksmiths, and these guys don't have a merchant job, so they can't block haggling. But any true merchant usually would, and if he doesn't, it's because he already marked things up 20% expecting you to haggle with him. It seemed like the world of mercantile was far more insidious than I had originally thought. It wasn't so easy to just abuse my haggling and become rich, especially if I was going to deal with the Merchant Guild. I am glad I learned this from Figaro, rather than embarrassing myself against the experts. There might even be an advanced upsell and I'd find myself getting taken advantage of. Actually, there was a third-tier dunge ability called Bargain that sounded like a higher-level version. Perhaps it'd get me 50% off. It was too late to use it on Figaro, though. And he might even have the higher-level version of upsell. I should be happy he didn't use it on me. Or did he? I definitely handed him 2,000 gold, but maybe he hadn't asked for 2,000 originally. Man, these skills really screwed with your brain. What is real anymore? I didn't have time to fall into an existential crisis. Half the day was over and I had one more project, perhaps the most important things that dictated our future. After the mark was transferred over, I gained a new slave and then bid my farewell. Chapter 298. Fena has become your slave. Class Management. Job Head made Slavel VL 30 to unlocked Jobs Cookle VL 10. Maidel VVL 50. Manager VL 15. Governess VVL 18. Basic Magician VVL 20 herself, while none of her jobs were combat related. She actually gave me a run for my money when it came to her levels. Lydia, Miki and I had a long way to go. Admittedly, she had 50 to 60 years to gain those levels, but it still left me feeling a bit weak. For my age, I was probably above average, and considering we were still pretty young, it was probably impressive when compared to seasoned warriors, but I could still have dreams of being the strongest. After everything was done, I turned to leave the slave market. Fena would be traveling with us for today. I wanted to make sure she knew where everything was. However, after that, I would cut her loose on her own. I'd give her what little money I could get selling everything. And then we'd start needing to fundraise for Chom and sending people home to help with the reconstruction. I really was starting to feel like a diplomat, dealing with the aristocracy while thinking of the well-being of a place a distance away. As I reached the door, Figaro grabbed my sleeve. I turned back, and he had an uncertain expression on his face. He looked just a tad bit worried. "What is it?" I asked. "I hope you understand. I am not permitted to speak with you about previous slave sales or the like," Figaro explained. Okay. I just need to warn you. You mentioned your competition with Lord Tybolt today. All I can say is that you should be careful. He visited the slave market recently. And if you expect him to be in the same shape he was when you met him in Chom, you may find yourself surprised. The man will not play fairly, I can guarantee you that. I nodded and patted his hand. I'll be careful. He nodded uncertainly. But still let me go. The 6 of us walked out of the slave market. My party was actually growing a bit excessive here. It would be nice if we won that mansion. Well, those problems would be resolved tomorrow after the competition. Either I'd be returning to Chom or I'd become a noble. After getting down the long stairway that led up to the White Cotta Lead Plaza, I opened up my map and started looking through it for the next place we needed to go. If my timing was correct, we didn't have too much longer. Dropping the map, I checked my ring and winced. Without haggle, Ezra, I really did have a piddling amount of money left. It would be barely enough to last the next few days. Master, where do we go now? Lydia asked, becoming impatient as I seemingly gaze off into space. I look back at her and smile. It's time we come up with a way of bringing in money. Chapter 299. I sighed, looking at the change in my pocket. It seems like Figaro was right. The capital city definitely doesn't allow you to abuse haggling too much. I was going around trying to sell everything I didn't want from the dungeons. There seemed to be 3 types of sellers. The craftsmen who were not merchants, who either had a merchant do all their sales for them, or automatically increased their prices by 20%, or dropped their offers by the same. Mind you, those that chose the later lost sales to a lot of non-merchants, so they didn't usually run public shops. I had only ended up facing one seemingly by accident because I was using my map. The second kind were merchants who seemed to always know when haggle was used against them, and would then immediately respond with upsell. A few seemed to even be able to predict when you would upsell with them, and would automatically adjust the price accordingly. The final kind just haggled and upsold everyone. I was beginning to see that the kinds of merchants like this were the most nefarious and least trustworthy. Although Figaro had told me that there was no trouble trying to haggle with people, after seeing those that fell back on that ability, I was starting to feel like perhaps I shouldn't. Thus, I decided to try haggling and upselling legitimately. I found it far easier with my charm plus is to sweet-talk merchants. I think my girls also had something to do with it, although I certainly didn't use them at all to get discounts. Ah, you want those gloves? A blushing blacksmith said. I'll give you a discount. Tara had grown interested in a pair of enchanted gloves and was eyeing them excitedly. They would protect her hands and give her a stronger punch. Although I was mostly selling everything we had collected to make as much coin as I could with the championship tomorrow. I definitely wanted them equipped properly too. Thus, it was a combination of selling everything and buying new equipment for the girls. When I started trying to talk down the blacksmith, he seemed to tighten up his wallet really quickly. So, I can't have the gloves? Tara asked, tears welling in her eyes. Come on, Deke! You are strong! Endure! Endure. Just a bit longer. Sweat was pouring down my face. She was looking up at the two of us so sadly. Oh, okay. The blacksmith cried out. You can have it for that price. Thank you, I let out a breath. Only just managing to outlast him. Why, you are lucky she reminds me of my daughter. He grumbled. In the end, I got the enchanted gloves for almost their value. On top of that, I sold curious items we had accumulated from the dungeons. It was easier selling him stuff than buying stuff from him. He was much less willing to give up his own stuff than buy other stuff. Is that the so-called pride of a blacksmith? Since he made it, he felt it had a lot of value and didn't want to part. Well, it was something like that. We stopped at about 6 places before we ran out of time. I had thought Funya might have jumped in and helped out as well. However, she sat back and watched all of my sales. I am surprised you didn't speak up and try to get a better discount. Aren't you management? Funya cocked her head. I wouldn't step upon Master's pride as such. If you wish, I can do so. That was right. Fenya had the mentality of a slave. She hasn't been around long enough to pick up the other girl's boldness, even if she felt she could get a better price than me. Speaking up and interrupting her master would be out of line. Actually, this was probably how a proper slave was supposed to act. In the future, if you think you can improve a situation by butting in, I give you permission to do so, I said. Fanya nodded. But she seemed uncertain of that. After all, her previous noble owner sounded like a piece of work. Let's go. This was just phase 1. I had made about 500 gold by selling all the extra stuff. I didn't feel rich anymore seeing how quickly that money could go and how much I needed. Chapter 300. I ended up heading to the traveling guild next. We were running a little late, so I had the girls run. Fenya wore a hood that covered her ears. It would probably be sensational to see an elf running throughout the city. Actually, I felt really bad. Having Fenyo follow us around on foot was like buying a Mercedes and then driving down a dirt road. I should be ashamed of offering her that kind of treatment. I definitely need to become a better master. Upon walking into the traveling guild, Fanya and Miki were out of breath. I was usually the guy who was first to be out of breath in any group, so I guess my stamina was improving. Of course, Lydia and Tara were always full of stamina, and Miki flew when she got tired of walking. There was an old man sitting on a chair and a large formation drawn on the ground. Last call for D-Ridge. Anyone going to D-Ridge? Yes, I called out, bringing the girls with me. It's 6 of us. The old man barely looked up at me before giving a shrug. Stand on the circle. It's 60 gold. I grimaced, but brought out my freshly earned money and handed it to him. There were 2 other men on the circle. They glanced at the girls in interest, but upon noticing the slave marks, immediately backed off. Thankfully, in Aubrey's, it was considered bad etiquette to look at someone else's slaves. Plus, someone who owned so many beautiful slaves had to be rich and powerful. Only other nobles might dare to stir up trouble with a person's slaves, as the princess herself had shown. I was very curious about the magic he was using. I was studying the formation at my feet. Perhaps, if I could pick up the job that allowed these kinds of spells, I could potentially be freed up of some of my restrictions. However, I didn't have much time as he started chanting almost as soon as we got into the circle. Master? Celeste suddenly asked. Where is Dairig? Good question, I said, shrugging helplessly. Let's find out. The spell cast, and we immediately were surrounded in white light. I felt a weightless feeling for a moment, and then the world around us seemed to melt. A new place appeared, and the light finally dimmed. As soon as my feet hit the floor, I pulled out my map. Dairidge appeared to be in the north of Oberys. It was about twice the distance between Chom and the capital. So we had definitely traveled quite the distance. There was another rune under our feet, and we were in another building which was likely this city's traveling guild. As we got off of the platform, one of the men who had traveled with us glanced over at me. You guys heading to the dungeon, huh? Well, the Great Dungeon is the only thing in this city, so I reckon that's why you came. Yes, of course, I said quickly, giving a weak smile. He nodded. Not that it's any of my business, but you seem like a dungeon noob. I'd hate to see your pretty slaves suffer, so I recommend you hire a guide. Stay in the first 9 levels. That's where baby adventurers go. Thanks, Semem. He and the other man nod and then leave without another word. He was being a little rude, but could I blame him? His advice was in my best interest, after all. Not that I liked being called a baby adventurer or something. Master? Are we really going to enter a dungeon? Faina asked nervously. We are, I said, but then glanced at Faina. You are staying here. She let out a breath of relief. I want to see what you are capable of, I said, handing her a ring. There is gold in that. Find out what goods are cheap in this city compared to the capital, and then buy them for as cheap as you can. I mean no offense, Master, she said uncertainly. But if your plan is to use the portal to transport supplies, your storage rings are much too small. Rings only hold about the size of the chest, Any goods we must buy would only sell at a small profit unless we ordered carts full. The return trip to the capital won't be for a few days. Furthermore, losing 120 gold each visit would destroy any wealth we gained. Even if you just plan to send me at 20 gold a trip, I reached out and patted her head. She was actually as tall as me. So it felt a little weird. As for her, she wore a complicated expression. Her old master must not have patted her head very much. "Thank you for your concern," I said gently. "Buy a cart, fill it up. Let me worry about the transport home." It was the first time I had seen her blush. It was pretty cute. Chapter 301. I was a little uncomfortable letting her off on her own, but I had to trust in her value. This wasn't a country where slaves got snatched off the streets. Of course, before I let her leave, I decided to try to draw a map of the city. Well, I wasn't going to give that guy 1 gold coin for one. Ahem. I mean, I knew what was useful to her, and so I wanted to transcribe everything that she'd need to know from my mapability onto paper. You created a map. You have unlocked the job cartographer. I let out a noise of surprise. Just how long had it been since I last unlocked a job? Well, I didn't really feel like I needed to do cartographer. But it still felt nice. Still, it wasn't a job that would do me much good at the moment. We had about half a day left. I was hoping to help everyone level. I was thinking about changing jobs and trying to get some of their other jobs to level up a bit. It'd be the quickest way to strengthen my party, I reckoned. As for me, I wanted to focus on the slave master's ability. I thought about asking Figaro how to get the slaver ability to, but I had forgotten at the time. In fact, I had wanted to go to the library and research the job system in its entirety. I still only knew basically what most commoners knew. Do what you wanted and you'd unlock a job eventually. After parting from Faina and giving her thorough instructions, the rest of us headed to the dungeon. I was worried some of the girls would be squeamish about entering the dungeons, but they all looked eager to try out the new equipment I bought them. Unlike Faina, these girls had grown attached to dungeons like me, it seemed. The dungeon turned out to be in the middle of town. There was a massive wall around it, and it was very protected. There appeared to be a massive bazaar around it, filled with entertainers and merchants going about their day. It was very common to see those walking around in full armor. These were the dungeon divers. They all looked quite rough. Comparatively, our team really did look like noobs. A somewhat short guy who honestly looked a little scrawny after losing all that weight, and 4 pretty girls. 2 gold each. The guard said. I whistled. That's a lot. He shrugged. Most people don't enter the dungeon casually. It usually takes weeks per journey. This is to discourage those who aren't seriously committed. Are you sure you are prepared for the challenges of the Great Dungeon? He spoke in a loud voice that seemed to attract several eyes. As a group of pretty people in clean armor, it did look like we had never been in a dungeon before. This caused us to receive several scornful looks, and even a few people pointing and laughing. Yup. I handed the man 10 gold quickly and then ushered the girls in. I tried to be as casual about it as I could. But this seemed to cause the man to grow confused. Are you looking down on the great dungeon of Dyridge? Nope. I pushed the girls through the portal before he could rope me into any painful conversations. I really just wanted to see the dungeon. As for the price, with my most recent blessing, I could portal out of the dungeon now. I only needed to pay for it once. Of course, I ended up not seeing the guard nod to another team. These newbies are going to get themselves killed, he growled. People dying in our dungeon is bad for business. Follow them and make sure they stay alive. A woman whose face was hidden behind a mask emerged from the shadows. She looked exactly like a ninja, covered in black. She slid into the dungeon. A place she was so used to it was practically home. You have entered Dyridge's great dungeon. Destroy the lore to break the curse, or complete the lore for more dungeon points. Chapter 302. We have the maps for the first 32 floors. I explained. Well, I heard great dungeons put out stronger enemies than your standard dungeon. So perhaps we should see how difficult the monsters on this level are before we progress. With Tara here, I could be a total support finally. I equipped White Mage, True Dungeon Diver, and Slave Master. Of course, if I could level up Slave Master, I felt that would help in the match tomorrow the best. True Dungeon Diver was about taking advantage of the many skills which synergized well with my map. Then, there was also White Mage, which was to keep everyone going healthily. As we went deeper into the first level, I performed Sense Life, Sense Traps, and Detect Treasure. There was not a lot of treasure on this level. I went to where Sense Life indicated, only to run into other parties. A few were rude and off-putish, while most of them were nice. It seemed like most of the monsters on the first floor were dead. We decided to quickly go around snatching up whatever treasure was left on this floor before heading down to the next floor. I ended up finding some gold and a rather weak magic item. There was more on the first floor. It was absolutely massive. But it seemed like a waste of time, so we headed down to the second floor. We had already wasted about 2 hours and had yet to battle a single monster. Miki? Do you remember anything like a monster attractant in the alchemy books? Miki thought for a moment and then nodded. There is such a thing. I just said it casually. But she pulled the alchemy book out of her storage ring. She carried them along. She quickly found it too. It wasn't even that complicated. Fortunately, the ring I gave Faina wasn't my good one. She said that most rings held a chest load, and she was right. The rings I gave all the girls could only hold so much. The ring I had gotten when I conquered the dungeon, however, could hold a cartful. That's why it had so much more value than the other rings. That ring was filled with different reagents I had accumulated in the last 3 dungeons. I quickly brought out what Miki requested. We only had to make one substitution, which she insisted would work. The means of creating it was actually rather easy. We just had to mix the parts and then set it on fire. I had Celeste use wind to spread it out quickly. At first, I was disappointed to hear nothing. A few moments later, the ground started to rumble. I smiled and then nodded to the girls. I could see a dozen monsters coming from one of the hallways. We could finally start leveling properly. Then I saw another dozen coming from another hallway. Still more were coming from somewhere else. However, I didn't feel threatened at all. Rather, this is what I was waiting for. If things really did get dangerous, I would just use return and take the girls out of here. The girls didn't appear worried either. Lydia was flexing her hand on her sword. Tara was straightening her gloves. Celeste was dancing around excitedly. Meanwhile, Mickey cast something that suddenly gave us a boost of spirit. I didn't know she could do that. But even the slight worry I had seemed to diminish after her spell. I made sure to pat her head efficiently. The monsters burst around the corner. It appeared to be a pack of wolves. Some of them appeared to be mounted by goblins. Attack? I gave the order. Chapter 303. Tara, create a barrier. Don't block them directly. Rather, slant it in so that they are forced to fight one at a time. Yes! Celeste, can you work up a wind current? Throw dust in their direction. It'd best if their visibility is broken. Creating wind? Mikey? Rather than trying to damage their spirit, just give them a feeling of hopelessness or something like that. Yes, Master. Tara, hold them off, but allow one at a time for Lydia to cut down. If you get a cut, let me know. I'll heal you immediately. Yes. Using the map, I put us in a corner. Perhaps this would be a dangerous situation for other people. But with the ability to cast a portal or use return, this was fine for me. I had always read about those armies against a small group in a fort thing, so I understood that numbers were basically useless in a dungeon. After using barrier myself to survive impossible fights, I naturally would take advantage of Tara's powerful earth ability. We could literally shape the dungeon to our advantage. Well, that was only because this dungeon looked like a dungeon. Some dungeons supposedly looked like forests with open skies. The same technique wouldn't work in one of those. The walls were brick and it had a dank moldiness to it. There was also a heavy theme on bars and chains. I didn't know what the kiosk room would look like. But I heard it looks like a torture room. I didn't bother with it because we had the portal ability. As for the murals, those were all drawn already in books. I was a little curious as to why this dungeon existed. But long, winded history books already had long discussed the nature of this dungeon and why it exists. As for the kiosk room, I heard that in the Great Labyrinths, they charge people to use them. Truly, this is a place that tries to nickel and dime you. Since getting to the bottom of solving the curse lore proved impossible, that's why the dungeon exists in its current state. I wasn't so pompous as to believe I could solve what thousands before me couldn't. This was just a casual visit, anyone hoping to earn some levels. Perhaps I would buy one of the books so I didn't have to pay a fee just to get into the kiosk rooms. Master, I am injured, Tara said, after I scolded her for getting hurt on purpose or bugging me about trivial cuts while in combat. I knew that she'd only cry out if she was genuinely wounded. I didn't hesitate to provide her with proper healing. Miki, I am going to switch you to basic magician so you can gain some levels. Okay. Miki had done her spiritual attacks, so there was no point in keeping her with that job. I was too worried about being overwhelmed, so I only changed one person's job at a time, allowed the death of a few dozen monsters, and then switched to someone else. When the last monster fell, we had defeated nearly 100. Isolate the air. I don't want to attract any more monsters, I ordered Celeste, who nodded and immediately cast one of her skills. Slave Master had gone up to levels. Slave Master was now 12. I ended up with Locate Slave and Increase Slave experience. The girls already had increased slave experience as part of a curse. I wonder if this will be cumulative. As for Locate Slave, I had been waiting for this one for a while, so I was glad that I had it now. As for the girls, Lydia's Scout ended up at 11. Miki's Basic Magician ended up at 10. Celeste's Master Wind Magician went up to 5. It was clear that Master Wind Magician leveled much, much slower than Basic Magician. Well, it was the difference between a final tier job and a starting tier job. As for Tara, her Earth Elementalist job only went up a single level. I really needed to get her some more jobs. It should be noted I left Faina in the party just to see, but she ended up getting none of the experience. Let's do the same on the next floor. Chapter 304. Since I had enough ingredients to do the same thing a few times. We went to floor 3 and then repeated the battle. This time, all the wolves were mounted with goblins, and he had to contend with goblin archers too. Since we had perfected our technique, I simply had Celeste commit time to knock arrows out of the air. It went particularly well. Well, Tara ended up hit by an arrow. I was very scared for a bit, but she doesn't experience pain like we do. With some quick healing, she was back to normal. I won't let it happen again. Celeste seemed more upset than Tara was. Afterward, she worked much harder and the arrows never even got close. By the time the last goblin fell, I nodded in affirmation and continued on. On the 4th floor, the goblin riders were replaced by a larger-looking creature called a goblin elite. Combined with the archers, they were quite deadly. I had Tara create a small ceiling wall, which all but made the archers useless. More often than not, they ended up shooting their own guys in the back. It was kind of embarrassing. I probably shouldn't look down on them. But it was really hard not to. The elites took a little more effort to kill. Lydia did a lot better job knocking them out with her speed and superior swordsmanship. As for Tara, she took more of a beating and I had to heal her more frequently. This was definitely getting more challenging the lower we got. It was also getting pretty late. Good job, everyone. Let's get the nearby treasures and then we'll go, I said. I had about 10 gold now, and lately another 10 gold in ingredients, potions, and items which were found around the dungeon or dropped by the monsters. In the future, I should buy one of the guidebooks for the dungeon. I heard someone selling them in the bazaar. They're supposed to tell you who drops what and all kinds of information like that. As I was checking the map for treasure, I suddenly noticed a life form we had missed. I had noticed it before, but it was really faint, so I thought it was just some kind blip, or maybe a rat or something. However, it was very clearly following us. The boss was supposed to be on the next floor down. However, I remembered those shadow bunnies with the expensive fur. Maybe this would have something of value. Celeste? Tara? I whispered to the two girls. Capture! There! I immediately had them create a barrier of dirt and air on either side of where the hidden creature was. Mikey also attempted to attack the spirit, and Lydia ran forward, drawing her sword smoothly. Ah! Rather than an animal growl or squeal, I ended up hearing a girl scream. I am glad I tossed out a net instead of a knife. I had hoped to identify the monster before I killed it. However, it wasn't a monster at all, but a girl in black clothing. Eh? Ninja, Chapter 305. What do you want with me? The ninja demanded. Ah, I let out a cough. Rather. I thought you were a mob. Why were you sneaking around on people in the dungeon? You're not one of those dungeon robbers. Are you dungeon robbers, the ones who sneak around and try to sabotage parties so that after they die you can steal all of their stuff. This system black marks thieves and murderers. But if you just happen to trip someone and they get eaten by a monster, all their stuff is yours for the taking. After having met and dealt with merchants and the nuance of upselling and haggling, I had been considering more ways that people can abuse the system. I realized that dungeons were just a place where you can die without being resurrected. This area was also a place where you could easily get rid of someone you wished to kill. If you were good at it, you could get away with it and not earn a murderer mark that priests could detect. I am not something like that. She responded defensively. So, you didn't follow us in? No. She glanced away. She was definitely following us. I needed to interrogate her to find out if she was a danger before I let her go again. I still felt a little bad. I had let those bandits I had previously captured go after seeing the attack on the city. I think a few of them were involved in the attack and didn't repent at all. Well, if a person's nature was so easy to change, there wouldn't be repeaters going to jail. It still would have been impossible to jail them all. And killing them would have only made them as obstinate as Balrak. Of course, if I killed her here, it would be final. But killing people still made me nauseous to even consider. Let's just question her for now. How did you get a ninja job? Ah! That was the question that ended up coming out. I was showing my true colors, it seems. What is a ninja? She demanded. I am a dungeon diver. I am one of the guides. You can ask any of the guards. Oh, just a dungeon diver. I couldn't help the disappointed look on my face. What is with that look? I am a level 36 dungeon diver. Do you know how rare dungeon divers are? Are they? I asked the question impulsively. But seeing the look on her face, I could see that it was very rare. It probably wasn't that it was truly rare, just that it was unlikely for it to be someone's main job. Even someone who was a dungeon diver and had a lot of levels in it would probably have more levels in some weapon, like job. There was a saying I heard. No one wanted to be a dungeon diver their whole life. Most went until they got injured and then settled on being a guard or an adventurer. By the way, adventurer was a job to that I had yet to earn. I needed to do more adventurer guild tasks if I wanted to earn that job. As for me, I had true dungeon diver, which had most of my experience. I only got dungeon diver upon getting true dungeon diver. And it hasn't leveled by a single bit. In other words, I didn't know the conditions in which dungeon diver could level without equipping it as a job and killing mobs. However, I had a theory that true dungeon diver was eating the experience that should go to dungeon diver. I was convinced by now that every job leveled, albeit slowly, just by practicing the thing your job is related to whether it was equipped or not. The only difference between a locked job and an unlocked job is that you've met the conditions to unlock the job. However, when you had to unlock jobs that gained experience under the same conditions, the higher tier job would get the experience. This is why, despite casting spells, only white mage ability leveled, while basic magician didn't do anything unless I equipped it as one of my jobs. While I was contemplating all of this stuff while receiving the pouty glare of a ninja, there was a sudden ringing sound. Although the sound was strange, it seemed to be coming from everywhere, while at the same time I felt like I could pinpoint and follow the source. It's an alarm. The ninja suddenly called out, "Another party is in trouble." Chapter 306. What's an alarm? Like a spell, I asked. She shot me an irritated look. Every party who goes to the dungeon has a magical item that if you crack open producing a warning alarm and gives your position. Strong parties are expected to go to it and see if they can help. Weak parties are expected to get away, as it indicates a very dangerous area. It's the only way to be safe. You did bring an alarm, didn't you, WH? Of course. Of course I did, I declared, hiding my expression as I waved for the girls to remove her bonds. The concern on her face that someone was in trouble didn't seem like something she could fake. Either way, I didn't get the vibe from her I got from Cilicia, the Bandit King, so she was probably safe. I was going to ask her another question, but before I could say anything, she dashed off. I glanced at the girls. The ones with animal ears were holding them down cutely, clearly not liking the sound of the alarm. The alarm may drive away opportunistic monsters too, like an alarm on a house. Let's go, I finally said, waving the girls to follow me. It was clear to me that the alarm was coming from the floor below. We headed to the stairs and went down to the 5th floor. We didn't need to go much farther before I could hear the sound of fighting. There was the shouting of people, the roar of a monster, and even the dungeon shook slightly after a certain explosion. "Get ready," I instructed the girls as we turned a corner. At the end of it was a pair of men. They seemed familiar. Actually, they were the men who we had transported with from the capital city to Dye Ridge. They had given us a warning about the dangers of the great dungeon. They were running from a massive creature that looked like a wolf, except that it was almost as large as the hallway. Despite this, it moved wicked fast. It had massive claws and teeth, and its hair seemed to be almost like that of a porcupine. It kept pouncing forward and knocking the men down. However, it then retreated, failing to kill them. It seemed to be toying with them instead of just killing them. The ninja girl leaped from the shadows and fell between the creature and the men. "Run! I'll distract this guy." The two men were already completely panicked after being toyed with by the monster, so they fled at full speed. As they came near, they finally noticed us. "What are you doing?" one called out breathily. "Run! Before it gets you two!" The other called. They didn't wait to see if we followed. Instead of racing down the hallway to get to the stairway leading up to the 4th floor. However, I was more concerned about the ninja girl. Looking back down the hallway, I could see her begin to toss out throwing knives, trying to cause the beast to fall back. It didn't seem like she had the desire to defeat it at all. Rather, she wanted to distract it and then likely go into hiding. However, when she turned to back up, she noticed us coming. She immediately threw out her hands. "What are you doing here? Get away quickly! This is a boss variant. We can't handle this." The wolf took advantage of her distraction and leapt forward. She spun and tossed a dagger, but he skillfully blocked it using his porcupine hide. The wolf immediately swiped at her. She tried to draw her sword but failed. The swipe struck her, and she went flying back as blood gushed from her open wound. The wolf crouched down, about to pounce and finish the job. Chapter 307. I pulled on my duplicate slave skill, casting haste on myself. I had moved before anyone else could. Perhaps Lydia or Celeste would have been faster, but my mind didn't think in those terms. I was halfway to them when I put Hero Job in the place of True Dungeon Diver. The monster leapt into the air, intending to crush the ninja girl under its feet and then take care of me. However, I moved far faster than it predicted. "Tara, defend yourself now," I shouted. To most people, they would grow flustered and panic at the scene and being called on so suddenly. For these girls who had spent so much time in dungeons, they didn't hesitate in the slightest. I broke into a slide, grabbing the ninja in my arms. I had only one chance, and I wasn't even certain it would work. The boss variant was descending, its eyes excited as it planned to crush us both. The ninja was awake, but her eyes we disordered and she could barely move. Yet, As I pulled the cloth covering the lower part of her face away, she managed to grab my arm. "I am sorry I brought you with me to death," she said tearfully. She was a pretty girl with dark eyes and gray and white hair. I only noticed she had wolf ears now that her hood fell off. Without another thought, I immediately kissed her, shoving my tongue into her mouth. She made a noise as her eyes popped open in shock, and then she passed out. I could feel the hot breath of the beast just above me. I immediately used the hero skill, switch position. My body disappeared, and the woman in my arms came with me. In our place, Tara appeared instead. The creature was confused at the sudden change, but it didn't care who it stomped. So, imagine its surprise when it slammed into what felt like a wall. With a whimper, the creature bounced back, its head painfully hitting the ceiling. It shook its head, confused. However, Lydia had reached Tara. Planting her foot on Tara, she used her as a jumping point, leaping into the air before the wolf monster could even regain its composure. A dozen air arrows slammed into the wolf. Propelled by a fairy queen, compared to hastily tossed throwing knives, how could these be stopped? Lydia slammed her blade into its eye while it was reeling from the arrows. "Confusion?" Mickey cast, further disorientating the monster. It started to fall back, spinning around to try to run back where it came from. However, how would the girls allow their prey to escape now that they had it? It had tried to harm their master. Tara grabbed its tail. Quills from its hide stabbed at her, but they broke on her iron skin. Lydia slid under it, slicing its defenseless ankles out from under it. A boss creature that could terrify even a high-level dungeon diver was reduced to a whimpering mess within only a few exchanges. As for me, with the ninja girl in my arms, I was casting moderate heal and refresh. Her wounds fixed quickly under my aggressive use of magical spells, as her consciousness slowly regained. And then she looked up at me with a strange look in her eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked. She touched her lips uncertainly. "My first key kiss." "Ah, I am fine." "All right, excuse me. I need to take care of my party." I stood up and readjusted my jobs, putting hero, true dungeon diver, and slave master as my 3. Feeling slightly angry at this creature, I pulled out my sword. I was going to finish it off myself. Chapter 308. Well, I'd like to say that I did something like Lydia and leapt and stabbed it. However, the creature was already very close to dying. I just stabbed it in the back while it was literally trying to escape while being blocked by Tara, disorientated by Miki, and trying desperately to avoid Lydia's attacks. However, it just so happened that my attack was the last one. So he collapsed and then faded like smoke. The miasma that created him, dissipating back into the floor. "Why, you defeated him," the ninja girl declared unsteadily. "Ah, well." "He was only strong for a level 5 boss, right," I said, sheepishly putting my sword away. I turned and jumped as I saw Lydia and Miki staring up at me with scowls on their faces. When I looked the other way, Celeste and Tara had taken the other side. "What is it? Why did Master kiss a stranger?" Miki denounced, pointing over at the ninja girl. Rather than growing angry or slapping me, the ninja girl suddenly looked down, her face turning red. "Ah! Sorry." I immediately apologized. Although it wasn't clear if I was apologizing to the ninja I kissed, or the 4 slaves glowering at me. That was... You see, I was using my position shift. Well, it works on anything you are holding, like a backpack or a sword. So I reckoned it would work if I picked her up in my arms. However, I also thought that if our bodies were entangled enough, the magic wouldn't be able to separate us. As long as I had part of myself inside her, the skills should pull her with me. In the end, I was right. If I hadn't been able to pull her out of combat, even with you guys helping, she might have died. So, it all worked out in the end. He was inside me. The ninja girl started shaking. I already apologized. There was no use getting super angry. Noticing something shiny on the floor that the boss had dropped, I grabbed it immediately. It was a simple necklace. A quick identification revealed that it had a few basic enchantments. It wasn't as valuable as anything I had on me, but it would be valuable to someone like her who didn't appear to have any magical items. I immediately held it out and walked over to the ninja. "Here." Since I did that, I should take responsibility. I declared, "So, you can have this as compensation." I smiled and then slipped it over her neck. She jerked as the necklace fell down around her neck. Behind me, there were 4 cries of despair and anguish. However, before I could see what the slaves were on about, the ninja's face had turned so red that I thought something might be wrong. Poof. The words suddenly came from her mouth. Huff. Her eyes rolled up in her head, and then she fell back, collapsing on the floor. I let out a cry and then kneeled down, checking to see if she was all right. Masters. Lydia's mournful voice came out. Why did you do that? Huh, the necklace. It's not as valuable as other things we own. I just thought it would smooth things over with the ninja. Surely, Master knows what that means. Miki spoke frantically. Huh, it's just a necklace. It's not like I got on one knee and gave her a ring. I said, although I was starting to have a bad feeling. Master, it's... Miki said, shaking her head. I don't know what customs you had where you came from, but here in Aboris, putting a necklace on a girl is the same as proposing to her. Chapter 309. What? How is that possible? I said, shaking my head. I've put necklaces on you girls several times. The 4 girls suddenly wouldn't meet my eyes. I gave them a glowering look until Lydia finally broke. It's just that Master is Master, and we're slaves. So it's not like we took Master seriously? Lydia cried defensively. We can't marry as slaves? Miki said. But that is okay since, in this way, we're more masters than even his wife. He. Celeste giggled. Only half paying attention. Married to master. I let out a sigh, even being careful. It seemed like some complicated stuff happened. Either way, it was getting late and we needed to leave. My original plan was to just teleport out of here, but with the unconscious girl at my feet, that would lead to problems, especially if the guards knew that she was in here. Instead, we started walking to the entrance. The kiosk would have cost money to enter, and I didn't register with the first one anyway. Since we were 5 levels down, the walk back would take almost an hour. By the time, poor Fanya would think I abandoned her. I had been walking for another 15 minutes when I realized I could just portal to the once floor. I was still hesitant to do it since I didn't want such a power to be seen by others. Well, it was fine. I'd make it work. I found a spot that looked secluded and then opened the portal. While carrying the ninja girl whose name I never learned, I leaped up to the once floor, saving us a good chunk of travel time. My blessing worked just as described. This made me very happy. We quickly headed to the entrance and then walked out. Already had enough? The guard chuckled when he saw me walk out of the labyrinth entrance. Raisa. The other guard cried out when he noticed her in my arms. What happened? The first guard demanded. There was a boss variant on the 5th floor. She held it off and ended up passing out. Well, I was fudging the truth a bit. But it would be a hassle if I said what really happened. Furthermore, I could have refreshed her and brought her back to consciousness. But that also seemed too troublesome considering how she had passed out. Although I planned to return to this dungeon, I'd be bypassing the entrance from now on. Simply put, I didn't intend to run into Raisa ever again. The guard's face went white and he nodded as he took her. She managed to face a boss variant. She's truly an incredible dungeon diver. I nodded solemnly, not wanting to correct them. I mean, we had defeated it. But that was no big deal. Actually, listening to these guys, I felt like I was going to get a big head. I decided it'd be better if we left quickly, especially before Race awoke up. We'll be going then, I said. Hey! The guard stopped me after only making it a step. Aren't you being a bit selfish? She saved your life, and you are just going to leave without taking responsibility. My eyes twitched. It was those exact words that got me in this situation in the first place. However, after being stared down by the angry guards, I sighed and handed over about 10 gold worth of silver and copper, basically everything I had gotten in the dungeon, to the guards to give Raisa. Trying to explain to them about the necklace wouldn't do anyone any favors. This was the cost I had to pay for lying, I supposed. It felt like extortion. But at least they let me leave once I paid her hospital bills, even though I had already healed her myself. It was time to return to the capital city. Chapter 310. With my new slave master ability, which allowed me to locate slaves, finding Faina was a breeze. She was still cloaked with her hood down, making sure to hide her identity on the street. If this was going to be a problem everywhere, it might be advantageous to find some kind of ring that affects her appearance. Celeste can lose her wings and fairy features in an instant, either a part of her wind magic or her half-fairy nature. Her true identity as a fairy queen was unknown to anyone except the nobles, and so she passed as just a regular fairy. Even if she did show her true form, fairies weren't so uncommon as to elicit cries of surprise. The same couldn't be said about an elf in this world. I only realized as I approached that the carriage she was sitting on was ours. It was full to the brim with foods. She had even gotten a horse. The four girls were especially excited about the horse. As for me, I was uneasy about it. I suppose it would have been bad if I made Tara pull the carriage through the portal. But that still seemed like something that buying a horse made a little excessive. Master? I bought every good I could with the money provided, Faina explained. The carriage is ready. But I don't see how we can get it back to the capital. If your plan is to head back, I've gotten no provisions for the journey. It's fine. I waved my hand, feeling like a Jedi as a portal appeared in front of the horse. He was skittish and didn't want to go inside it. See, this was exactly why horses were the worst. Faina made a noise of shock as well. Master can really make portals to any place. I've been. I shrugged. Let's go. The six of us returned to the capital city that night. I picked a backalley so that I didn't run into anyone. But it ended up being a tight squeeze getting the carriage out of it. When we finished rolling up to the inn, it was really the middle of the night. The innkeeper insisted on housing our supplies and boarding the horse for free. He was still feeling goodwill from a few nights ago. That was good because I had no money at the moment. The goods that Faina would sell tomorrow was basically everything we had. Only after tomorrow would I gain a sense of how quickly she could make money for us. I fed the girls what the innkeeper offered on the house. It seemed like he wasn't just doing it because we saved the inn. While we were eating, he handed me a letter. He held it reverently in his hands. "This came for you," he said. "It has the seal of the royal family?" Ah, that was right. This guy didn't know my connection to the prince. I looked at their insignia, which was literally a flag and a crown, and then broke it open. It contained the time and place for the contest tomorrow. There was something added at the end. P.S. Make sure to bring that elf slave with you. I grimaced a bit. So, he already knew about her as well. The prince was well informed. I only bought her this morning, and the entire day was spent in another city. I had planned for her to sell all the supplies, but it looked like she had to come with us to the tournament. Thus, I explained to her the situation. So, if Master wins, he will become a noble and gain property, Faina asked. That's right. Then I will do Master proud. She curtsied exaggeratedly. Well, Since it's fighting, the other girls will probably have more to do, I should think. But her sentiment was appreciated. Chapter 311. We decided to head to bed since tomorrow was going to be a particularly big day. I felt a bit of anxiety, as my future depended heavily on this upcoming championship. It wasn't what I originally expected, so I hoped I had prepared for it accordingly. We had one of the best rooms at the inn. It actually had a slave quarter next to it. But the girls kept choosing to sleep in my bed instead of their own quarters. As for Faina, she decided to use the slave quarters. I was happy they were getting used, especially as I lay in bed with 4 girls snuggled against me. I sighed and started checking through everyone's status. After battling 3 floors worth of enemies, each level with more and higher level enemies, and then ending with a boss variant besides, all of us had made radical increases in our respective jobs. I only hoped that the progress was enough to make a true difference. Name Deep Class Support Job White Mage LVL 26. True Dungeon Diver 26. Slave Master LVVL 18. Possible Jobs Hero LVVL 20. Basic Magician LVVL 11. Merchant LVVL 4. Alchemist LVVL 2. Cook LVVL 6. Dungeon Diver LVVL 1. Pervert LVVL 2. Linguist LVVL 1. Dark Priest VVL 1, Cartographer VVL 1, Race Human, as far as what I have. White Mage Skills Weak Heal. Remove Curse, Weak Heal, Poison, Refresh, Group Heal, Divine Aura, Harem Dead, Holy Circle, Create Water, Light, Moderate Heal. Detect Magic, Sanctify Land, Cure Disease, Mana Up, Moderate Heal Poison, Create Cushion, Purify Food, Stun Undead. Healing Circle, Group Heal Plus, Orb, Light Repair, Armor, Mana Up Plus, Basic Alchemy. Seal Undead, True Dungeon Diver, Skills Dungeon Status. Up, Basic Monster Identify, Resist Curse, Detect Magic, Basic Item Identify, U, Detect Treasure, Sense Life, Detect Trap, Resist Hunger, Reduce Fatigue, Basic Cooking, Smokeless Fire, Dungeon, Increase Attack. Reduce Fear, Night Vision, Dungeon Status. Up plus, increase stamina, increased item drop, moderate monster identify. Dungeon 2x experience, map dungeon, disable trap, moderate item identify, create water, repel monsters. Find food slave, master skills, slave taker, order slave, punish slave, truth slave, slave status, up, slave loyalty, bond slave. Steal slave life, cap slave, duplicate slave skill, locate slave, 2x slave experience, slave attack up, heal slave. Slave identify, slave charm up, slave stamina up, slave status up, plus hero skills return, switch position, party status up. Give life, basic swordsmanship, charm up, sense life, protect, detect magic, evil eye, skill analysis, quick attack, low regen. Basic monster identify, moderate swordsmanship, defense up, offense up, party status, last chance. Resist demonic attacks, basic magician, mana control, fire control, water control, earth control, mana blast, air control. Create flame, create water, create earth, fireball, water jet. Well, the remainder of my jobs I wouldn't be taking into battle, so I didn't pay them mind at the moment. Name Lydia Class Speed Combat Job Swords Munslave All VL38 Unlocked Jobs Kukul VL1 Common Earl VL8 Thief LVL5 Scout LVL15 Race Tiger Can Lydia's Swordsman is much higher than my skills. I wonder if she'd unlock something once it reaches level 50. I suspected it would. Scout went up. And I even played with Thief a bit, although she got mad at me when I told her I was leveling that taboo skill. Name Miki Class Mana Manipulation. Job Spiritualist Slavel VL35 Unlocked Jobs Common Earl VL5 Basic Magician LVVL15 Alchemist LVVL12 Race Nine-Tailed Foxkin. It'd be nice if I could get Miki to cast spells too. With Mana Manipulation as her class, I suspect that she could do a lot more with her basic magician skills than I could do. Name Celeste Class Elemental Jobmaster Wind Magician Slavel VL10 Unlocked Jobs Enchant Earl VL2 Adept Wind Magician VL22 Novice Magician VL50 Apprentice Magician VL25 Race Sylph, since all of her jobs had been maxed simply by becoming a Sylph. I decided to focus on her Master Wind Magician. The levels came slowly, but each one unlocked powerful skills. Name Terra Class Tank Job Earth Manipulate Earl VVL48 Unlocked Jobs None Race Earth Golem with no other jobs. I thought she'd get one at level 50. Unfortunately, we were a tad short. Name Feign a Class Management Job Head Maid Slave LVVL32 Unlocked Jobs Kukul VVL10 Maidel VVL50 Manager LVL15, Governess LVL18. Basic Magician LVVL20 Reself. I wondered how much you had to clean to get 80 to levels of maid. Maybe Feina had her own Spartan training in a dungeon sometime in her past. Although she had been in my party when we went into the dungeon, I was correct in assuming none of the experience would pass to her when she was on the outside, if I wanted her to level at all. At some point we'd need to bring her into the dungeon. Chapter 312. I didn't sleep the previous night much at all. It wasn't even the girls this time. I felt a knot in my throat. I had tried to put off thinking too much about this competition. But it was seriously scary. If I failed, I had no clue what would happen to me or the girls. If the slave status was removed, then they might all leave me. I forced myself up using refresh to help me get going. The girls all woke up and got ready too. Although they all slept in my bed, they actually took care of their needs in the cramped adjacent slave quarters. I told them they didn't have to, but they always insisted on it, taking one last glance at the note the prince left me. I waited for the girls to put on their best armor, and then the lot of us headed out. The stadium had been refitted for the new event. Rather than a dozen independent stages with crowds moving from one to the next, there was a single stage with massive bleachers. I wasn't sure the crowd was any bigger than it was that first day. But with all of the audience combined into one group, it felt that way. The small stage in the center seemed rather tiny comparatively. The place was crowded and noisy. It was exactly the kind of event that in my previous life I liked to avoid. Now I was at the center of it all. A guard checked my identification papers, and then I was brought out onto the field. There was a massive roar as the girls walked out behind me. Some people were shouting encouragement, while others were shouting vitriol. I couldn't make out any specific thing being said, though. There was just too many people that it came out as a buzz. On the other side of the stage, Lord Tybalt was already there. As soon as he saw me, he gave a sneer. There was a special box that was separate from the audience, closer to the front and gilded with fancy adornments. Sitting in it were a few people I didn't recognize, likely high nobles. However, the prince and princess were as clear as day. Prince Abaris immediately stood up and walked out onto a small stage in front of his box, which put him up over just about everyone in the arena. He cleared his voice, but it was lost in the sounds of the crowd. "First things first," his voice suddenly bellowed, clearly being amplified with some kind of spell. "Record the status of the opponents." His voice was booming, and the crowd silenced almost instantly. He spoke suddenly that a few people even cried out and covered their ears. A priest immediately walked out onto the stage. "Deke, your team first." I gulped and nodded, making sure White Mage was the job when the priest touched me. I wanted to meet everyone's expectations. After a moment, he nodded and then yelled out, "Deke, human, White Mage. Level 26. I hadn't expected to yell out everything like that. He should have been able to detect true dungeon diver too. Could he tell I had more than one job equipped? I was seriously worried, but he didn't say anything else. At the least, I had no doubt the prince would hear exactly what my status looked like. There was a roar of commotion after he made the announcement. Some people who hadn't been keeping up with the news asked what a white mage was. When they were told, they burst out laughing. Something like a priest didn't belong in an arena at all. I was wasted space. Well, not everyone thought that way. Lydia, slave. Tiger-kun, swordsman, level 38. The calls this time seemed to be excited about a rare Tiger-kun variant. Lydia didn't seem to like the attention as her tail whipped back and forth agitatedly. Miki, slave, nine-tailed fox. Spiritualist, level 35. How is that thing even alive? Someone cried out. There were even more murmurs in surprise over her identity than Lydia. She stuck her tongue out at the crowd, particularly at the man who said she should have died. She was touchy about comments like that. Celeste, slave, S-Sylph? Ahem! Master Wind Magician, Level 10. This one clearly was difficult for the priest to announce. Each thing caused an even larger roar. Do sylph even exist? I thought they are a myth. Celeste shrank down into a fairy size. Flying out in flying eights, the crowd seemed to go crazy. Unlike Lydia, she seemed to like the attention. Master Wind Magician was a max tier job. Only the most powerful people in the country would have a job like this. Terra, slave. Earth Golem, Earth Manipulator, level 48. What is with these slaves? Is Earth Manipulator even a job? Terra looked down, slightly depressed. All the others had received drawers of shock and surprise. For her, it was more just a general sense of confusion. Although she was likely one of a kind in this world, she wasn't so mainstream as to be known by the general audience. I patted her head to make her feel better. All right, and on to the next tea. Wait! Lord Tybalt shouted as the priest tried to turn away. Aren't we forgetting someone? His eyes ended up falling on Faina. Chapter 313. That girl. Is she not your slave? Also Lord Tybalt demanded, since the prince knew about her. It stood to reason Lord Tybalt could get that information too. This is why the prince let me know she should come. He assuredly would have made a giant commotion if I hadn't brought her. He might have even declared me a cheater and claimed I was going back on the bet. Since she was here, at least he couldn't cause those kinds of problems. I cleared my throat and stepped forward. It is true, she is my slave. However, she is merely a maid and hired after our bet. I'd ask that she not be included. Absolutely unacceptable. I am sure you also have slaves at your home that will not participate in this championship, I said helplessly. Humph. Do you dare accuse me of dishonesty? I assure you that all of my other slaves were handed over to others in preparation for this competition. He said that so proudly that my eyes couldn't help but pop a little. He argued against dishonestly by blatantly saying he rigged things. Only those participating were bound to him. So even if he lost, he'd only have to free his current slaves. Everyone else he could simply get back after the championship was over. Many in the crowd booed him, and I could see the princess with a scowl on her face, clearly not pleased. There is nothing stated against that in the book. All of your slaves against all of his, the prince shouted helplessly. It's more than that. It's written in her contract that she cannot be freed, I shouted out. Then, naturally, I will take possession of her. A grin formed on his face, and the true purpose was revealed. A rare elf worth 2,000 gold. That wasn't a small sum even by a noble's point of view. He naturally wanted to take her away from me. I took a step forward. My fist clenched. Are you going to go back on the agreement? He mocked. A small hand grabbed my arm and I looked back to see Faina holding my arm. Master. It's okay. I believe Master will win. She nodded reassuringly. Even so. This, Deke, as long as you concede, you will be allowed to use Faina in the competition. The prince shot me a look. I frowned. But something about the way he looked at me suggested like I may need Faina. The look was brief and Tybalt was too busy gloating to notice it. I finally gave a slow nod. Fine. If you win, you get her. Even saying it put a bitter taste in my mouth. The priest nodded and then touched Faina's hand gently. Faina, slave E. E? And elf. The priest's shock was a dozen times greater when he said those words, unable to get out any more. The crowd was dead silent. Chapter 3:14. Sighing, Faina pulled back her hood, revealing two elongated ears coming out from her perfect blonde hair. The crowd suddenly exploded into shouts and screams far greater than with any of the previous women. There was a great deal of shock and disbelief over an elf slave. Many shot extremely envious looks towards me. Although many of those then realized that this same slave could end up in the pocket of Lord Tybalt. I may become a lord if I won. But the general sentiment seemed to be that Lord Tybalt would win the competition. He was a noble, after all, and an existence that had been over the commoner class. While many cheered for me as a commoner with the chance to become a noble, the true underdog story, there were just as many who, without knowing my story, believed I was just a rich servant using my money to buy my way into the nobility. In this case, Lord Tybalt was the hero. Keeping some rich guy with a big head who exploited the commoner folk to make a profit in my place. At least, from the jeers and screams, those were the two crowds I was able to make out. However, I was more worried about having all of my secrets revealed. The identities of 5 unique slave women were revealed to the world. I felt like everything had been bared. Would there be any consequences from this? I was really worried about what the priest had seen. I had actually unequipped everything but White Mage, afraid he'd see 3 equipped jobs. But what about jobs like Dark Priest? The priest hadn't even blinked when he looked at my job list. That meant he either didn't see it, or my job list wasn't even the strangest he's seen. I wasn't sure which was a better option. The prince seemed to notice the worried expression on my face as Faina walked back to me. He gestured to the priest, who seemed to know what he was saying. As the man turned to me and spoke soft enough that most of the crowd wouldn't hear. You need not worry about the identity of slaves getting out, even though they are rare. The slave guild is strong in this country. No one would dare steal a slave since the owner can always track it. The slave guild will also react if slaves are taken from owners. There are various precautions that exist to protect both the owner and his slaves. You may speak more with them if you are worried. That wasn't exactly everything that worried me. The priest seemed to catch that with the expression on my face. He let out a sigh. Although I am under the prince's employ, I am still under the edicts of the church. I limit the amount I identify. The information I declare is all that I saw. Except in the cases of slaves, upon request, or with accused, it's considered rude to read a person's entire status. I nodded, and he finally turned away. He had eased some of my worries, but it was possible that he was lying. Unfortunately, what was done, and I just had to accept it. "All right," the prince shouted as the priest returned to the stage. Now for Lord Tybalt, the Challenger. Chapter 315. Otto Tybalt, Noble, Intermediate Magician, Level 32. Intermediate Magician was the second tier of the non-elemental magic pathway. If he made it to the third Achterluet, he'd gain a color like me. Black Mage was the most common sense. They were capable of attacking with fire, earth, air, and water. These were the first things you got as a basic magician. However, there were various other types of mages, such as me, who was a white mage, and the one who ran the teleport in the capital city should be a blue mage. After not much fanfare, Lord Tybalt sniffed and returned to his seat. His slaves had actually been hidden out of my view. So as the first one walked up on stage, it was the first time seeing them. It was a hooded person whose features I was unable to make out. However, it appeared to be a girl, which surprised me a bit. Wouldn't Lord Tybalt surround himself with muscular men? Cilicia, slave, bandit king, level 62? The priest announced. When I heard the name Cilicia, I made a surprised noise, but when the words bandit king appeared, naturally I took a step forward and looked up in shock. The girl threw back her hood, revealing a woman with long blonde hair. However, at some point, she appeared to have lost her eye, as she was wearing an eye patch now. She shot me a defiant look. "Cilicia, you were captured," I said in surprise. I started to understand why she called herself a bandit king. Bandit king was the name of the job. It was unavoidable. This world didn't account for a female bandit king. Well, even if you are a female, you were still a fireman. Even though there was a pushback to call them fire people or something, this was a similar situation. What worried me was that the Bandit King was the third tier. I had seen how powerful she was. She was much stronger than I thought Tybalt would have. Suddenly, I was starting to sweat. Humph! Cilicia threw back her hair. My sister made sure of that. No sooner had I left that cave than I was surrounded by church guards. The cardinal was furious when my unconscious sister suddenly turned into a fairy and flew away. I must say, the prank you pulled was quite amusing. In the end, it cost sister dearly, though, right? Sister. She was calling back to another one of Lord Tybalt's slaves, who stepped forward out onto the platform. This time the priest looked at the woman with disgust, like he didn't even want to touch her. In fact, he recited her information without even touching her forehead, as if he was already aware of it. Carmen, slave. A former paladin, level 70. Carmen threw back her hood, and I was even more shocked. How did you become a slave? I demanded. That dragon. Naturally. How could I not take responsibility for its destruction? I had even been successful with my mission, but then fled to the caves. The dragon's soul took over your body? You couldn't help it, I declared. She shook her head, closing her eyes painfully. It was my fault. I was far too conceited to think the church would forgive my actions so simply. But don't feel pity for me. I may be a slave, but I will fight for my master. Isn't sister so cool when she says that? Celicia declared proudly, not even seeming to care she was a slave as she looked down on me arrogantly. Since master purchased us together, naturally I will fight for him. She tried to put her arms around Carmen, who immediately elbowed her in the stomach. Don't touch me. You disgust me. Sister is so cruel, she cried as the two left the stage. Their levels had all been many times the levels of my own slaves. Except maybe for Celeste, they absolutely suppressed us. I really hoped the rest of the slaves were weaker than these two. I saved my strongest slave for last. Lord Tybalt suddenly shouted as if he read my mind. Dang it! Chapter 316. Of course. Jobs didn't really denote strength, but even a commoner could see that the numbers on Lord Tybalt's side were larger than my own. I had both women in the past, and they both had put up a fight that took an entire party to counter. Either one had the fierceness of 5, and they were both on the other side. Yet, despite their levels and strength, they weren't even Lord Tybalt's trump card. Only 3, I responded nervously. 3 is all I need, he sneered. The crowds were quiet, and anyone who had been cheering me on before was starting to feel sorry for me. Things were looking more and more one-sided with each new introduction. As for Lord Tybalt, his arrogance my lonely grew as the last person walked onto the stage. Like the others, she wore a hood that hid her expression. Another girl? I said in surprise. What of it? Lord Tybalt frowned. Ah! I just expected you have a lot of males. What are you implying? His face furrowed angrily. Ah, nothing. Humph. He crossed his arms. Like I would ever risk a male slave on a bet? These women are disposable. There was some anger in the crowds. And I could only put on a wry smile. That was actually exactly what I would have expected from Lord Tybalt. He bought 3 of the strongest slaves in the city to throw at me to win this bet of his. It didn't feel fair at all. And some people were saying I was trying to win with my money. The princess, in particular, was shooting Lord Tybalt a deathly stare, but he seemed to be good at ignoring it. After all, she didn't like the purchase of slaves, and calling them disposable definitely would set her off. With his hand on the girl's forehead, the priest spoke loudly and clearly. Shao, slave, species unknown, Job unknown, level. Someone let out a cry. This one actually brought a great deal of shock to the crowd. Many more were pondering how a species-less, jobless creature existed. Well, they weren't the only ones. She was level. Wait. A job and origin unknown. Isn't this the slave that Figaro was talking about? So, in the end, Lord Tybalt was the noble who had purchased her. No wonder Figaro was acting so odd when he heard about the match. Each subsequent level was harder to reach than the last, but they also gave greater boosts to the status. So, even if someone had level 50 into jobs, it wasn't like that made them a level 100. Even I, who could equip the jobs and take advantage of 3 stat boosts at once, couldn't cross a barrier that large. Every level you made in every job you had boosted your status slightly, but the status gain from a level 1 to a level 2 was negligible compared to a level 80 to a level 81. It was that kind of thing. What she is? It will probably be a very high level. I would be surprised if she wasn't at least Lydia's equivalent. She was probably stronger. Since I couldn't imagine a mysterious job being a first-tier job, even if it wasn't geared toward battle. It was still a terrifying thought. Simply put, not knowing what she could do was terrifying in its own right. This girl didn't pull back her hood or reveal herself to the crowd. She only silently nodded, and then returned back to her side and sat down. 3 women. 2 of them confirmed 3rd-tier level 17th, and 1 mystery woman at level. My confidence that we would win this was shaken to its core. Now that everyone has been introduced, it's time for the first challenge, the prince declared excitedly. Chapter 317. All right. So the format of today's championship is simple. There will be 3 themed events, each one testing an aspect of the master-slave relationship. Within each event will be 3 different challenges. The one who wins to 3 wins the event, and the one who wins 2 events out of 3 is ultimately the victor. You will pick 1 slave per challenge. And you cannot use the same slave twice within an event. Do you understand? I nodded. And Lord Tybalt gave the prince a respectful bow. This advantaged me slightly, as I had 5 slaves to choose from. Meanwhile, Tybalt would have to use all 3 slaves for every event. Princess Eliana was sitting at the edge of her seat, looking down at the pair of us excitedly. The prince had an amused expression on his face. Since we're starting? Then I'll let you take it away. Lord Tybalt suddenly turned away from the stage and walked back to sit in a comfy seat he had carried into the arena just for himself. A much older man with a gnarled face walked forward, shooting the 3 women a sharp look. Celicia and Carmen both winced under his glare, but the mysterious 3rd girl didn't react in the slightest. Wait. I frowned. What is this? A smug expression appeared on Lord Tybalt's face as he sat comfortably. Why? This is my slave master. He was difficult and expensive to bring here from Imperial Cloud Meadow. Slave masters are exceptionally rare in Auberries. Humph. The only reason I came was because of the promise of the elf. I will get the elf when I win this competition. The man spoke forcefully, not even seeming to give the lord any face. Lord Tybalt's face flushed red, clearly not expecting the man to so casually reveal this detail. Oh, of course. Once she is transferred to me, you can have her. What is the meaning of this? My expression started to darken. Is it not obvious? Lord Tybalt's smug expression quickly returned at my distress. I only have a few levels in slaver. So naturally, I hired a slave master. He's level 52. With him, these slaves have so many buffs and advantages that you won't even have a chance to win. The crowds, even those who were initially favoring Lord Tybalt, were quickly turning on him. Many people openly booed. "You have to be the slave's owner!" I shot a look at the prince. "This is unacceptable!" Humph! Lord Tybalt's expression turned even more arrogant. "Accusing me of cheating again. It's amazing how much a commoner confuses cleverness and intelligence with being unfair. The slaves are mine. Anyone knows that high-level slavers and slave masters can us the skill-joined slave. Could a noble of high standing be expected to direct his slaves in the fields all day? Would he provide another man with thousands of gold worth of product just on trust? This isn't simply known. It'd be expected that someone of my standing would hire a skilled person to manage my slaves. That is, of course, what a good master would do." His words were like daggers without any semblance of an argument I could mount. He managed to completely tear apart my rebukes in an instant. The crowds muttered and yelled angrily, but Tybalt's skin was thick. Suddenly, hands slamming on a chair angrily silencing the crowd as Princess Eliana stood up. Her expression was furious, and she was glaring at the back of her brother. "Brother, this can't be tolerated. This is an absolute mockery of what you are trying to accomplish here. Tell me what rule I have broken." Princess Lord Tybalt responded sweetly. The princess shot him a disgusted look. But when she realized she didn't have a response, she looked down. Her eyes shot to me, the person she had been rooting against. And suddenly her expression turned complicated. The prince let out a sigh. "I am sorry, sister, but he is right. What he has done is not against the rules. He may use a slave master." The mutters died down. No one would try to argue against the prince's decision. As for me, my uneasiness only grew. My biggest advantage, the fact that my slave master gave my girls bonus abilities, had been completely demolished. In fact, he was a much higher level than me, and the bonuses he gave his slaves would likely be many times more. Chapter 3:18. Since everything that needs saying has been said, then I will introduce the first task. The prince shouted. For the first task of the master-slave competition, we will have a cook-off. This caused a great deal of confusion across the board. Wasn't this supposed to be a fighting competition? What the heck was he talking about? A cook-off, the prince snorted. What? You know the true measure of a master-slave relationship is just how good a slave can fight. I plan to test various aspects of the master-slave relationship. In the first event of the evening, we will see how good the slaves are at being housekeepers. A well-trained slave cleans, cooks, and cares for their master with impeccable shrewdness. Therefore, for our first challenge, you must pick a slave to prepare a meal. Naturally, the judge will be my sister. She has an extremely delicate palate. I am judging. Eliana seemed completely taken aback. But then she let out a light laugh. Ho ho! Well, I do know food well. Actually, she's extremely picky and only eats things cooked by top chefs. So, good luck. My face started to grow pale. How could I have foreseen this being the outcome of this event? I was the guy who did all the cooking, and even then. There were always more pressing things, so I hadn't spent a lot of time leveling it. Had I known things would come to this, naturally I would have trained Lydia upon the cook job. However, even with the cook job, there is also something to say about practice. I had 6 levels in cook, and had still yet to even unlock basic cooking. I actually had basic cooking in True Dungeon Diver, although it didn't give me much information I didn't already have naturally. For Lydia, who had never cooked and only learned how to pleasure men, even had I leveled her, it'd never be enough. My only advantage was that Lord Tybalt was gnashing his teeth too. Between Celicia, Carmen, and this mysterious girl. How could any of them be skilled cooks? The slave master had an ugly expression on his face. But he finally threw out his hand and pointed at Carmen. You! Go up there and make a dish that satisfies the princess. Amy Carmen put on a face as if asking the slave master if he was crazy. A slave obeys? He pushed his hand. The slave mark on Carmen suddenly glowed, and she let out a scream as she grabbed her head. Of course, she was a paladin with high pain tolerance, so the fact that she was screaming displayed just how painful it was. It was clear he was using the punish slave skill. The crowd of people started to turn awkward. Celicia stepped forward. But a single dark stare from the slave master stopped her and left her glaring with anger, but with an edge of fear in her expression. How many times had she been tortured to be cowed so easily? Princess Eliana was starting to tremble as she looked at the slave girl being tortured. The prince had to reach out and stop her from leaping off the platform. Finally, after an awkward minute, Carmen tearfully crawled up onto the stage, not daring to even meet his eyes, looking more like a scorned dog than a person. Several hands suddenly touched my shoulders, and I looked back to see the girls giving me sympathetic looks. I realized only then that my own fist had been tight enough that it hurt now. Why were they trying to comfort me? They were the slaves. They had to watch another slave being abused. It couldn't have been easy. Master, please allow me to win this competition for you. A voice behind the other girls spoke up. I looked back to see Fena watching me with a gentle expression. I suddenly remembered that in my haste whirly, I had completely forgotten that she was actually a level 10 cook. I instantly set her job to 10. Let's free those slaves, I declared. Chapter 319. Fena walked up onto the stage, and a group of men immediately came into the arena. They were carrying tables, stools, a water stone sink, a magical oven, and all the amenities that would be seen in a rich kitchen. 2 sets of each were brought up and 2 opposing kitchens were suddenly set up. Please give my attendants a list of the ingredients you need. They will be able to provide them, the prince said. I had my doubts that this kind of thing could be done so quickly. But no sooner did the girls finish the list than a man waved a storage ring and revealed everything that they had requested. Fresh ingredients covered both tables. I realized that the man must have been a master chef. I bet he had numerous food preservation skills, on top of a storage ring that slowed time for stuff inside it. By the way, most storage rings were not able to slow time. The ones that did were exceptionally valuable. How much they slowed time added to their value. One that could slow time by half was the most common, but there were those that could slow time to 1/1000th. They were so rare that there wasn't probably one in all of Oberies. Even the one I got from the dungeon couldn't slow time. I couldn't imagine the astronomical amount of money a time. Stop could use, well, only blue mages could cast those kinds of spells. So getting a high-level blue mage and a high-level enchanter together to make such a ring was difficult. Hence why the ring normally was rare. Faina seemed completely calm and collected, while Carmen seemed like a hurt animal. Nearly in tears. Ready? You have 1 hour. Go. Faina instantly began to move. Her cutting technique was impressive. And it even caught the eye of Lydia, who was watching her as if she was looking at a master. Her hand blazed as she cut through vegetables and prepared everything quickly. In comparison, Carmen was running around the kitchen, looking like a chicken with her head cut off. Although it was an hour with very little action that the crowd had been expecting, Faina's movements and her beauty were so hypnotizing that she drew the crowd's attention the entire way. Everyone watched excitedly as she prepared her meal quickly and then stuck it in the oven. Meanwhile, Carmen was still frantically throwing things together, trying desperately to cook something. The hour ended quickly, and two plates were put in front of the princess. If it came to presentation alone, it was already clear that Faina had one. A beautiful mouth-watering scent rose from her food, while I was almost certain the indescribable bubbly mush Carmen made. God had placed a sight filter over, as it appeared slightly blurry, and no matter how hard I looked at it, I couldn't make out anything that fit the definition of an ingredient. She tried Carmen's food and spent the next 15 minutes gagging in the corner while everyone smiled awkwardly and the prince patted her on the back. Lord Tybalt had an ugly expression on his face. The princess returned, still looking white and sickly. But then she took a bite of Faina's food. She suddenly made a loud, orgasmic sound. The flavors mesh together so splendidly. It's like an ocean wave blasting across the surface of the moon and erupting deep inside me to create a sensation of all that is beautiful and great in the world. My mind and body are erupting with the absolute possibilities of the world, with hearts in her eyes. Eliana started babbling incoherent words describing the dish. It's just food, right? As a former fatty. I loved food more than most, but I had never seen anyone act like this before. Hata! She screamed. Standing up on the edge of the box facing the crowd like she had just had an epiphany. My body feels like it's being licked from head to toe by hundreds of little men and... The prince grabbed her and dragged her down. Sorry. She gets like this when she has something she likes, given her reaction. This was a 510. Faina looked down, feeling somewhat disappointed. Well, she only had cook at level 10. No. You should feel good about that. At level 710, her clothing comes off. The prince sighed awkwardly. Please. Eliana screamed while the prince tried to restrain her, still writhing on the floor. Rub your wonderful food all over my body. Seeing her nearly orgasmic display, people started gulping. The men were getting quite hungry. But they could no longer knew what the hunger was for. What did she make? Someone asked. I think it was just chicken and rice. Someone else responded. Of course, the main thing on everyone's mind. What did she do when she tasted something 1010? Chapter 320. For our next task, a good slave should always be able to clean up after their master. The prince announced once the audience had settled down. Therefore, a slave must be selected to clean up a dirty room. Whoever is able to do it properly, thoroughly, and quickly will win. This was a maid duty, so I immediately wanted to use Faina again. However, the rules stated that I could only use one girl per competition. Since I had used Faina to win the cooking competition, I wouldn't be able to use her in the cleanup. She could only shrug helplessly. Cleaning up was a task that anyone could perform. Unlike cooking, I saw no reason that either of the other two people, the mysterious Xiao or Carmen, either one would be able to offer competition. In that case, the most important thing to winning would be speed. Although Lydia was extremely quick and agile, she wasn't necessarily the most refined girl. Although she was always willing to clean, she was a bit careless at times with messes. That's when my eyes fell on Celeste. The more I thought about it, the more I realized she was the perfect candidate. After all, she was fast and even had the ability to cast haste on herself, so that she could move faster than anyone could believe. She could change her size, allowing her to get into hard-to-reach areas, or see things from angles no one else could. Finally, she had the wind attribute, allowing her to pick up or move things without necessarily touching them. Simply put, Celeste would be perfect. Celeste, can you do it? I asked. She made fists and nodded. I'll do my best for Master. By the time we turned back to the stage, servants had turned the stage into two separate rooms. There appeared to be a magical wall separating them to keep one person from tossing stuff on the other side. There was a couch that looked dirty, a rug that needed to be beaten, several counters that still had dust on them, and a floor full of various items strewn about. There was even a spill on the floor. In short, it looked like a messy living room that needed cleaning. On the opposing side, it was actual Li Xiao who was up. I didn't know what her ability was at all, but I still felt threatened by it. The unknown was something to be wary about. I tapped Celeste on the shoulder. Use haste when the match starts. I have a feeling she's going to be moving fast. Go as fast as you can. Use wind magic if you have to. Just get it done. Ah, okay. Master. I looked back to see the other girls looking at me uncertainly. What we need to win. Of course. Master, it's just... Miki looked uncertain. Ah? It's probably nothing. I cocked my head, looking at her with a questioning look. But Miki shook her head, and the other girls didn't seem to want to explain. I shrugged and turned back to the main area to watch. All right, the match will begin on my mark, the prince announced. 3, 2, 1, begin.